Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Reaper of Justice by Freya Atwood. Chapter 1. Morning, Jim, I said, standing in the doorway of the Westby Police Department. Westby's chief of police looked up and squinted like he was looking into the sun, and his mouth hung slightly open, his customary expression. He was holding a cup of coffee, and had been talking to Paula, who worked the front desk. Paula was more than a secretary, she was the station's five senses. Information in the world that needed the police's attention came through her. Jim continued to stare. He wasn't wearing his glasses, and it would take him a second to recognize me. But when he did, he would. Yes, there it was. Jim Nixon's famous smile. When Jim smiled, his teeth didn't show, but his mouth stretched open and his eyes crinkled up, disappearing into the deep creases surrounding them. Being smiled at by Jim was like being in on a joke, or sitting by a warm fire. If Paula was the station's five senses, Jim was its heart. "Look who the wind blew in," Jim said. "Westby's finest attorney. I was beginning to think you didn't like us anymore." I crinkled my nose. "I know, I'm sorry. I've been a ghost. Work's just been." Jim put up a palm. "Say no more," he said. "We know all about work around here, don't we, Paula?" "We certainly do," Paula said with a quick roll of her eyes. Jim and I hugged. I smelled his aftershave and morning coffee. "You look good," I said. "Cheerful. I can't blame you, I suppose. I've heard things have been pretty quiet around." No, don't say it." Jim covered his ears. He was of course worried I would jinx things, bring an end to the streak of low crime by mentioning it. "Sorry," I said, cringing at my own mistake. I'd hung around the station enough to know better. "It's okay, kid," Jim said with a smile, and patted me on the shoulder. "How've ya been? Let's sit down and take a load off." Jim was allowed to call me that. Kid. He was like a father to me after all. Actually, no, I don't want to compare Jim to fathers. Not to mine, at least. "I've been okay," I said, as I followed Jim over to the worn leather couch that dominated the station lobby. The station was small, just like Westby. I sat down next to the chief. "We've been getting lots of clients lately, so I'm up to my elbows in work." "I'll bet," Jim said. "That's because the word is out that you're working in Westby now. They're gonna flock from far and wide to get the best legal representation in the state of California." He smiled at me. I smiled back, embarrassed but flattered, though I didn't think what he said was true. He was right that our clients generally weren't from Westby, but I didn't think it had anything to do with me. Often they came from the city, attracted to the relative anonymity and discretion that our small-town firm provided. "How's everything with you?" I asked, shifting the attention away from myself. "Oh, can't complain. Hold on, we didn't get you any coffee." Jim began to get up, wincing in pain because of his knees. I knew his arthritis was bad, even though he never complained. I reached my arm out. "Let me get it." Usually Jim would insist that he get the coffee himself, and the fact that he didn't this time worried me. Made me think his knees had gotten a lot worse. I wondered sometimes if maybe I should be taking care of him now, the way he once took care of me. I worried that he got lonely, living all by himself, now that his wife, she was taken from us too soon. "Are you counting steps too?" Jim said, as I went over to the coffee machine. "Rachel got us these things for Christmas, that count how many steps you take every day." "Is that right?" I said, returning with my coffee. It made me laugh how Jim marveled at modern technology. He'd tell me about different things in the station getting computer-fied. "Yep. You move and it knows. Gives me the heebie-jeebies." "That sounds pretty wild," I said, sinking back into the sofa. So how many steps are you averaging per day? Jim shrugged. Beats me. Mine's still in the box. He winked, then took a sip of coffee and said ah. Jim loved his coffee. He turned to me. How's Catherine? Keeping you on your toes, I'd imagine. The chief knew my sister had a bit of a wild streak. You could say that. You've done a lot for her, you know, Jim said. Built a nice life for the both of you. Your mother would be proud. I hoped he was right. Sometimes I wondered if she would have wanted me to choose a different path in life. Like, one that put as much distance as possible between me and the world of crime. Thanks. I tried to smile, looked down, and hid behind my long brown hair. I appreciated what Jim had said, but I got tongue-tied when I had to talk about my own feelings. Put me in a courtroom and ask me to describe a brutal murder to a jury, no problem. But ask me to talk about my own life? Yeah, that's not going to work out so well. Jim could sense my self-consciousness, so he changed subjects. Hey, I've got some pictures of the critters to show you. They are just growing like weeds. The critters were Jim's great-nephews and nieces. His sister Rachel's kids. They brought out Jim's soft side. And the way they lit up his face when they came to visit made me wonder if Jim sometimes regretted not ever having had any children of his own. We started down the hallway to the chief's office, Jim leading the way. I was about to ask Jim how Rachel was doing, but the sound of someone entering the station grabbed my attention. I spun around, just as a man came bursting through the station's entrance. His eyes were wild with terror and pain. They killed her, he cried, and fell to his knees, clutching at his dark hair. He began to sob, crumpling lower to the floor. Jim and I rushed over, crouched down beside him. I touched his shoulder, but he didn't seem to feel my hand. He was covering his face now and shaking violently. Sir, I said. Now he looked up. His pale blue eyes were bloodshot. They killed her, he said, his voice a tremulous whisper now. That's when I noticed his hands, stained with blood. He brought those hands to his face, and broke down, heaving and shaking in the middle of the station. Chapter 2. They killed who? Jim asked. Patient. Experienced. I wanted to scream. To shake the man. We might still have time to save her. Whoever her was. Her heart. The man gasped. It was. Her heart was bleeding. Who? I demanded, more harshly than I'd intended. The man looked at me with wide eyes, like he was surprised I didn't already know the answer to my question. Jim touched my arm lightly. A warning to tread carefully. They killed her. The man stammered. I almost screamed. They killed who? They did, didn't they? Jim said, positioning himself right in front of the man. The way the chief was crouching, his knees must have been killing him. But he didn't show it on his face. That was Jim. Stoic as a stone when the situation called for it. Who did they kill? The chief asked. Rosalind McKaney. The man said, in a shocked whisper. I hustled over to the front desk to tell Paula, and I heard Jim ask the man, where did this happen? I had no idea who Rosalind McKaney was, but suddenly I cared about her deeply. She needed to live, which meant we needed to find her. My stomach began to churn as adrenaline spiked my blood. Feeling almost out of my own body, I walked over to Paula and gave her Rosalind's name. My voice sounded distant in my own ears. Then I went back over to Jim and the man. Why did you leave her? My tone was accusatory. I couldn't help it. Jim shot me a warning glare. The man looked at me, his face quivering with the trauma of what he'd seen. I called the police. He managed to say. I called them, and you left her. I didn't know what to say. I'd left someone bleeding to death once. But that was a long time ago. I'd never do something like that now. At least that's what I believed. What I needed to believe. That's exactly what you should have done. Jim said, drawing the man's attention back to him. The man nodded, before succumbing to a fresh wave of tears. I felt hot, claustrophobic, all this emotion in such a cramped space. I needed to get some air. Just then, I heard a car door slam. I went over to the window and saw two officers get out of a squad car. Officer Chambers, a hard-ass cop who always seemed to be in a bad mood, and Officer Fenster, an intense, tough-looking, red-haired woman who'd recently joined the department. They pulled a suspect out from the backseat, a young guy, blonde hair. The suspect was flailing around, not exactly cooperating. I rushed over to Jim, and whispered in his ear that some cops just arrived with a man in cuffs. Jim nodded slightly and turned to the man, who was still on the floor. "Sir, I didn't catch your name." "I'm Jim." "Alec," the man said. He sniffed and wiped his cheek with the back of his hand. "Let's go into my office," said the chief. "I've got coffee and 2 ears. Let's talk. You did the right thing." To the untrained ear, Jim's tone and choice of words might have sounded patronizing, condescending. But I knew better than most how crucial it was to make the traumatized feel loved and supported. Jim helped Alec to his feet. I watched the chief take the man under his arm, and usher him down the hall to his office. I felt a pang of gratitude tinged with sorrow, as I remembered that day Jim was there for me, when I needed him most. Underneath his gruffness, Jim had a wellspring of compassion that never seemed to run dry. Once upon a time, I thought I wanted to be a police officer, just like Jim. Maybe part of me still did. Maybe that's why I hung around to see what this was all about. Or maybe I could already sense that I was going to get dragged into this somehow. Officers Chambers and Fenster entered the station, suspect in tow. The suspect was still struggling. I felt like now would be a time to get the hell out of there. But I didn't move. I had to see this. Had to know more about what had happened. "I didn't do it," the young man cried out, his voice hoarse. His cry of injustice filled the station. And that's what it sounded like he really believed he was innocent. Maybe he was. The kid's eyes landed on me. And he was a kid really, maybe early 20s, even late teens. He looked like a model from an Abercrombie ad. Ruffled, curly blonde hair, surfer tan. Except his face was dirty. Muddy or blood smeared under his nose and across his cheeks. I looked into his piercing blue eyes, and his gaze latched onto me like I was a life preserver, and he a drowning man. "Please," he said, his voice breaking. "I'm innocent. I need help." He directed his words at me, like he knew I was a defense attorney. Or maybe he could just sense my sympathy. I looked away and swallowed nervously. "You'll have plenty of time to talk to us once you can calm down," Officer Chambers said. He had a firm grip on the kid's upper arm and the back of his neck. The officer claimed to be willing to talk, but I could see it in the officer's eyes. He didn't think there was anything to talk about. He was already convinced the kid was guilty. He knew an interrogation had to be done, but only to secure a confession, and not because he thought the suspect might be innocent. I'd advocated for a long list of clients, but this was a new experience, being trapped in the heat of the moment like this, while a suspect was in the process of getting arrested. And it was a process. They'd take his fingerprints, his mugshot, have him remove his clothes, do a humiliating full-body search. This young man would have to do all of those things, while millions of thoughts zipped through his mind. Or rather, one thought, "I can't believe this is happening." Don't get me wrong, if he had killed the woman, and I knew he very well might have, I hoped he would be locked away for life. The man that came before him had made it painfully clear that the crime scene had been horrific. Anyone capable of doing such a thing to another human being deserved zero sympathy. Still, I hoped that they would at least hear him out. Give him a chance. The kid's spirit seemed to deflate though when he looked at the officers, from Fenster to Chambers and then back to Fenster. Perhaps he saw what I saw, that they had no doubt in their minds that he was guilty as sin. They took him away for booking, and a strange silence fell over the lobby. I could hear my heart beating in my ears. I turned to Paula, who was fiddling with her bracelet. She looked up. "Just another day at the station," she said, flashing me a hollow smile. I didn't know what to say. The ring of my cell phone broke the awkward silence. I pulled it from the pocket of my navy dress pants, and answered the call. It was Jasmine, who worked at the front desk at my firm. "Hey Jasmine," I said. "What's up?" "Hey Megan, sorry to interrupt you, but we have an urgent matter at the office. Someone's here to speak to you. And, only you." "Okay, I'll be right there. Leaving right now." I hung up before she could respond, turned to the secretary. "I gotta go," I said, while thinking, I should have never come. I couldn't get what I'd just seen out of my head. The anguish and fear on the face of the man who had discovered the body. The thrashing limbs of the suspect. The flash of his blue eyes as they sought an ally in all of this. The image of the victim I'd already created in my mind. They stayed with me as I drove to the next emergency. Chapter 3. Even though I knew I was walking into an urgent situation, there was something calming about pulling up in front of that squat, black office building baking under the California sun. Despite being situated in a small town that most people drove right on by without a second's thought, this law firm had grown quite a name for itself. I was one of the lead attorneys at my firm, and as soon as I passed through the revolving doors each day, I entered a space in which I was somebody significant. Someone with power. Respect from her colleagues. This was where I was in control. Where no one could catch me off guard. Or so I thought. Buzz. A text from Jim. I was proud. I'd given him 2 or 3 texting tutorials, and now he was finally catching on. And the way he'd throw in random emojis. Honestly, it was pretty adorable. Jim was getting a little softer in his old age. But don't let that fool you, he was still tough as nails. This text had no emoji. It just said, "Suspect's name Oliver Hopkins. Local kid." I took a deep breath. Another murderer in our midst. Terrific. I checked my reflection in the rearview mirror. I've never liked my face. I don't dislike it or anything. It's fine. Catherine tells me I'm so pretty, but then again, the word Sue does show up in a lot of the things she says. If anything, she's the pretty one. With her full lips and golden hair and sharp cheekbones. I look serious. Dark hair. Dark eyes. Small mouth and nose. A cautious face. I've gotten the, "you should smile more times than I can remember, thankfully, because they're not exactly pleasant memories. But I don't like smiling. Showing my teeth. It feels silly, unless I'm really happy. But I'm not one of those people who can just bust out a big smile for a photograph. I leaned forward in my seat and admired my eyebrows in the mirror at close range. I've always liked my eyebrows. They're strong, dark, well-defined, especially now, having been recently contoured by Catherine. She used to do YouTube makeup tutorials. Satisfied with my appearance, I got out of my car and headed across the parking lot to the office's glass doors. I could almost feel all the anxiety I'd felt at the police station sliding off, as I got closer to the building. Other people's problems took center stage here. A blast of cool air greeted me as I walked inside, and I felt the last lingering bits of fiery emotion blow away like embers in the wind. Calm, focused, I went upstairs to my office. Game face on. Ready for whatever, or whoever, was waiting for me. Jasmine's brown eyes were drawn in under the weight of worry, and her dark hair was pulled back in a tight ponytail. She looked alert, sharp, not her usual light-hearted and playful self. Something was up. "Good afternoon," she said. She looked even more gorgeous than usual with her businesslike expression. She had a round face, full lips, and strikingly green, almond-shaped eyes, made all the more dazzling by violet eyeshadow. Her husband was a lucky man. "Good afternoon," I said, in a tone that made it clear I knew she was acting differently. I leaned closer to her and lowered my voice. So, what's up? Her eyes darted towards a middle-aged man sitting in the corner, whose eyes were cast down at the floor. His body was pulled in on itself, like he was cupping a feeble flame in his chest, that he feared would get blown out. Like something had come along and wrecked his world. "He won't leave," Jasmine whispered. "When I told him you weren't here, he said he'd wait until you got back, no matter how long it took you. He wants to speak with you and only you. He seems pretty upset." "Looks it," I said, discreetly eyeing the man. I patted Jasmine's hands. "Give me backup if I need it," I said, sort of joking, sort of not. "Always," Jasmine said, and winked at me. There she was, the sassy friend of mine who knew how to make me laugh, even on my worst days. I approached the man, cautious in my curiosity. Each step I took was deliberate. Whenever I met with potential new clients, I was like that, hyper-aware of my movements, my voice, my facial expressions, everything. I cared about the people I defended. That's why I worked as a defense lawyer. But I never forgot that many of them were criminals, accused of doing terrible, sometimes downright brutal things. "Good afternoon, sir," I said, as the man's head slowly lifted. I offered my hand. "I'm Megan Corver." He shook my hand. He had a firm grip, the hand of a carpenter or some other manual worker. His pale blue eyes held oceans of worry. His blonde hair was graying at the temples, and something told me it was about to start going gray even faster. "Marcus," he said. "It's wonderful to meet you. How about you and I speak in my office?" He nodded in that faraway manner of someone who is buried underneath their emotions. What happened? Now I really was curious. I led him into my spacious office. The walls were a sage green, and the carpet was a light beige. I'd picked the shades myself, knowing full well that such details could make the difference between a client storming out in a panic, and a client sticking around and giving me their trust. I walked over to my big, maple desk, which had nothing on it except for a paperweight, a few legal pads, and my desktop computer. There certainly weren't any pictures. I kept this space as impersonal as possible, from the stately leather-bound books on the shelves to the painting of the lake on the wall behind me. I took a seat and out of habit, grazed my finger against the emergency call button under my desk. But looking at Marcus, who'd sat down across from me, helped ease my initial spike of worry. He looked emotional, sure. But he also looked worn down. Not angry, just defeated. Like his entire being was suspended by a single strand of hope. "What can I help you with, Marcus?" I asked, holding his gaze. "I heard about your work," he said. "Even before all of this. You represented one of my son's friends. Kid named Rich Davies." He paused. I nodded. "Yes, I remember the guy. A troublemaker who wasn't a bad person, but whose family issues had led him down the wrong path." "The kid was like a son to me," Marcus continued. "I'd done everything I could to help him, and I was probably more concerned than his parents were when he got arrested. Yet you fought for him, when others simply gave up. Instead of jail, you got him ordered to a rehab facility, anger management classes, and community service. You kept in touch with him too, and gave him information about online college. Anyhow, Rich is doing much better now. He still volunteers even though he achieved the court-ordered number of hours a long time ago. You saw something in him that others didn't, and, well, it wouldn't be a stretch to say you saved his life." "Thank you for letting me know," I said. I really was grateful to hear that my work had helped Rich. I put in more hours than my colleagues did. Often went the extra mile, and sometimes I wondered if it was worth it. It could, in my darker moods, feel like I was pouring my energy into a black hole. Into something that gave nothing in return. I justified it by telling myself that I was helping victims indirectly, by doing everything in my power to make sure the people I defended, when guilty, didn't go on to offend again. Depending on the day, I believed it was true. "No," Marcus said. Thank you. Really. You have no idea how big of a difference you made in this kid's life. I smiled, shifted in my seat. It's nothing, I said. I didn't do so well with compliments. I let him continue. Anyway, because of that, when I ran into trouble myself, you were the first person I thought of. And, to be perfectly honest, you're the only lawyer I want to work with. Marcus paused. I nodded for him to continue. You see, now it's my actual son who's in trouble. But unlike his friend, he didn't do what they're accusing him of. I know it. He couldn't have done it. He's just not capable of. He got caught in some wave of emotion and cut off, took a deep breath. After gathering himself, he looked me squarely in the eye. I beg of you. Please, represent my son. He's been accused of murder. I swallowed and heard Marcus say what I hoped he wouldn't. His name is Oliver. Chapter 4. I stared at him, and for a few moments was unable to find any words to speak. Usually, I didn't let myself get flustered at work. But, well, I'd just seen his son, and the look on the man's face who found Rosalind's body. Please, he pleaded, his eyes welling up with desperation. It was difficult to look into those eyes and say no. Here was a father who truly believed his son was innocent. Of course, it is difficult for most parents to accept that their child could have killed someone, despite the evidence. In fact, in my experience as a defense attorney, clients have an almost boundless capacity to ignore evidence, when it contradicts what their gut tells them. I don't look down on them for it either. It's human nature. I was about to tell Marcus I needed to review the case, but he spoke before I had a chance. I know if anyone can help him, you can. I'm begging you. I'll pay any and all fees. I'll pay extra if that's what it takes. Please. I cleared my throat, and was about to respond, but again, Marcus cut me off. You need to understand that Oliver didn't do this. Marcus met my gaze and held it there. If I thought he did, if there was any chance he was guilty, I wouldn't be here. If I thought he murdered that poor woman, I'd turn him in myself. Perhaps I was naive. A bit too trusting. A bit too emotional in a way that a lawyer shouldn't be. But I believed him. At the very least, I was open to the possibility that Oliver was innocent. I cleared my throat. Look. I know the chief of police. And he told me that they arrested Oliver quite quickly, at the scene of the crime. That's usually not a good sign. I sat back in my chair to put a little space between myself and Marcus's intense emotions. He was staring at me, like he didn't quite get what I was trying to say. I took a deep breath. Marcus, they likely had probably cause, you realize. ... Marcus frowned. Processing, then his eyes popped wide open with some realization. I actually think that points to his innocence, he said excitedly. If Oliver killed this woman, why would he stick around and wait for the police to show up? He didn't even try to flee. It just doesn't make sense, right? I nodded. It took a lot of self-control not to tell this distraught man that he was right. That of course his son was innocent. That it totally didn't make sense that he was at the scene of the crime. But that wasn't my job. You might be onto something, I said. I'm going to need to have a look at the incident report though, before I can know anything with any degree of certainty. Right now, it's just not clear what happened. Marcus wasn't happy with that. I didn't blame him. But he accepted what I said, setting his jaw firm and looking out the window to his right. He was lost inside his own pain. Beside himself. Just like the man who'd come into the station right before Oliver was brought in. Alec, I think his name was. Wait. Where was Oliver when Alec showed up? Surely if Oliver had been in the house when Alec found Rosalind, Oliver would have heard him. But maybe Oliver showed up after Alec had fled the scene. In which case. My mind began to race with possible scenarios, and I had to check myself. Put my focus back on Marcus. There would be plenty of time to sort all of this out. Marcus's eyes locked onto mine. not unlike the way Oliver's had back at the station. "You know," he said, his tone hushed, conspiratorial. "Maybe someone's setting him up. Maybe someone committed the crime, then lured Oliver over so he could take the fall." "Who would want to do that?" I asked. Marcus shook his head, as if trying to get all of his thoughts to fall into place. "I don't know," he said. "But the police should have looked more into that before they arrested him. I don't know who killed Rosalind, but I know it wasn't my son." His jaw tightened, and his eyes flashed with conviction as he said those last two words. I sat there for a moment, taking everything in. This case would surely attract a good deal of media attention. If I could defend Oliver successfully, it would be a huge professional victory. But was it worth the risk? I had worked hard to get where I was. Losing a case like this would send me spiraling backwards. And besides, if Oliver had murdered Rosalind, I didn't want to get anywhere near this case. I examined Marcus's face, giving myself one last chance to read his emotions before making my decision. He looked at me with a desperation that cut right into my heart. "Okay," I said, with a little sigh. I reached for my notepad. "Tell me everything I need to know about your son. I'll do what I can to help." By the time I returned to the police station, I thought I had a pretty good idea of the type of person Oliver was. Yet I knew that idea was likely flawed, based as it was on the testimony of a parent. The person I really needed to speak with was likely sitting in a jail cell by now. "Back so soon?" Jim asked, as I walked by the open door to his office. I turned to the chief, and photos of his family on his desk smiled back at me. He held up a cookie with pink frosting. Amber made them. Amber was Jim's granddaughter. I entered Jim's office and took the cookie. My day could use a little sweetness. "Thanks," I said, and took a seat across from the chief. "You doin' okay?" Jim asked. "I'm fine, honestly. How's the man who came in to report her death? Alec, right?" "Better now. Or as well as he could be anyway. He was a friend of Rosalind's apparently." Jim sighed, and decades of police work could be seen in his expression. "How's Oliver?" I asked, though I didn't want to. Jim looked up and narrowed his eyes at me. "Who cares? The boy is locked up as he should be. They found him at the scene, and the sick bastard had handcuffs and a silk blindfold in his backpack." The fire in Jim's words and eyes made me regret taking on the case. A blindfold and handcuffs? Jesus Christ. What had I gotten myself into? "I actually need to talk to him," I said, diverting my gaze. I could still feel his glare. "I've been hired as his lawyer." I looked at the chief tentatively. His expression was stern, worried. "I know this is your job, Megan, but, well, I don't think you want to represent this guy. I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't look good for him." "Everyone deserves representation," I said, a little more sharply than I intended. "Besides, innocent until proven guilty and all that, right?" "I think he's proven himself guilty," said a man's voice behind me. A smooth, confident voice. It was Aidan Brown, the department's new detective, who'd transferred here after working as a beat cop in LA. I turned in my chair and met the detective's cool, assured gaze. He wasn't bad looking, I had to admit. He had intense green eyes and a strong jawline. But he seemed to know he was handsome too, so I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of ogling. "Oh, my bad," I said. I didn't realize he'd already had his trial. Aidan's eyebrows went up, and he shot Jim a look. The chief looked at him like, "You're on your own here, pal." I stood up. "Detective Brown," I said. "I'd like to speak with my client." A little smirk tugged at the corner of the detective's lips. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. "Yes, ma'am," he said. "Right this way." I followed him through the station to a familiar room in the back. Small, with nondescript gray walls, tile floor, a steel table and chair in the middle. The kind of space that's meant to be uncomfortable. "Last chance to turn back," he said, pausing before the door. I gave him a steely look. I'd like to speak with my client. Okay, said the detective. I just don't want to see you take on a lost cause. Since when did he care about what I did or didn't do? He handed me the case file and said, I'll go get him. I sat down and waited for Oliver, my stomach queasy, wondering if I'd made a huge mistake. Chapter 5. It had been hours since I left the police station earlier that day, but Oliver still looked a mess when he was brought into the room. His eyes were red and puffy, like he'd been crying continuously since I last saw him. The crucial question: tears of grief or tears of regret? Aiden lingered in the doorway. You good? He asked. Yes, I replied, never once taking my eyes off of my client. I'd like to speak with my client alone, please. Of course. I'll be right outside if you need anything. The detective closed the door and I was alone with Oliver. He looked at me, and his entire being seemed racked with pain. I can't believe Rosalind's just gone, he managed to say, before dissolving into sobs. He looked like a vulnerable child as he broke down in front of me, and I couldn't help but believe that he had cared about Rosalind deeply. I looked away, giving him a moment to gather himself. Could this sobbing surfer boy really have brutally murdered someone? Maybe he had blacked out, had some kind of fit of blind rage. It was possible. A hard thing to prove, but it might be our best hope, since a temporary loss of sanity could secure him a reduced sentence. Oliver stopped crying and took a deep breath. I tried to meet his downward gaze. It seems like you cared about Rosalind a great deal. He looked up and nodded, holding his neck tight against another influx of tears. I spoke as calmly as I could. My name is Megan Corver. You can call me Megan. Your father has hired me to defend you. I agreed because I could tell your father was in a lot of pain, and that he needs to know there's someone who's going to hello you through this process, which can be scary and overwhelming. Oliver nodded. He wasn't crying anymore. He was listening. That was good. I kept talking. Now, in order for me to do my job, well, at least, I need to know everything that happened. And then some. I'm not here to pass judgment. My job is simply to defend you to the best of my abilities, but to do that, I need to know the truth. Do you understand, Oliver? He nodded. Swallowed. Wiped his nose with the back of his hand. Good, I said. And the truth means the whole truth. Leave nothing out. And if there's something you're not sure whether to tell me, maybe something embarrassing, or something you think might not be relevant, definitely tell me. Simply put, the more I know the better. Does that make sense? He nodded and, through a shaky breath, said, Yeah, it does. Okay, good. So why don't we start with what you were doing over at Rosa? I didn't do this, Oliver said, cutting me off. He watched me carefully, gauging my reaction. And I watched him just as carefully. I cared a lot about Rosalind. A lot. And I would never harm her in any way. I understand, I said, opening the case file, which I still hadn't had much of a chance to sift through. And I believe you, Oliver. Did I? But it's not going to come down to what I believe. I need to know the facts. So why don't we start with what you were doing at Rosalind's house the day of her murder? Oliver was hunching now, suddenly sulky. I tapped my pen on the table. He said nothing. So I said, not only were you at the victim's house when the police arrived, but your nose was bleeding. And I just got a text from the chief saying that your belongings were recovered at the scene of the crime. Olive swallowed. His gaze cast downward. Oliver, what was going on, man? I tried to sound casual. As if that was possible at a moment like this. Oliver took a deep breath. I would never hurt Rosalind, because I loved her, he said, with voice straining with genuine feeling. I was in love with her. Madly in love with her. His voice grew stronger with every word. I was at her house, because we'd been secretly having a passionate affair for almost a year now. He looked at me, then away. Then he swallowed. I was surprised but did my best not to let it show. She was 35, and he couldn't have been much older than 20, if he was even that old. I couldn't help but wonder if he was telling the truth. I put off forming an opinion on the matter until I heard more. I waited for him to continue. He did. We hadn't told anyone yet, because of my age. She was worried people would judge us. That's why I kind of snuck in. I raised my eyebrows inquisitively. He hesitated a moment but kept talking. This was good. He was opening up. Rosalind was well liked and had lots of friends. Plus, she was okay with clients showing up at her house. That's just how she was. Clients? I inquired. Yeah, Oliver said. She was a therapist. She was always willing to help others with their problems. Like, always. But it meant I could never be sure when she might have guests. So yeah, I'd climb in through her bedroom window when I wanted to see her. It was kind of this romantic thing between us. She said it made her feel like a teen. I'd text her I was there, and sometimes watch a show or something, if she was busy with guests. So where do a blindfold and handcuffs fit into all of this? I said, not wanting to let him distract me with his tale of forbidden love. He took a deep breath. Chapter 6. That was kind of our kink, Oliver said, avoiding eye contact. Just really light levels of dominance. She liked being tied up and that sort of thing. She lived a high-pressure life, you know, at least that's how it seemed to me. She was always taking calls from clients, handling their emotional emergencies. So yeah, I think she just liked to experience not being in control for once. He looked up. Then back down into his lap. Anyway, she always knew when I was waiting in her bedroom, but she'd pretend not to, because. I mean, I guess it made the whole thing exciting for her. More pleasurable. But trust me, she was the one who was really in control of our relationship. He pinned me with a stare to let me know he meant it. What do you mean? I said. Just that she was older than me, you know? Like, quite a bit older. So I kind of let her call all the shots. Like, when it came to little things, like what food to order in. Or, what movie to watch, you know. I took a moment to finish jotting down my notes. This was a lot of information. What about the blood? I asked. Is blood part of your kink too? Perhaps a note of disbelief there. I had to be careful not to let my tone betray my personal feelings. This was work, after all. But it certainly felt personal. No, he retorted. I told you, it was light stuff. My nosebleed was from allergies. Allergies? My eyebrows raised as I wrote this down. Yes. You can look up my doctor's records for proof. They're pretty bad, too. I take nasal spray for it, which helps, but also dries out my nose. So I get frequent nosebleeds. That's where the blood came from. And when I found her body, I was so distraught I didn't even notice my nose. By the time I did, the police had arrived, and put me into custody. He seemed to have an answer for everything, but it was all a little too convenient. Coincidental. A jury might not find his answers very convincing. But I wasn't going to back out now. I couldn't. I see, I said. And do you have proof that you and Rosalind were involved in a romantic relationship that included, bondage? The sheepish look on his face made the pit in my stomach grow larger. Darker. He shrugged. Not really. Like I said, she has lots of people around her. Friends who take her phone for pictures and stuff. She didn't want this to come out, not until she was ready. So she was pretty adamant about us not texting too many details. Like I said, she was the one who had the real control in the relationship. I nodded. That wasn't a big deal. Forensics would be able to recover all those deleted texts. These days, nothing ever gets deleted. Not really. Okay. I said. Anything else that would help to establish the existence and, the nature of your relationship with Rosalind? Oliver thought for a moment. There might be some texts. Ones that haven't been deleted yet. He paused, a mild frown setting in. He looked like he was remembering something now. Something that worried him. I narrowed my eyes, concentrating on him while he went inside his own head. I waited for him to keep talking and he did. I have some of her clothing too, he said. That shows we slept together. Right? She left them at your place? I said. No, she never came to my place. I mean, my parents' house. She gave them to me so I could feel close to her when we weren't together. I said, absently, thinking, tapping my pen against my lips. I wasn't sure what to make of all of this. I'm going to get you in for a medical examination, I said. I needed to give him something. Something concrete that felt like a step toward his exoneration. It could potentially help us show that your nosebleed wasn't sustained in an altercation with Rosalind, and that none of your blood came from other sources, injuries sustained in a struggle, for instance. Unless. Are there any wounds on your person I should know about? Oliver shook his head. Okay, I said. I'll get that set up right away. The sooner we can get you in, the better. I paused. Then said, Oliver, did you ever tell anyone about you and Rosalind? I mean, I kind of tried to keep it a secret. I didn't want to go against Rosalind's wishes. She was honestly the best thing that ever happened to me, and I knew that if I wanted a future with her, I had to keep my mouth shut. Wait, I did tell a friend of mine. But I don't know that he'd even remember. Also. He looked away. He might not be the best witness, as he got into some legal trouble himself recently. I think you represented him. I clenched my jaw. If no one knew about his relationship with Rosalind, and if the phone logs don't confirm what he's telling me, things are not going to go smoothly. Oliver must have detected my growing feeling of despair because he said, I know it looks bad, but I'm telling you, I did not do this. He looked down and frowned, then back up at me, his blue eyes like a transparent window into his troubled soul. I loved her. You've gotta believe me. I do. I said. I wasn't sure if that was the truth. I didn't know what to believe. We just need to convince the jury to believe you. I took a moment. Thought of our best approach. Did Rosalind ever tell you about her personal life? She did. We talked a lot actually. Sometimes I went over expecting sex, but we'd just talk. Over glasses of champagne, watching the stars. He paused, on the verge of tears again. She made me feel important. Like an adult. Like she really respected who I was, you know? I nodded, then said. During these conversations, did she ever mention, I don't know, people who didn't like her so much? Was there anyone in her life who had a reason to? I trailed off, wary of using words like, kill, or, murder. Oliver was in such a fragile state of mind, I felt I had to proceed with the utmost caution. Well, Oliver said. They say it's always the husband, right? He wasn't wrong. Women are often murdered by the men in their lives. Husbands, boyfriends, lovers. Oliver shrugged. Maybe that's the explanation here too. She was always complaining about her ex-husband, Donald Calhan. Our wonderful mayor. The mayor's name seemed to leave a bad taste in Oliver's mouth. She said they hated each other, and told me how Donald often used his connections against her. And he fought her tooth and nail during the divorce. But despite all that, he still would always try and get her back. Probably just to torment her further though, if you ask me. He shook his head and disgust pervaded his features. Did he know about you and Rosalind? Oliver shook his head. I don't think so. Like I said, Rosalind wanted to keep it on the hush-hush, you know? Okay. I said. I would definitely need to have a chat with the mayor. Maybe he had caught wind of his ex-wife's racy romance with a guy young enough to be his son. I scribbled down a note. Don Calhan. Jealous ex? "This is a good start, Oliver," I said. "Now, is there anything else you can tell me that might be helpful, anything at all?" Oliver thought for a moment. He looked tired all of a sudden. The life draining from his eyes as he stared at the wall. Maybe images of Rosalind's butchered body had invaded his thoughts. Like they'd been doing mine. He turned to me and said, "Not that I can think of. My mind's still such a mess." "Completely understandable," I said. "Take your time, and if something comes to mind, you let me know. Just don't say a word to anyone else. No matter how friendly a cop seems, your official job from here on out is to keep your mouth shut unless you're talking to me. In the meantime, I'm going to arrange for that examination and track down Donald. Sound like a plan?" "Thank you," he said, with an expression of deep and sincere gratitude. "Of course," I said. "We'll be in touch." I was having more and more trouble believing Oliver was capable of cold-blooded murder. Now came the most difficult part, though. Proving it. Chapter 7. "How'd it go?" Jim asked, catching me on my way out the station. "Fine," I said, my tone brisk. I couldn't help but feel annoyed. It felt like the chief was gloating, even though I knew Jim wouldn't do something like that. "You sure?" Jim asked. "You seem tense. Let's take a walk." Reluctantly, still feeling annoyed, I followed him outside of the station. We made our way across the parking lot and crossed the street, before proceeding down a thoroughfare. It was a lovely sunny day, and there were people out and about. Popping into boutiques. Enjoying the weather. Funny that just a few hundred yards away, Oliver sat in a cell, wondering what would become of him. After being outside with Jim for a couple of minutes, I recognized the genuine concern in his eyes, and felt ashamed for how I'd reacted to his simple question. He really did just want to know how it went with Oliver. "Oh," I said, as we passed an ice cream shop. "Before I forget, I want Oliver to get a medical examination. To prove that his blood came from an incidental nosebleed, and nothing else." Jim nodded. "I'll make sure that happens." He looked up at the sky, like we were out on a pleasant stroll, not discussing a grisly murder. We were quiet for a few moments before Jim turned to me and said, "Do you think he did it, Megan?" I inhaled through my nose. Thinking. Although my mind seemed to be increasingly made up. "No," I said. "I think he's innocent. I've just gotta figure out a way to prove it." Jim smiled and nodded. We paused at an intersection. Lingered. Jim faced me. "I'm sure you'll find a way. Just don't, let this case take over your life. You deserve to have your own life, too." I felt another surge of annoyance, but I suppressed it, closing my eyes and feeling the sun through my eyelids and a mild breeze on my face. Jim was right, even if his concern wasn't welcome. It wouldn't the first time I got too close to a case. Too involved. The chief had seen it before. "I'll do my best," I said. "You always do," said Jim, and patted me on the shoulder. We started going back toward the station, making small talk on the way. When we got back, Aiden came rushing out of the station. I didn't really feel like talking to him. But he was, apparently, keen on talking to me. He came right up to me and said, "I'm glad I was able to catch you before you left." "What's up?" I said. Aiden scratched the back of his neck. I feel like I was kind of an asshole earlier. I didn't mean to doubt your abilities as a lawyer or anything. It just seems like this case is open and shut. I guess I just don't want to see you get wrapped up in a lost cause." "Oh, so you're worried about me?" I said, with a hint of smile. "No, look, I've heard you're super passionate and put everything you have into all your clients' cases. I just hope you're putting your passion to good use. That's all." I crossed my arms. "So your mind is made up, huh? You think Oliver did it?" Aiden winced. "I mean, don't you? It does not look good for the kid. I sighed through my nose and looked across the street at nothing in particular. I don't know what to think, I said. I'm going to keep an open mind, and I'll ask you to do the same. Don't assume you know everything. Listen to Oliver. Look at other suspects. Ask yourself, what if? Okay, he said, with a cocky half-smile. If I promise to do that, you gotta promise to be open to the possibility that Oliver isn't innocent. If we both can keep our blinders off, maybe we can figure out the truth together. Together, huh? What? Did the detective think we were going to work this case like partners or something? I looked him in his green eyes, which were dancing with excitement. Deal, I said, slowly, with a healthy dose of trepidation. I knew all too well that keeping my mind too open might interfere with my ability to do my job. He took my hand with a warm, firm grip. Deal. I always tried to leave my work at work, the operative word being, tried. Oftentimes, I brought my work home because it kept me busy. Distracted. If I had too much time to think, my mind tended to revisit unpleasant memories. It didn't help that I lived in the house I'd inherited from my mom, a moderate-sized, Mediterranean-style home with a pool. But I couldn't bring myself to move into a new place. Maybe I believed that if I did, my mom's memory would fade even more than it already had. That night, I took Oliver's file out to the pool, along with a glass of red wine. The stars were starting to prick through a sky that was quickly turning from a smoky gray to a rich black. Moonlight splashed around me. After working for a half hour or so, I was interrupted by the sound of my sister getting home. She came out onto the back patio. "Megan," she said with exuberance, the kind that only alcohol could produce. "I'm so happy to see you." "You look it," I said, feeling my usual combination of anger and concern at my sister's drinking. I got up from the pool chair and closed Oliver's file. "Did you eat?" I asked. "No, and I'm starving." "I'll heat something up for you." "You're the best," my sister exclaimed. As I fixed Catherine a plate of food, she danced around the house. I was never like her. Never had a crazy, youthful period. Not even in my teens. Catherine didn't seem to have any plans of coming out of hers anytime soon. "Eat," I said, setting her microwaved pasta down on the glass coffee table. We both sat down on the suede couch in front of the stone fireplace we never used. "How was your day?" she asked, her mouth full of pasta. Even eating like a savage, she was still gorgeous. That was Catherine, the pretty one, the fun one, the popular one. I was the, I don't know, serious one? "It was okay," I said, not wanting to go into the details. "Yours? Seems like you had fun." "So much fun," she said. "Ooh, I met a guy. He's amazing." She showed me a picture of said guy on her phone. I raised my eyebrows and smiled politely. "He looks nice," I said. "Just be careful not to, rush into things." "Geez, Megan, I'm not marrying the guy. We're just having fun." "Okay," I said, not wanting to argue. "Just take care of yourself, all right?" "Don't worry," she said, and took another big bite, slurping the noodles into her mouth. "Still chewing," she said. "My only class tomorrow is in the afternoon. It's all good." "Okay," I said. "I'm going to hit the hay. Drink plenty of water before bed." I said goodnight and trudged up the stairs. The file called to me, but the call of my bed was stronger. I needed some sleep. Tomorrow, I was going to hit the ground running. Chapter 8. Sunshine paints my day gold as I walk up to the house. Why is it so dark inside though? Weird. It doesn't really look like my house either. The walls are rounded, like a cave, and I can hear something dripping. Hello? I try to call out, but the air thickens and traps the sound of my voice so that it doesn't carry. Mom? This time I can barely even make a sound. I hear strange chittering noises from the shadows. Scraping. Mom, where are you? I merely mouth the words. It feels like something is standing on my chest. I'm right here, Megan. My mom. But she sounds weird. Her voice is all scratchy. Mom. Is that you? I walk toward the sound of her voice. Come closer, Megan, she says. I do, but I'm scared. My mom isn't acting like my mom. Closer. I take a step but freeze when I feel the warm liquid touch my bare toes. Mom. Why did you leave me, Megan? My mom steps out from the shadows. There is blood pouring from her neck. It pours faster and faster and I want to scream, but the red river rushes into my mouth and nose when I try. I woke up drenched in sweat. My heart pounding. It was this stupid case. Already getting to me. I went for a quick swim before breakfast to clear my head. By the time I was dressed and ready for the day, Catherine had whipped up smoothies and a lunch for me to bring to work. Because you work so hard. She smiled through the headache that was clearly holding her brain in its vice-like grip. Even hungover, she looked pretty. I was touched she'd dragged her hungover butt out of bed for my sake. Am I the best sister ever, or what? She said. Come home tonight at a reasonable hour, then we'll talk. Yeah, Catherine said, rolling her eyes. I'll get my shit together. Morning, Jas, I said as I came into the office carrying 2 coffees from our favorite coffee shop, along with the lunch Catherine packed me, and a paper bag with a strawberry creme donut in it. Good morning to you, Jasmine said, with her picture-perfect smile. When I handed her the coffee and donut, she looked at me with suspicion. What's this all about? What's what all about? I said. Jasmine gave me her cut the bullshit face. What do you want? She said. I sighed. Okay, fine. You're right. I'm a horrible person. I need something, just an appointment with the mayor. Just an appointment with the mayor, huh? I know, I said. He's probably a very busy man. But you're a frickin' pro, Jas. Can you just try? She sighed and took a sip of coffee. I'll try. You're the best. I hurried to my office to check in on any updates on the case. A copy of Oliver's medical examination had been sent over to me. He had a few old bruises and some minor cuts that had healed. But it didn't look like he had any injuries from the day in question. Certainly no cuts that would explain the amount of blood discovered at the crime scene. Relief sank me into my chair. The first real piece of good news I'd gotten in this case. It was a start. A ray of sunshine stabbing through a wall of storm clouds. I went through my emails, putting off the one thing I'd been dreading. Looking at photos of the crime scene, which lay on my desk in a manila envelope. I picked up the envelope, my hand shaking slightly. It was worse than I'd imagined. Her neck had been sliced open. Just like my mom's had been. I feel a strange feeling in my own throat, a sympathetic sensation, perhaps. Rosalind's entire body was covered in stab wounds. It was impossible to tell what the original color was of the dress she'd been wearing. It also looked like someone had smashed something into her head to knock her out. I hoped that had been done before all the stabbing took place. I closed my eyes for a moment and let my stomach finish flip-flopping. If Oliver was guilty, he needed to pay. But I couldn't believe he was capable of such an atrocious crime. There had to be another explanation. Aiden's voice echoed in my brain. The deal I had made. I had to be open-minded. Had to face the facts no matter how difficult that might be. Megan? A soft voice called out. I looked up. Jasmine stood in the doorway. She was smiling. I got you a meeting with the mayor. Really? She nodded. Oh my God, Jasmine, you're incredible. Thank you so much. I asked her when Mayor Calhan was free to meet, and she told me I'd better grab my purse and hustle over to this office. He was ready to meet right away. Time to chase down a lead. Some of my enthusiasm died as I pulled up to the mayor's office downtown. The reality of what I was about to do sank in. I was going to sit down with a man whose ex-wife had been viciously stabbed to death, a man whom I suspected might be the killer. But this was my job. My purpose in life. So I straightened my white blouse, made sure my hair was tidy, and walked up the stairs to the entrance of City Hall. I passed between the Tuscan columns, and into a waiting area that smelled of some lemony cleaning product. I was expecting to have to wait, but to my surprise, Donald's secretary ushered me right in. Good morning, the mayor said, standing up behind his desk. He looked well put together in his crisp, blue Oxford shirt and red tie. His salt and pepper hair was well groomed, not a hair out of place. He was handsome, but in the way many politicians are, there was something slightly phony about his expression. Like it was one he'd practiced in front of a mirror. Megan Corver, I said, and shook his hand. He made very direct eye contact and held my hand in a firm, unwavering grip. Whereas Oliver had been falling apart yesterday, Donald looked completely composed. Put them on the stand opposing each other. Oliver didn't stand a chance. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Corver. I forced a smile. Donald sat back down in his red leather chair behind a mahogany desk. Everything in this office screamed wealth, with red and gold furnishings. Awards and plaques on every surface. So, the mayor said, what can I do for you? I'm here to discuss your ex-wife's death. I watched, waited to see some kind of reaction. With the way he was acting, I'd started to think that perhaps he hadn't been told yet. Yes, he said, solemn, bowing his head. It's tragic. I don't know how something like this could have happened. At least they arrested that son of a bitch. They did, but I have reason to believe that Oliver is innocent. The mayor scoffed. You're going to have trouble convincing me. You're not a fan of his? I said. Look, I had no problem with Rosalind seeing other people. I mean, it took some getting used to. We were married for 7 years after all. But I'm not a jealous man. It was Oliver I had a problem with. What's wrong with Oliver? You mean, besides the fact that he killed an innocent woman? Well, let's suspend judgment about that for the moment. The mayor shook his head and frowned, like there was an unpleasant image stuck in his mind. He looked at me and said, I don't know how much you know about Rosalind and Oliver's relationship, if you can even call it that, but they were into some, well, BDSM is the term, I believe. Purple leather whips. That sort of thing. If it was consensual, I don't really see the problem. The mayor's expression turned venomous for a split second, but he quickly masked the emotion with a smile. His teeth were impeccable, gleaming white, and as straight as the books on the shelves behind him. I'm busy, as I'm sure you are, Miss Corver, so why don't you ask whatever questions you need to ask me? Chapter 9. Tell me about your relationship with Rosalind McKaney, I said, diving right in. I studied his face closely. For what? I couldn't say exactly. In the early stages of a case it's important to simply observe, let your instincts lead the way. That's not something they teach you in law school. Donald's smile didn't falter. Well, he said, I wouldn't call it much of a relationship these days. As I'm sure you know, we've been divorced for quite some time now. How long? He cocked his head and looked at me with an odd little smile, like he was sizing me up. I didn't like the weight of his gaze, but I wasn't going to let him know that. I met his stare with my own cool, narrow-eyed look. A second or two passed, The only sound in his office the low hum of the AC. He looked away first, up at the ceiling. Then he sat back and crossed one leg over the other. Rubbed his chin. Let's see, he said. It's been a few years. 3. 4 maybe. He chuckled and rubbed the bridge of his nose. It's not a date I mark on my calendar. I smiled thinly. No, I suppose not. But Mr. Calla. Please. Call me Don. I looked at him, my expression stony. Unreadable. I could feel myself slipping into the cocoon. That's what I called the headspace I could sometimes enter when working, a state of mind defined by heightened focus and steely determination. Okay, Don, I continued. You're not exactly sure how long it's been since you and Rosalind were officially separated. I paused to let him confirm this and he gave me a small, cautious nod. But perhaps you can tell me how long it's been since you and Rosalind last spoke, in any form. Texting counts too. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to check my phone. He uncrossed his legs and made for his pocket, but I stopped him. No, Don, please. Just tell me, in your own words. Just give me your honest belief about when it was. You don't have to give me an exact date. Just give me your honest version of events. He cast me a quizzical smile, furrowing his brow. Pulled his hand away from his pocket. All right, Megan. So it was Megan now. What happened to Miss Corver? Don continued. I'd say it's been a month or two. We talk here and there, but it's always pretty mundane. Like I said, there wasn't really much of a relationship to speak of. Well, after we separated, things got a little ugly, you might say, as things tend to during a divorce, and, well, I can't say much more than that. I lifted one eyebrow, just slightly. You can't say much more than what, Mr. Calhan? Don cleared his throat, uncrossed his legs, recrossed them the other way. Oh, you know. He paused and looked down at the floor. A serious look invaded his features. I saw a tiny muscle in his temple ripple. I wondered what was going through his head. Then he kind of snapped to and looked up at me, and there it was again, that perfect, confident, gleaming smile. When he spoke, it was with a politician's confidence. There certainly weren't any dinner dates where we reminisce about the good old days. That's for sure. I gave a mirthless chuckle. I see. I looked down at the notepad resting on my lap. I wasn't reading what was written on it, but Donald didn't know that. I wanted to see if he would, and yes, there it was. He leaned forward slightly, wanting to know what was written down. What I knew. I looked up at him and spoke. So, no dinner dates. But what about? I don't know. Late-night texts, telling Rosalind how much you miss her. That sort of thing. His jaw clenched. There might have been 1 or 2 such texts. A while ago. But you know how it is. Or maybe you don't, you are young, but divorces are messy. When you live with someone for years, you can't cut them out of your life just like that. He snapped his fingers to illustrate his point and then gave me another big smile. This one seemed to have a few more volts behind it. The sort of smile that can give you a sunburn. That's just not how it works, Megan. I see. Thanks for letting me know. Could he detect my sarcasm? I didn't really care if he could. I was starting to dislike our beloved mayor. I moved on to a new subject. What can you tell me about Zoe Smith? Rosalind's sister? Yes, I said. I'd almost said, no, a different Zoe Smith. But luckily I was able to check my sarcastic impulse just in time. Tell me what you know about her, and specifically, how she and Rosalind got along. Donald opened his mouth slowly but didn't start speaking right away. He was furrowing his brow, considering how to proceed very carefully. That's how it looked to me at least, and I didn't want to give him the luxury of time. So I pressed him a little. Let me simplify my question. Did they get along? Sure, yeah. I mean, they weren't bosom buddies or anything. But, yeah, they got along okay. They were sisters after all. They spoke on the phone occasionally. But for the most part, my sense is that Zoe has her life and Rosalind has, well, had hers. He shook his head and looked down. But I wasn't going to let him gather himself, even if he was just grieving his ex-wife's death. So, I said, would you say Rosalind and Zoe were on good terms, but not particularly close? That sounds about right to me, said Don. But I'm no expert on the subject. He paused and gave me a self-satisfied smile. I'm not her therapist. No, I said. You're not. Just her ex-husband. He managed to smile, but I could tell it's not the expression his face wanted to make. Look, the mayor said. I'm just going to come out and say it. I have nothing to hide. I know how these things work. Of course you're going to look at me as a suspect. The ex-husband. The man in a position of power. I get it. Truly. You're doing your job. He paused. If he wanted me to smile, he was going to be disappointed. He sighed, folded his hands and placed them on the desk before him. Look, Megan, the mayor said, looking down at his clasped hands, getting serious. Or pretending to, at least. Rosalind and I didn't work well as a couple. But I loved her. She was a wonderful woman. But she didn't really let people in. I never really saw her when we were together. His eyes misted over, a strange expression setting in. Quote. It's funny, he said. In some ways, I saw her more after we split up. Donald paused and looked at me with an odd combination of a grimace and a smile. I wasn't sure what to make of it, to be honest. Then he pulled himself together and was the mayor again. Anyway, he said, if I'm not giving you the information you want, it's because I don't have it. Yes, people loved Rosalind, and yes, she had no real enemies. But she didn't have many close friends either. And, well, to be frank with you, Megan, I couldn't handle being married to someone like that. She didn't even like it when I got her gifts. But at least she didn't throw away the last gift I got her. Even if she didn't like it. He smiled faintly and seemed to lose himself in thought for a moment. Then he came out of his reverie and looked at me with earnestness. When he spoke, it was with passion. I loved her, Miss Corver. I really did. I still do. She was a good person, you know? He looked at me and his eyes flashed with a pain that I couldn't help but see as genuine. I smiled, but I wasn't good at comforting people. Taking care of them, sure, that I could do. But the mushy stuff? No thanks. I understand, Mr. Calhan, I said. I'm good at what I do. And although I can't promise you that I'll find out who killed Rosalind, I can promise you that I will use every legal tool at my disposal to bring that information to light. Most murderers make mistakes. If this one did, there's a good chance it'll come to light. That means a lot to me to hear you say that, Donald said. He reached out to rest his hand on mine, which I had clasped before me on his desk. I pulled away before he could touch me. But not before I saw it. An inch-long scratch, with a purplish-yellow tinge around the edge of it. We'll be in touch, I said, and briskly left the office. Chapter 10. I exited the town hall into the sunshine and the gentle breeze of a perfect Northern Californian day. It was then I realized I was starving. It was still a little early for lunch, but the image of a local burrito joint flashed into my mind. I could sit on the patio and devour a monstrous burrito with extra guacamole and let myself process the meeting I'd just had. No. The lunch Catherine had packed for me. It was sitting in my backseat. Walking to my car, I ran into Melvin Peabody, a tiny, elderly gentleman from England with an even tinier companion named Trousers, the cutest Yorkshire Terrier in existence. I stopped to say hello. I crouched down to show Trousers some attention and asked Mr. Peabody how he was holding up. I knew his wife had passed away last month, and that the Peabodys had been the kind of couple who did everything together, teasing one another and bickering in that adorable way you only see in old couples. I couldn't imagine the pain he must have felt. He smiled bravely and said he was doing okay and asked, selfless as always, about me. He'd heard about Rosalind from the local paper, and asked if I was involved with the case. I told him I was, and Oliver's name came up. "Oliver, you say?" said Mr. Peabody. "What is this fellow's last name, if I may ask?" "Hopkins," I said. Mr. Peabody's popped open wide as saucers. "Goodness!" he exclaimed, and looked down, stunned. When he looked back up at me, his features were blanched with shock. He used to mow our lawn. He'd always come inside afterwards for a cup of tea. Marilyn adored him. She'd tease me that if only she were 40 years younger. He cut off, choked up. I saw tears fill his eyes. My heart swelled and I felt an urge to give Mr. Peabody a big bear hug. To cry with him. But I settled for giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze. I could feel the bones through his cardigan. I didn't know what to say. I could tell him I wasn't sure Oliver was guilty, but I needed to remain professional, to separate my emotions from my job. But I had to say something. "I'd love to catch up properly sometime. I always enjoy chatting with a gentleman such as yourself." I forced a smile. Again, comforting people, not my forte. Mr. Peabody looked at me and smiled tenderly, his eyes still wet. "You're a lovely girl," he said. "If I were 40 years younger, I would have no choice but to sweep you off your feet." I laughed. "Time to get off this subject. I believe it. You're one of the good ones, Mr. Peabody." Donald's voice echoed in my head. She was a good person. Anyways, I should get going. Lots of work to do. Pictures of the grisly murder scene filled my head. All the blood. It was strange to have such images floating in my mind, as I conversed with a sweet old man on the sunny sidewalk. She was a good person. I had no doubt she was, and, standing there, I felt a renewed determination to find out who killed her. I gave Trousers one last scratch behind his ears and said goodbye to Mr. Peabody. I had a packed lunch to eat and a client to see. I parked in the station lot, reversing into a spot with one hand while maneuvering a bite of pasta salad into my mouth. The pasta salad was from a local deli and it was one of my favorite dishes in town. Even now, after sitting in the hot backseat for a couple hours, it tasted divine. Say what you will about my sister, but she was capable of such unconditional affection at times. Unfortunately, a lot of guys took advantage of that. And when they did, it broke my heart almost as much as it did hers. I hoped this latest fling wouldn't end like so many others had, with her in tears. Catherine had taught me something important about people, something that I try to keep in mind when working with clients. People can be bundles of flaws, but behind all those flaws, a good heart will always shine through. That's what I believed, at least. When I looked at Oliver, is that what I saw? A kid with a good heart who'd gotten himself into a bad situation. I crossed the asphalt lot and approached the front steps of the station, where Jim was sitting, holding a mug of coffee and staring off into the distance. He looked up when I got close, and his features filled with the warmth and friendliness he seemed to reserve for me. "You're back," he said. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, he added, "You know, I'm starting to think you like it here. It's the ambience, isn't it?" "You know it," I said, taking a seat beside him. "There's just something about those concrete walls and metal filing cabinets. The feng shui. I just can't get enough." Jim chuckled, looked into his coffee mug, then over at me. "So, what's the latest?" "I just talked to Donald Callahan," I said. "Is that right? How'd that go?" It was interesting. Mayor Callahan is interesting." "That's interesting," he said, teasing me. I had been watching two small children skip gleefully down the sidewalk across the street, both carrying ice cream cones, trailed by their dad. Now I turned to Jim. "Sorry," I said. "I'm not trying to be difficult. My head's just." I trailed off. "It's okay. You have your process. I've seen it work before. You keep things close until you're sure you have something real." I smiled at him and patted his knee. Thanks for understanding, Jim. How are things going on your end? Interesting too, I expect? Jim laughed, a gruff bark. Yeah, you might say that. In fact, you might say that things are getting pretty darned interesting on our end. Really? You already got motive? When I asked this, part of me hoped that they had found something definitive, which would cut through all of my emotions and force me to accept a simple truth. I wanted to know what happened, even if that meant I would have to accept that Oliver, the friendly, passionate kid who mowed old people's lawns, had viciously killed a woman in the prime of her life. But another part of me hoped they hadn't. I looked at Jim and tried not to let my surging, contradictory feelings show. But he knew me too well. You really think this kid is innocent, don't you? He asked. I don't know what I think yet, I said. Was I lying? Was my mind already made up? Well, whatever he is, Jim said. His taste in books is certainly interesting. Interesting? I asked, my voice quavering a bit. Jim took a sip of coffee. Yep. Okay, I said, my stomach sinking. And what does that mean? Jim sighed and pushed himself up with a groan. Why don't we go inside and chat in my office? Jim suggested. I followed him into the station. Despite its ambience, my anxiety continued to rise. What did they find out about Oliver? Something told me it had nothing to do with mowing lawns. Chapter 11. I sat in front of Jim's desk, though every fiber in my being wanted me to stand up and pace the room. Jim went over to the coffee machine in the corner and asked if I wanted a cup. I declined. Caffeine was the last thing I needed right now. After sitting down in his old wooden office chair, a chair he refused to replace because he was Jim, the chief of police smiled at me, although it was more of a wince than a smile. He knew whatever he was about to tell me would hit me like a ton of bricks. Jim, I said. Come on. Out with it. All right, he said, raising his hands in surrender. I'm getting to it. I just wanted to make sure you were comfortable before I. He trailed off again. Jim, I said. What did you guys find? The chief of police sighed. Started talking. We found books at Oliver's residence. Books on serial killers. A whole stack of them. General studies but also biographies of specific killers. Gain, Bundy, Manson. The usual suspects. Kid seems kinda obsessed, and... Keep going, I said. I had my arms folded across my chest, as if I was afraid my pounding heart was going to show. Jim's voice brought me back into the room, into reality. Well, we found certain, paraphernalia. Duct tape, nylon ropes, latex gloves. That sort of thing. It was in a box under the kid's bed. I'll be honest, Megan, it isn't looking so good for Oliver. I inhaled as steadily as I could through my nose. I was starting to feel sick. No, I said. It isn't. He's in his cell now? He is, although it took some effort. The DA was pretty intent on transferring him to Red Creek. I was on the phone all morning with her, asking to delay the transfer a few days. Jim, I said, getting up in a hurry. I love you, and you're the absolute best, and I will buy you a beer soon to thank you. But I need to talk to my client. I'd walked over to the door while saying this and now paused there, with my hand on the knob. Sure thing, Jim said, remaining at his desk. Officer Shank should be back from patrol duty by now. In fact, I think I heard him come in while we were chatting. If you want, I can have him keep an eye on things. You know, just to be sure. Just to be sure of what? That he didn't kill me too? Bind me with duct tape and open up my throat? I forced a smile while a horde of butterflies took up shop in my stomach. I'll be fine, I said. From the way Jim nodded, I didn't think he believed me. And from the way I felt walking down the corridor of the station, limbs heavy, mouth dry, I wasn't sure I believed myself. I approached the end of the corridor and paused before the heavy industrial door, my hand resting on the crash bar. "Come on, Megan. Time to do your job." I took a deep breath. Felt a rush of nausea. "You got this." I remembered something Jim said to me a week or so before I left Westby for college. His words were stamped into my memory. "Megan, your life might never be easy. You might never feel whole, or completely okay. But it's important that you know, in your heart." I remembered he took my hands in his and looked at me with an expression of total conviction. "That your life is worth just as much as anyone else's. Suffering is nothing to be ashamed of. Now, what you went through was bad. Hell, it was awful. But none of that rubbed off on you. There is nothing bad about you, Megan Corver, and you can trust old Jim on that. I know about these sorts of things." I was ready. Chapter 12. How are you holding up? Oliver and I were back in the private room where we had first met. Officer Schenk had escorted him, in handcuffs, and offered to wait right outside the door. I declined the offer, and also insisted that Oliver's handcuffs be removed. But I could still hear Schenk in the hall, nervously pacing. Oliver exhaled, making his lips flutter, and gave me a weak half-smile. "Well, I've definitely been better." "Are you eating? Getting exercise?" He frowned, puzzled. Some. Why?" "It's my experience that the incarcerated sometimes forget to tend to their basic needs. Just want to make sure you're taking care of yourself." Oliver smiled and studied me. His curly hair looked greasy. He looked tired, but not defeated, and he was calmer than when we last spoke, not that that was saying much. "Incarcerated," he repeated, mostly to himself. He shook his head with weary disbelief. "It's been so weird to hear words like that. Words I used to hear on TV, on cop shows. And the fact that it's me." He trailed off and looked at his hands, which he had pressed flat against the table, fingers splayed out. I wondered what he was thinking. "Oliver," I said. He didn't look up. "I need to ask about some new, information that has come to light." I almost said evidence, but caught myself. He looked up swiftly, his eyes wide. "What did you, what do you know? Am I?" "Nothing definitive. The situation hasn't changed drastically. But how things play out from here depends a lot on what you tell me. The more I know, the better." I cast him a look that asked him to level with me. He looked down. Something was holding him back. So I decided to lead by example and not hold back. I let the words pout out of me. "Look, Oliver, this conversation is confidential. Officer Schenk is lingering in the hallway, because he's a sweet guy and he's worried about me. He thinks you might hurt me. But I don't think you will. Now I want what's best for you. But to help you, I need to know everything. Even if you did kill." "I didn't kill Rosalind." He sat forward and his eyes flashed with a rage that I hadn't seen in him before. I swallowed and my stomach dropped. "Okay," I said, trying to mask my fear, to sound calm. "Okay. I believe you. I wasn't sure I did. But that's all the more reason to tell me everything. So Oliver, what haven't you told me yet that a jury might want to know? Because whatever it is, if I don't know about it, I can't help you present it in the best light." He looked at me, still visibly upset. "I told you everything that happened. Rosalind and I were together. We had well, I guess you could call it a kinky relationship." He made air quotes around kinky. "She hated her ex-husband, and I wouldn't be surprised if that bastard." "Oliver," I said, firmly but gently too, a tone I'd perfected over the years, "I believe you're telling me the truth about what happened. I do. But I want you to think beyond what happened on the 6th of May. Think about your life. Is there anything about you, in general, that might make a jury raise an eyebrow?" His eyes darted to the side. He scratched the back of his head. Anything about me? He repeated, mumbling it to himself. I don't know. I guess I have a temper. But I'm never violent. I don't know. When I get mad I can yell. And sometimes I sort of. Like, snap. I nodded encouragingly. Good. That's good. That's super helpful. Tell me more. He hesitated. I didn't push. Then, after a few seconds, he continued. Like, if I'm stuck in traffic, and someone's driving like an idiot, I'll bang my steering wheel. Swear really loud. You know? Oh, I know. I said, with a little smile. I've been there. And what about your hobbies or interests? Anything there that might raise suspicions? I sat back, crossed my legs, and folded my hands in my lap. I was tempted to write down what he said in my legal pad, but I didn't want to spook him, to make him think I was concocting my own theory instead of just listening. He spoke. I did theater in high school. I played basketball before that, but... Okay, this is embarrassing, but I quit the team and tried out for the school play because I might have had a little bit of a crush on the lead. Okay, fine, maybe a giant crush. He looked up, smiling with embarrassment. I wondered if he was acting now. What about reading? Books. Are you a big reader? He gave me a quizzical look. What does she know? He seemed to be thinking. But then the expression faded and he just shrugged, matter-of-factly. Yeah, some. I mean, I'm not a bookworm or anything. I decided to change the subject. Let him stew in my previous question. I met with Donald Callahan, I said. In his office downtown. Oliver rolled his eyes. Oh yeah? How'd that go? It went fine. He told me that he and Rosalind weren't close anymore, but on friendly enough terms. Seriously? Yes. Unfucking believable. It is? Yes. He hates her. I mean, he did, when she was. You should have heard what he said the last time they spoke. You were there? Well, no, but she came home after meeting with him and it was like he'd sucked the soul right out of her or something. It was weird, seeing her like that. For a few days after they met she just sort of drifted around like a ghost. I was really worried, and I even thought about... He cut himself off abruptly. I looked at him, waited. But he looked down, and seemed unwilling to elaborate. I thought about asking him, you thought about what? But my instincts told me not to. Instead, I asked, when was that, roughly? Let's see, maybe 2 weeks ago. At most 3. That I did have to write down. I scribbled it hastily in my legal pad. Last meeting Rose and Don 2 to 3 weeks, says Oliver. Don lying? Did he tell you about that? Oliver asked, as his eyes darted toward my notepad. We didn't get into specifics. In any case, at this point, it's your word against his. And you do realize, most juries are going to believe the mayor's word over a 20-year-old kid's. There are documented jury biases, Auguy. No, I get it. People trust Don. They haven't seen the side of him that I've seen. What side is that? I asked. He can be mean. And it creeps me out, because he's mean in such a cold, emotionless way. I've heard him say things to Rosalind on the phone, and it's not like he's shouting or anything. I hear his voice through the receiver and it's level and calm. But whatever he used to say to her, it would make her just, like, wither. He shook his head vigorously, as if to expel the thought of Don from his mind. God, I fucking hate that man. That's good, Oliver. I really appreciate you telling me these things. Again, the more I know the better. So I'm not going to beat around the bush anymore. Tell me about your favorite serial killer. Oliver's face fell. My palms were sweating. A not-so-small part of me wished I hadn't told Officer Shank to remove the cuffs. Chapter 13. My favorite serial killer? Oliver's features twisted with disgust. Horror. He might have done theater, but he wasn't that good of an actor. I blinked in a way that let him know I wasn't buying it. Yes, Oliver. I want to know which one you like the most. Is it Gain, the mild-mannered Midwesterner? Or maybe you're a Bundy man? Oliver clenched his jaw. But he wasn't pretending to be appalled anymore. He realized I knew. That they knew. About the books. They searched my apartment, he said, quietly, his chin falling onto his chest. I watched him closely. Very closely. He looked up. They're allowed to do that? I mean, did they have what's it called? A warrant. And yes. Of course. You've been accused of a very serious crime. There is nothing in your life they won't get access to. Phone records, internet search history, it's all fair game. You get that, right? He sighed. I do now. So here's what's going to happen. I'm not going to pry it out of you. That's not my job. I'm not a detective. I'm an attorney. Tell me what's up and I'm going to listen. Okay? He looked at me. He didn't look angry anymore. Just troubled. Worried. Like a 20-year-old kid way in over his head. He took a deep breath and started talking. I don't have a favorite, exactly. I find them all interesting in their own ways. It's the general idea of serial killing that fascinates me. To be so, I don't know if free is the right word, but yeah, I guess it is. To be so free. I can't imagine it. To go so far beyond what we've been conditioned to believe, how we've been conditioned to act. It started with one book I checked out from the school library as a junior. Then I read another. Then another. I wanted to know what allowed those men to do what they did. Were they compelled? Or did they choose? Were they happy in a way that none of us will ever experience, being so free like that? He met my eyes and his gaze was intent. Like he really wanted me to understand. Then he looked away and narrowed his eyes. And when I got into acting, he continued, I started to learn about method acting. I got obsessed with the idea of disappearing into a character. Of entering someone else's mind entirely. Eventually, my fascination with serial killers and my fascination with method acting sort of got, tangled up and. He bit his lip. Avoided eye contact. I waited. Okay. He continued, meeting my gaze. This is weird, but. Okay, I'm just going to say it. I started pretending I was a serial killer. Like I existed outside of society or something. I'd walk around at school and when assholes did stupid shit to me, like shove me into a locker or something, I wouldn't let it get to me. I'd just stare at them coldly and pretend like I was going to get them back. Later. And I knew I wouldn't. That it was just a game. But it made me feel good. Like I was, I don't know, a different guy. And it was addictive. So I started spending more time inside this alter ego I'd created for myself. I started, fleshing out the character, you know? Just like a method actor. I said. Yeah, exactly. He said. You get it. I wasn't sure I did. Keep going. I said. I can't tell you how helpful this is. Well, that's about it, I guess. It was just a game. Or maybe you could call it an exercise. An exercise in imagination. All right, Oliver. I appreciate you telling me all that. I'm sure it wasn't easy. But that's exactly what I need you to do. Tell me any and everything you think is relevant. I'm on your side. Strangely enough, I meant it. I believed him. For now, at least. But I was going to keep an open mind. Aiden's voice snuck into my head. I want you to be open to the possibility that he isn't innocent. But something did make me think Oliver was telling the truth. Then again, would an exercise in imagination lead a person to actually purchase the things they found under Oliver's bed? I would ask him more about his box of supplies later. As for right now, I was getting tired. I needed some time to think. Alone. We'll talk soon, I said. I know you feel pretty helpless. What without your cell phone, or any internet access? But just know that I'm out there doing everything I can to make sense of all this." He looked at me and swallowed. I saw tears welling in his blue eyes. He wiped them hastily, embarrassed to cry in front of me. "Thanks so much, Megan. I." He got flustered. "Just, thanks, seriously." "You're welcome. Seriously," I said, with a teasing smile. He laughed. I was about to leave when he said, "Wait, one more thing, I almost forgot." I paused, standing behind my chair. Oliver remained seated. I had pressed a button under the table which notified the front desk that the meeting was through, and I could hear Shank ambling down the hallway, the light jangle of his keys. "You should find Rosalind's friend, Jenny. They were close. She might be able to help with all this. She works." Oliver cut off as the door opened with Shank's large frame in it. "Just 1 second," I told him. The cop gave me a look. "Everything okay?" I nodded subtly. "I'm fine." When he lingered, I gave a thumbs up. He closed the door reluctantly. I turned back to Oliver. "You were saying?" "Yeah, Jenny, she works at that cafe across the street from the town hall. I forget what it's called, but she might be there now." I was grateful for this piece of information. A drive sounded pretty good right about now. Some fresh air, and time to think. Oliver might have been sending me on a wild goose chase, deflecting attention away from him. But if he was, I was going to find out. I just had to be patient and persistent. I left the station. Time to play detective. Chapter 14. The cafe was almost empty at this time of day, between the lunch and dinner rushes. I walked in and the door chimed. A sign said "Seat yourself." So I did. Surprisingly, just a few hours after eating the lunch Catherine packed me, I was hungry again. I sat down in a booth by the wall and checked out the framed photographs next to it. The diner was retro-themed, and the photographs were of 50s rockers. I recognized quite a few of them: Elvis, Chuck Berry, Buddy Holly, Jerry Lee Lewis, Wanda Jackson. That was one of the few things my dad had taught me about. He was generally pretty distant, an abstract figure who would kiss me and Catherine on our cheeks before disappearing for work in the morning, and then drift back into the house in the evening, to sit in his easy chair, watch television, and sip beer. But he came alive when talking about music. Music from the 50s and 60s especially. When he disappeared after my mom's death, I inherited his record collection. Yes, the records remind me of the man who abandoned his girls when they needed him most. But I can't bring myself to throw them out. "Know what you'd like?" I came out of my reverie and turned to see my server standing by the booth. She was a short, stocky woman with bright green spiky hair and a multitude of earrings. Her makeup was laid on thick. It looked more like her face was painted than made up. To each their own. Can I get an order of blueberry pancakes?" "Breakfast ends at 2. She replied, her face unapologetic as can be. She chomped on a piece of gum. I scanned the menu, but couldn't focus. With a nervous laugh, I asked what was good here. "Depends on what you like," was her curt reply. She kept chewing her gum. I hemmed and hawed a few moments longer and she said, "I'll come back." "Wait," I said. "Is Jenny working today?" She pointed to her name tag. I felt foolish. There it was, plain as day, Jenny. Hey, I was hoping we could chat." She raised her eyebrows. "Chat?" Yeah, Did you know Rosalind McKinney?" "Something tells me you already know the answer." "Actually, yes, you're right. I've been told that you two were actually pretty close." Jenny shrugged. Blew a bubble with her gum. "And you're what, a detective?" "No. I'm an attorney. I'm gathering information about—" I stopped. What if she hadn't heard yet? It had been in the papers, but still. "Are you aware of WA?" "Yes, I'm aware," she said, with a surge of annoyance. What do you want? If you're not going to order something, I kinda have a job to do. Sorry. Hey. Why don't I treat you to? Well, whatever you want to call a meal at this time of day. I really just want to have a quick chat. I was hoping you could shed some light on Rosalind's murder. Jenny seemed to soften a bit. She glanced over at the register, where a tired-looking middle-aged man with dark bushy eyebrows and sagging cheeks was checking the till. Okay. Jenny said. Hold on, I'll let my boss know I'm going on break. She walked over to the man and they had a brief exchange. Then she approached the window to the kitchen, a heated shelf where orders were placed, and shouted something back to the cook. I couldn't make out what she said, but I did hear the word, pancakes. When she returned to the booth, I smiled and told her I really appreciated her willingness to speak with me. She gave a flat, sarcastic smile. It's nothing. No, seriously. It means a lot. I'm kind of swimming in confusion right now. I just can't wrap my head around the case. I bet. Jenny said. Oh yeah? Yeah. It makes no fucking sense. Rosalind was, like, the least murderable person in Westby. I gave Jenny a bemused look. Is that so? Yeah. She was a saint. Before she was my friend, she was my therapist. That's how I met her. She, like, saved my life. Jenny inhaled and looked into the middle distance. If it wasn't for Rosalind, I would have just kept on drinking. Oh, I said, feeling a little uncomfortable. I had no idea what to say. It's okay, Jenny said, and smiled for real for the first time since I'd come in. You don't have to know how to talk about addiction. Most people don't. I opened my mouth to speak, closed it again. Took a beat. Okay, so you and Rosalind were close. It sounds like you had nothing but respect for the woman. But what about the other people in her life? Can you think of anyone who had a grudge against her? Not really, no. What about her ex-husband, Donald Calhan? Jenny blew a raspberry. I don't think so. Dude's an asshole, for sure. But he's not capable of doing something like that. He's a total bore. A suit and a smile. That's it. He acted like a real jerk during the divorce. But I can't see him murdering anyone. I waited for more. She had become pretty talkative for a moment there. Weird. But apparently that's all she had to say about the mayor for now. Does anyone else come to mind? I asked. A former patient, perhaps? There's this thing called doctor-patient confidentiality, Jenny said, with a scowl. What makes you think I know who her former patients are? I gritted my teeth. Why was this woman so damn difficult? Just then a bell dinged. Jenny got up tiredly and went to the window to get our food. She came back with my pancakes and a BLT for herself. We ate in silence for a few moments. Yum. These are even better than I remember, I said with my mouth half full. Jenny nodded absently. She looked bored. And this is how she acts when I'm the one treating her. So, did anyone else come to mind? I asked, with artificial politeness. She chewed, swallowed. Actually, yeah. Her sister. They kind of hated each other. Really? I said, putting down my knife and fork and leaning forward with my elbows on the table. Yeah. But don't get all excited. Her sister's just as boring as Donald. She's as basic as they come. I see. Basic. And that's something you look down on, I take it? Jenny gave me a heavy-lidded look that told me she wasn't going to play my game. I don't look down on anyone, she said. Gotcha, I said, adding, with a mutter. Didn't mean to imply otherwise. I cleared my throat, asked another question. Can you tell me more about Zoe and Rosalind's, sisterly strife? What was that all about? Jenny shrugged. Took another bite of her sandwich. A sip of her soda. Wiped her mouth. If you ask me, Zoe was just jealous. Nothing more to it. Rosalind had this whole career. And Zoe. Well, she used to work here. But she got fired. She was a terrible worker. She'd go to the bathroom for an hour. She'd zone out while taking orders. I see. But as for her relationship to her sister, did they talk much? I don't know about much, but yeah, here and there. Zoe would text her stuff. Rosalind complained to me about Zoe. How she wished Zoe would start her life instead of dwelling on, I don't know. The whole thing sort of bored me. I wanted to remind her of the phrase, only boring people get bored. Sometimes I wished my job didn't require tact. She took a sip of soda, frowned, then said, they did have a pretty big fight a few months back. I think they sorta stopped talking after that. I asked the question she knew I needed to ask. Do you think Zoe might have? Jenny scoffed. Yeah. Zoe, the girl who's afraid of basically anything that moves. She totally slit her own sister's throat. I blinked. For the record, I need a non-sarcastic answer. Jenny rolled her eyes. No, I don't. Zoe killed Rosalind. What was their fight about? Who? Zoe and Rosalind? I nodded. Jenny made a dismissive face. Like I said, lame stuff. Like, Rosalind was telling her to get her shit together. She resented it. Blah, blah, blah. I thought of Catherine and felt grateful that despite our differences, we could still get along. Where can I find Zoe? I asked. Jenny shrugged. Beats me. I'd say your best bet is to go to the east side of town. Pretty sure she's renting a place over there. Thanks, I said, with a saccharine smile. You've been very helpful. Sure, whatever. I've got to get back to work. I held out my arm. Be my guest. I watched her head back into the kitchen with her plate. I hadn't finished my pancakes, but I was too excited to eat. My head was buzzing. They hadn't published details about Rosalind's death in the papers. Or anywhere else for that matter. And yet, Jenny knew her throat had been sliced open. Maybe she and Rosalind weren't as good of friends as she wanted me to believe. Chapter 15. As I made my way to my car, parked on the street, the summer sun hung low in the late afternoon sky and cast a sweet amber light over the town. Such a pretty place, filled with such ugly things. I called Jasmine to let her know I'd be out of the office for the rest of the day. She could tell I was feeling low. Are you okay? Like, you're not letting the case, you know. I did know. Jasmine wanted to know if I was letting the case take over my life, become an obsession. No, don't worry, I said, lying. I'm just a little distracted. I've gotten hold of a lot of new info today. I just need to process it? Jasmine said, finishing my sentence for me. Like Jim, she knew me too well. Yeah, I said. Anyway, I won't be by the office for the rest of the day. Going to see if I can track down Rosalind's sister, Zoe. You know what, I think I might know her. I took a ceramics class a few years back through community ed. I might even have her number. Seriously? No, I just like getting your hopes up. Of course, seriously, you dork. Okay, I said, laughing. Let me know if you find the number. I'm driving to the east side of town right now, to see if I can find her the old-fashioned way. Jasmine hesitated. What is it? I asked. Are you sure you should? I mean, do you want me to go with you? If the killer's still out there, he probably knows that you're, I don't know. Maybe I'm being paranoid. No, you're not. But it's okay. I'm already on my way. I'll be careful. Promise. Okay, do your thing, girl, Jasmine said, trying to sound carefree and failing. I didn't like people worrying about me, but Jasmine was Jasmine. I knew she was a worrier, so I didn't take it personally. For the first time since I took the case, I felt like I was in some kind of control. The ins and outs of the case were emerging. Things were complicated, but that was good. Before, things had been simple. A woman was murdered and a man was discovered at the scene of the crime. A man who liked to read about serial killers and claimed to be the woman's secret lover. Yes, complicated was good. I could work with complicated. I rounded a lazy bend that hugged the edge of town, towering redwoods to my left, the wind in my hair. I was losing myself in the silence when it hit me. Whoever killed Rosalind might still be out there. And they might not appreciate all the efforts I was making to unveil the truth. The east side of town was uglier than the neighborhood I spent most of my time in. Instead of rows of cute boutiques and neatly trimmed hedges lining the sidewalks, there were strip malls and scraggly weeds in abandoned lots. Even the sunlight seemed different here, less vibrant, thinner. I parked my car and realized I didn't really have a plan as to how to find Zoe. I should have asked Jenny if she knew where Zoe worked, liked to hang out, that sort of thing. Oh well. Time to do some old-fashioned sleuthing. There was a grocery store in the corner of a large parking lot. Since Zoe lived in the area, she surely had been in there, and in a town this size, there was a good chance a cashier would recognize her photo. I pulled out my phone to look at the only picture of Zoe I'd been able to find online. It was a picture from a community college website, a group photo of the school's pottery club. In it, Zoe stood toward the back of the group of 7 students, all standing on a staircase. She was tall and thin, with a long oval face and a long, thin nose. Her mouth was small and her eyes were large. Her long, lank hair was jet black and fell onto her shoulders. She dressed nicely, in a sweater and jeans, but she didn't strike me as basic. Her expression was timid, wounded almost. She had the look of a scared animal, and I sensed in her eyes a lot of emotion, which she held just below the surface. I entered the grocery store and a gust of excessive AC welcomed me. I approached the first register and began my systematic search for someone who might recognize Zoe. "Do you recognize this woman?" The first 3 cashiers shook their heads, no. The 4th cashier was a tall man in his early 20s with dreadlocks and a friendly smile. His name tag said Lamar. "Yeah, I seen her," Lamar said, after leaning forward and squinting at the image on my phone screen. "Terrific," I said. "Do you know her?" "Nah. But I seen her. She comes in here a lot." "What does she buy?" "Wine, cheese, mineral water, fancy stuff like that." I laughed. "Well, if you see her, give her this." I handed Lamar my card. "Have you seen her anywhere else?" He thought for a second. "Yeah, actually. I seen her up at that coffee shop over on Mayflower Drive. She always got a book and a latte." I tried smiling at her once, but she looked away real quick. He smiled. Lamar was handsome. Just a little young for me. I remembered my conversation with Mr. Peabody. Then I wondered if Aiden was single. I didn't let myself dwell on the possibility for long though. I didn't even know the guy. He seemed nice, sure, but that didn't mean much. As a defense attorney, I know all too well that how people seem isn't how they are. On my way to the car, I got a text from Jasmine. "No luck on Zoe's phone. Sorry." Damn. Oh well, hopefully I could find her without it. It was a short drive to Cow and Moon, which was a little bohemian joint with exposed brick walls, oriental rugs underneath the worn leather furniture, and experimental jazz playing on speakers mounted in the corners of the ceiling. I lingered in the doorway and scanned the place for a skinny woman with dramatic eyes and dark hair. There. At the bar by the storefront window. A woman writing furiously in a notebook. Her back was to me, but I was certain it was Zoe. I approached her and tapped her on the shoulder. She jolted with such intensity I pulled my hand back as if I'd touched fire. She turned. 2 large eyes confronted me. Chapter 16. Zoe Smith? I said. Her eyes darted, checking behind me, before she answered. Yeah, that's me. Her voice was a little hoarse. Like someone who'd been crying. Or screaming. Hey, I'm so glad to have found you. I hope I didn't interrupt anything too important. She shook her head vigorously. No, I was just you didn't. I keep a journal too, I said, smiling, as I took a seat on the stool next to her. How did you know I was journaling? Just a lucky guess, I suppose, I said. No one writes with such intensity unless they're writing about themselves. You're here to talk about Rose, she said. Or maybe it was a question. Either way, I didn't say anything. I just gave her a feeble smile. I felt for this girl. She seemed so scared. So full of pain. You're a cop? She asked, and shot me a timid look. Actually, I'm a lawyer, I said. She sat up straight. You're on my sister's case? That's right. And you might not want to talk to me after I tell you this, but, well, I feel I owe it to you to be totally honest. You have enough things screwing with your head right now, I'm sure. The last thing you need is some lawyer throwing you for a loop. She smiled again, this time a little more warmly. People like honesty more than is generally realized. Ironically, I learned this doing the one profession that people associate with dishonesty. I continued. I'm actually defending the man who's been accused of murdering Rosalind. I was expecting a reaction to this. But she stared at her fingernails, her expression distant, almost trance-like. Anyway, I said, I was hoping we could just chat about your sister. I'm just trying to get a sense of who Rosalind. Hey, before we get into this whole thing, can I just ask how you've been doing? Zoe sighed. Well, I can't sleep. Or eat. But yeah, other than that, pretty peachy. I made a sympathetic face and asked myself what a non-awkward person who knew how to comfort people would say. I went with, I know how that goes. She looked at me, opened her mouth, but changed her mind about saying whatever it was she was going to say. Then she looked down at her hands resting on top of her journal, which she'd closed as soon as I tapped her shoulder. She picked at her nail polish, what was left of it anyways. Her hands were like the rest of her, long and lean and brimming with nervous energy. Look, I said. I know your head must be a mess right now. But if you could talk to me a little about your sister, I'd appreciate it. I'm just trying to get a feel for what she was like, her relationships, that sort of thing. She was perfect, Zoe said. Everyone loved her. I couldn't gauge her tone. She'd spoken quickly, almost too quickly. I remembered Jenny's words. Zoe was just jealous. I doubt that's true, I said. No one is loved by everyone. No one I'd want to know, at least. That was supposed to be a joke. But Zoe looked up at me and her eyes flashed with an emotion that was about as far from amusement as you can get. It is true, she said, her raspy voice raising an octave. She never did anything wrong. I know that sounds crazy, but I mean it. Her whole life she seemed to know what decision to make. Boyfriends, jobs, even things like how to arrange her furniture. She just knew how to do things right. Her life was. She looked down again, wrung her hands, and in profile I saw her features start to crumple. She looked up at me and her lower lip jutted out, quivered, and her eyes filled with tears. The sudden display of emotion didn't seem to match her morose demeanor up to that point. But I knew that's often how grief worked. You could go through most of your day feeling numb, like you were a mere spectator of your own life, and then, out of nowhere, something small would remind you, trigger you, and in the middle of public you became a sobbing, defeated mess. I can tell she meant a lot to you, I said. We can talk some other time if this is too mew. No, Zoe said emphatically, and hurriedly swiped tears from her eyes. I'm fine. What do you want to know? She had stopped crying and her face had gone blank, slack. It was impressive how quickly she'd pulled herself together. It almost felt like there were two Zoes sitting there. Did you and Rosalind get along? I asked. Zoe furrowed her brow and looked up at the ceiling. Finally, she said, sort of. I mean, not always. We didn't always see eye to eye and I'm not the easiest person to get along with. I have moods. I cocked my head and gave her a look of sympathetic interest that said, feel free to say more. My instincts told me she wanted to talk, to share, but would freeze up if pushed too hard. She inhaled deeply and exhaled, blowing out her cheeks. Then she kept talking. I get, well, depressed is what the doctors want to call it. But I don't know. I've never liked that word. I'm not sure depression is what I suffer from. It's more like I just fade away for a month, sometimes more. I see. That sounds hard. Zoe shrugged. It's whatever, I guess. I'm used to it. But yeah, anyway, she would worry about me. Call me up. I wasn't always, cooperative. But she just wanted to see me happy. Any fights between you? Like, recent ones? She looked at me with a hint of suspicion, her eyes narrowing slightly. Then her expression softened, and she smiled oddly, a faint half-smile. Yes, actually. She said. We kind of had a big fight a couple of months back. I appreciated her honesty and decided to show some more of my own hand. I actually know about that. I confessed. Who told? Never mind. Yeah, it was. Not fun. We shouted at each other over the phone. Said some things we shouldn't have. Both of you? She frowned at me. Yeah. Both of us. I nodded. Can you tell me what you were fighting about? She tightened up, seemed to grind her teeth. I could tell she was remembering the quarrel. Her eye twitched slightly, and her nostrils flared. I waited. Don't push her too hard, Meg. My dad. She said, but it came out as a whisper. She cleared her throat and began again. My dad, his will. It wasn't a huge deal. I just thought it wasn't entirely fair. And when Rosalind and I discussed it, we were both pretty emotional. And she frowned, twisted her mouth, looked at her hands. I waited for her to keep going, but she remained silent, seemed to disappear into herself. I said. That sounds rough. I'm sorry that's your last memory of her is what I'd almost said. But I caught myself. It's just that I knew all too well what it feels like for the last memory of someone you loved, to be a memory you'd rather not have at all. Yeah. She said, deflated in both her posture and her tone. I wish I could be of more help to you. We didn't talk after that phone call, so I don't really know what was going on in her life the past couple months. I don't know who. She broke off and her face started to crumple up again. The same way as before. She looked at me with desperate eyes, like a child who's seen something awful that she doesn't understand. Was she for real? Hey, I said, as soothingly as I could. You've told me a lot already. I don't want to keep forcing you to think about the situation. I'm sure without my help you're already thinking about it plenty. She gave me a little smile, wiped her eyes, which had begun to fill up with tears again. She sniffed. Thanks. You're nice. She looked right into my eyes, smirked, and added, for a lawyer. I was taken aback by the sudden teasing tone. I couldn't quite figure out this woman. Whatever she wasn't basic. I thanked her for her time and asked if she wanted to exchange cell numbers. She hesitated for a moment, then said, yeah, okay. I told her to call me if she had any more information that might be of use, or even if she just wanted to chat. I left the coffee shop and, out on the sidewalk, I passed by where Zoe was sitting. She was hunched over her notebook, a look of fierce concentration on her face, writing swiftly and wildly like she wanted to press her pen right through the page. Chapter 17. The pretrial hearing was in 3 days. Part of me wanted it to be sooner. I was eager to find out what the prosecution's angle would be. I also wanted to know who was going to be sitting behind the bench. I'd heard whispers that it might be Justice Fry. I didn't want it to be Fry. Justice David Fry was. Well, let's just say he was appropriately named. In the 90s, he sent more convicted murderers to the electric chair than all the other California judges combined. The chair wasn't legal in California anymore, thankfully, but Fry's infamous lack of mercy remained. Something told me that he wouldn't have an ounce of sympathy for Oliver. But, as anxious as I was for things to get going, another part of me wished I had more time to prepare. I'd been tinkering with several different opening arguments, all of which focused on one crucial fact: Oliver was at the crime scene. I wanted to point out how that, ironically enough, exculpated him. I was confident that I'd come up with a cohesive chain of reasoning. But I knew that how you said things mattered in court. I'd gone over my argument over and over again, tweaking this, adjusting that, and each time it seemed to get a little better. But I still wasn't happy with it. But that was just me. A perfectionist. One time, when Catherine was in middle school, she and I started a big puzzle on a Saturday. By Sunday night, we were down to the last piece, and at first, we giggled about not being able to find it. Then I started to worry that it was actually gone. That something, somehow, had taken it away. But to where? It had to exist somewhere. The longer we looked, the more upset I got about not being able to find it. Knowing that it existed someplace, and yet, nowhere we knew, was driving me crazy. After maybe 10 minutes of looking, Catherine shrugged and gave up. Went into the kitchen. I kept looking, growing increasingly frenetic in my search. "You need to chill out," Catherine called from the kitchen. I'd torn the couch cushions off and flung them to the floor. That's just how I am though. When I start something, I have to finish it, and do a good job too. I searched all night for that damn piece, and finally, as the sun was coming up, I found the damn thing. It was just lying on the floor. Right under my nose. When I got home that night, I saw right away that Catherine was in a bad way. I put my briefcase on the kitchen counter and went over to her. She was sitting on the couch, watching TV, staring blankly. A half-eaten pizza on the coffee table told me she's already eaten that, and the empty pint of ice cream next to it. "What's up?" I said, my voice sounding strained. She gave a quick shrug, kept her eyes on the screen. "Not much." "I see you've eaten. Can I?" I reached forward toward the pizza, froze with my hand hovering above a slice. She told me to go ahead with a quick, indifferent nod of her head. She kept watching TV, but I could tell she didn't really care about what the commercial was telling her, that there was a huge sale going on at a hardware store a few towns over. I watched with her. The excited man on the screen insisted that they were practically giving stuff away for free. I chewed on my pizza and watched 2 more commercials, and Catherine's mood was like a heat source. I could feel it at the side of my face, and I wanted to turn, to say something to cheer her up, but something kept me tongue-tied. Finally, turning to Catherine, feeling awkward, but also, like my little sister needed me, I said, "Is everything okay? You seem down." Catherine lifted her eyebrows and sighed through her nose. "Yeah. Everything's okay, or you're feeling down." If I have to pick one, it's the latter." "Okay. Did something happen?" I felt like I was tiptoeing around a landmine. Catherine lifted her eyebrows wearily. "Not really." The word something must have occurred to me instantly, but I didn't say that. 5 years ago I would have. I would have gotten snappy, demanding. I'd always wanted to protect Catherine. To do for her what my mother never got a chance to do. So when she had a problem, when she was hurting, and didn't tell me exactly what was wrong, so I could make things better, I felt a kind of panic rise within me, a need to fix things immediately. I felt that panic now, but I didn't let it push me into speaking rash words. I took a moment before I began. "Well, whatever's bothering you, I'm sorry. We don't have to talk about it, but can I hang out with you? If I don't, I'll just end up working, and I'm trying not to let this case, totally take over my life." I almost added, "yet." Catherine looked at me and her expression softened. Of course, she said. She took a big breath, as if to come back to life. Sorry, she said. I know I'm acting like a turd. There's a guy, and he sucks, but I like him, and, well, you know how it goes. Same old story. I did know. Catherine dated a lot. That's not my euphemistic way of saying she was promiscuous either. I didn't care how many people she slept with. Really. I just wanted her not to be unhappy, and sometimes I worried that the way she approached dating was making her miserable. Catherine's thing was to open up quickly when she met a new guy she liked. Go for a deep connection right off the bat. She was the kind of person to bring up the existence of God on a first date. And because she gave herself so fully to people, she also got hurt a lot. So yes, it was probably the same old story. But the last thing Catherine needed right now was a lecture. I looked at her with a sympathetic wince. You wanna talk about it? She sighed again, tilted her head back. No, yes, I don't know. Let's talk about it, I said, assertively but not aggressively, following an instinct. She looked at me, my little sister again. Tender, sweet, trusting, vulnerable. I don't want to drag you down with my stoopy. Hey, don't be silly. I'm gonna make. Wait, you did buy more than 1 pint of ice cream, I hope. She shot me a heavy-lidded look. Come on, what do you think I am, an amateur? Hey, just checking, I said, putting up my hands defensively. But yeah, this is happening. I'm making rum and Coke floats. And you are going to tell me about what happened. Deal? She smiled and nodded yes. Her eyes shimmered with welling tears. As she shook her head, a tear sprang loose and streaked down her cheek. She wiped her eyes and looked at me. She was a mess, but she wasn't all alone anymore, wasn't sealed up with her own pain. Thanks, Meg, she said. Don't thank me. Hanging with you is like the most exciting part of my life. Without you I'd be, like, the lamest person ever. I said this while I made my way into the kitchen. My phone chimed with a new text message notification. Life's funny sometimes. While your sister's in the other room, crying over a guy, you can be wondering why a text from a guy you barely know made your heart skip a beat. Especially when all the text said was, "Hey, this is Aiden. Got your number from Jim." It wasn't like me to get all excited like this. I didn't even know the guy. I must have just been feeling generally worked up about the case. That had to be it. I took 2 masterfully made floats into the living room, ready to be there for my sister. To listen while she let everything come spilling out. And spill it would. That was the thing about Catherine. She couldn't keep her feelings all pent up for very long. We drank our floats and talked. I put off texting Aiden back, wanting to give Catherine my undivided attention. Talking really seemed to help Catherine feel better. Or maybe the second float was what did it. Or the third. After the fourth I remembered I hadn't texted Aiden back yet. My drunken conclusion. I should probably do that right now. Chapter 18. I woke up at 11 the next day, head throbbing, mouth dry as a pile of peanut shells. I'd heard Jim use that expression one time and it stuck with me. The first thing I did was check my phone, wanting to scour my texts with Aiden. Last night, it had felt strictly professional. Okay, maybe not strictly professional, but close to it. I remembered feeling like we might have been flirting a little bit. But I'm no good judging these kinds of things, so when I went to my messages, I felt queasy, and not just because of my hangover. I read through my conversation with the detective. Wow. I'd actually come across as a perfectly well-adjusted human being. Amidst all my nausea, the relief was a welcome feeling. We'd texted a little about the case, not going into any kind of detail, and he proposed meeting up the day before the pretrial to compare notes. I agreed, and he texted, "It's a date." Then, immediately after, he texted again. I mean, not a date. With the ellipsis, he seemed to have been intending to leave the issue open-ended, to give me an opportunity to argue the opposite. That it was a date. I was proud of my drunken self for not taking the bait. All I said was, "Ha. No, not a date." I dragged myself out of bed, hungover but also pleased with myself for having played it cool with Aiden. Hip-hop music was leaking out from under Catherine's bedroom door. What a night we'd had. Notwithstanding the pain in my skull, I was happy that we'd stayed up unreasonably late, consuming unreasonable amounts of calories and alcohol. My whole life was based on reasonable, and it was nice to forget about being an adult for just one night. But yikes, my head really did hurt. I shuffled down the carpeted hall and into the bathroom, as a wave of nausea passed through me. I brushed my teeth and thought about the day ahead of me. I'd agreed to meet with Oliver's father, Marcus, at 4 p.m. That gave me just enough time to swing by the diner and put some pressure on Jenny. I sensed that she knew more than she was letting on. But if I wanted to drop by the diner and get back to the office in time for my meeting, I needed to hustle. I didn't feel like hustling though. What I felt like was chugging some water, crawling back under my covers, and remaining in a fetal position until my stomach told me it was ready for a greasy afternoon breakfast. But another phrase of Jim's popped into my head. A dog does what it feels like. Fine, Jim. I won't be a dog. I got up, popped a few ibuprofens, took a quick shower, and got my butt out the door. Duty called. Damn. Jenny wasn't working today. I asked her boss if he knew her address, or where I could find her. He hesitated, but when I told him I was an attorney, he seemed to stiffen, and after that he was the picture of cooperation. He didn't have to tell me where she lived, but he didn't have to know that either. I drove to Jenny's place. She lived in an apartment complex a mile from the diner. There were palm trees out front, but it was by no means a swanky place. The pool looked dingy. Dead leaves floated on its surface. The complex reminded me of a sketchy motel where sketchy people came to do sketchy things in relative privacy. When I ascended the stairs to the second level, a young boy blocked my path. He was sitting in the middle of the outdoor corridor, wearing only pajama bottoms, and playing with. What was that? Oh my goodness. The poor child's toy was not a toy. It was a cockroach, either dead or pretending to be. When the boy looked up at me, I saw that his mouth was ringed with grape juice stains. I bent down. Are you okay, buddy? What are you doing out here? He looked at me and blew a raspberry right in my face. I wiped his spit off my face and stood up. I was too hungover to babysit. Putting the boy out of my mind, I knocked on Jenny's door. No one answered. I heard music playing inside. Some kind of jarring heavy metal. I sighed. Knocked again. The door swung open and a rail-thin man stood before me in a tank top, smoking a cigarette. His arms were decorated with what appeared to be homemade tattoos. Maybe ink he'd gotten in prison. He sneered at me. I didn't like the vibes he was giving off, but when I spoke my voice was clear and assertive. My name is Megan Corver. I'm an attorney. I'm looking for Jenny Kramer. She's not in trouble. I just want. You just want to ask her a few questions, he said, cutting me off. Yes, I said. So if she's around, I'd appreciate a few minutes of her time. To my surprise, he turned and shouted in the direction of the bathroom. I could see the bathroom door was half open. The room was a mess. Beer cans everywhere. A wall of cigarette smoke started to creep its way out onto the walkway. Jenny. Some lawyer is here to interrogate you. He turned and gave me a sarcastic smile. She'll be just a second. She's wiping her ass. I didn't flinch. I smiled politely but coldly. Thank you. Wanna come in? He asked. No thanks, I said. I'll hang out here. Suit yourself, the thin man said. He closed the door and I waited anxiously, refusing to let myself pace. The kid was gone, doing who knows what. maybe teaching the cockroach tricks. A few minutes later, Jenny emerged. She was wearing flannel pajamas and an old t-shirt and didn't have her usual vivid makeup on. She looked more vulnerable than she had at the diner the other day. "You again?" she said, her voice hoarse. "Yes. Me again. What do you want?" "I just wanted to follow up on something. But first, is there anything you've thought of since we last spoke? Anything that you think might be relevant to Rosalind's murder?" She looked at me, like she was deciding something about me. Maybe whether to trust me. Then she sighed and took out a pack of cigarettes. She gave them a shake and removed one. Lit it. She took a luxurious drag, exhaled over the railing. She stared down at the disgusting pool. "Remember I told you Don Calhan is an asshole?" she said. I nodded. "Well," she continued, "he's actually, kind of, like, a huge asshole. A dangerous asshole. He knew you'd come and find me, and he told me to downplay just what a huge asshole he is. He might have even hinted that if I didn't, he might uncall in the favors he called in to get me out of a DUI last year." "Might have?" She turned to me, took another drag, tilted her head back and blew smoke straight up into the sky. "Look," she said, "Don's a dangerous guy. I'm not going to help you bust him, even if he did kill Rosalind. But I'm not going to lie anymore either. He might have done it. When I said he didn't have it in him or whatever, that was bullshit. So why are you telling me this now? What's changed since we last met?" She gave a quick shrug. "I don't know. I guess." She paused, narrowed her eyes and thought. "Got tired of being afraid?" I offered. She looked at me, surprised but with newfound respect. "Actually, yeah." I nodded. I understood. Jenny stretched her arms up into the air, yawned. Her stomach showed and I saw her stretch marks and her navel piercing. I looked away. Then I remembered what I'd really come here to talk about. "Jenny, you mentioned that Rosalind's throat had been cut. Given that at the time you said that, the nature of her injuries had yet to be made public, I was wondering how you knew about that." She looked at me, her expression going taut. "I can't say." "Jenny, look, if you don't tell me, I might have to issue a subpoena and—" "Fine. You wanna know? The guy who found her body is in an anonymous support group I go to for my drinking. Are you happy now?" Her expression hardened and she stared out into the distance. I looked down. I wasn't happy. But it was good to know. There was a chance Jenny was lying, but I didn't think she was. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Look, I get it. You're just doing your job." Jenny threw her cigarette on the ground and smooshed it with her slippered foot. "I hope you can get to the bottom of this shit," she said. "But honestly, I'd appreciate not being involved anymore." She was tired of being afraid, but some fear still remained apparently. What had Donald said to her? And how had he said it? Something told me it wasn't with the gleaming smile he'd put on during our meeting. Or maybe it was. Maybe the mayor liked to threaten women while flashing his perfect, white teeth. I sighed softly through my nose and looked down at the pool. "I understand, Jenny," I said, quietly, almost to myself. My stomach was in knots. I had my work cut out for me. Was I about to get on the bad side of a mayor who did bad things? Maybe. But it was too late to turn back now. Chapter 19. I showed up 10 minutes late to my meeting with Marcus. I sat down across from him at the desk in my office. "I am so sorry for being late," I said, looking Marcus square in the eye. His eyes were bloodshot, I noticed, and a week's worth of gray stubble coated his cheeks. Marcus raised one palm. "Don't be, it's fine," he said, and forced a quick smile. His voice sounded weak, like it was being filtered through his grief. "No, really, I mean it," I said. I don't like to keep my clients waiting. And I really did mean it. Clients did enough waiting without my help. The hell of waiting for a trial could be just as bad as the verdict. So, I didn't ask Marcus how he was doing or make a comment about the weather. I jumped right in. So, I'm sure you want to know where we are with Oliver's case. So how about I give you a quick overview, the big picture, and we'll go from there. Does that sound good to you? He nodded vigorously, apparently no more in the mood for small talk than I was. Okay, great, I said, arranging some sheets of paper on my desk, to give myself a few more seconds to catch my breath. Here's where we are, I said. We've got the pretrial hearing on Thursday. Now, this might sound obvious, but it's worth emphasizing. The pretrial is not the trial. And what that means, in practical terms, is that there's not going to be a jury. Witnesses, yes. But no jury. And that means no verdict. Are you with me so far? He nodded slowly. I think so. I could tell he wanted me to keep going. To get to the part where I told him that I thought Oliver was going to be okay. That soon this would all be an unpleasant memory. A story to tell at dinner parties. I wanted to get to that part too. But, unfortunately, it wasn't going to be today. I kept talking. Now, some people don't like pretrials, they want a verdict right away. And that's natural. We want to hear good news, right? The sooner the better. But I like to remind my clients that when the accused parties are innocent, time can often be a good thing. Marcus tilted his head, curious about what I'd just said. He wanted to hear more, so I gave him what he wanted and kept going. A big part of my job, what you're paying me for, is making sure certain things make it into the courtroom and that certain things do not. If there's evidence and testimony that helps Oliver, I want it to come before the judge, and if things go to trial, the jury too. And if there's evidence and testimony that does not help Oliver, I want to keep it out of the legal proceedings altogether. I paused to examine Marcus's reaction at my mention of evidence. Did he know about his son's hobby? The box of supplies under Oliver's bed? Surely not. But he would soon. Under California law, pretrial hearings were public affairs. Marcus didn't react to my mention of evidence. Rather, his expression remained serious, focused, intent. He just wanted me to keep talking. So I did. Now, I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but the bottom line is that all of this takes time. The longer I have, the more I can work on arranging things in Oliver's favor. I looked at the distraught man in front of me. I wished I could tell him something more concrete than that, a flashier piece of good news. Wished I could tell him that his son was going to be okay. He was mulling over what I had just said and something occurred to him. But that's true for the prosecution too, right? Every day that passes is a day they can work on their case too. On making it look like my kid did something he didn't fucking do. Marcus's voice raised a few octaves as a torrent of emotions, anger, frustration, sadness, fear, helplessness, came rushing to the surface. But he quickly composed himself. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply through his nose. I thought I saw him shudder. Sorry, he said, opening his eyes. He looked into his lap, ashamed, beaten down. Haven't been myself lately. I completely understand, Marcus, I said. He didn't look up. He was getting lost inside himself again, looking the way he'd looked in the lobby. Lost inside of his own pain. I spoke, gently, trying to coax him out of himself and back into the room. Marcus, let me share something I believe in deeply. It's something I've come to believe in while working as a defense attorney. Now Marcus did look up. I had his attention. The truth has a way of getting out, I said. Even when it's buried. Or hidden. Even when there are people who don't want it to get out. It doesn't always happen right away, but give things time, and it usually does. Now, it would be wonderful if, on Thursday, the judge decides to dismiss the case, but, well, I gotta be honest with you, Marcus, I'm not expecting that outcome. It hurt Marcus to hear me say that, but it was important for me not to give him false hope. I'd seen the evidence. It wasn't damning, but at this point Oliver was still the prime suspect. If the case got dismissed on Thursday, it would be nothing short of a miracle. I know that's not exactly what you want to hear, I continued. But again, not getting a dismissal isn't the end of the world. If the judge wants to bring this to trial, all it means is that we're going to have more time to get to the bottom of this mess. And it certainly doesn't mean the judge has decided Oliver's guilty. It just means the judge thinks it's worth looking into the matter more closely. And, I know it's easier said than done, but we can welcome that as an opportunity. Marcus chewed his lip. Started to nod. He was looking into space, but then he looked at me. Can I ask you something? Of course. You believe Oliver's innocent, right? You keep saying more time can be a good thing when the client is innocent, because the truth will come out eventually, and I get all that, I do, but you haven't actually said you believe my son is innocent. So I have to ask, do you? It's generally best to steer conversations with clients away from your personal feelings on things. When you stray from that principle, things get messy in a hurry. I placed my hands on my desk with my fingers interlaced, and returned Marcus's intense gaze with my own steady look. I spoke with a neutral, professional tone. It's important to keep in mind that my personal feelings on the whole matter play a very small role in the legal proceedings. I paused. Marcus's attention was fixed on me like a laser beam. I inhaled. But yes, I said, I think your son is innocent. I don't think he killed Rosalind McKinney. Some things are more important than principles. Like letting a broken man know that there's someone on his side. On Oliver's side. Marcus closed his eyes and let what I said sink in. I could tell it had meant a lot to him to hear me say it. But had it meant a lot because now he knew I believed what he already believed? Or did he perhaps ask me for my opinion because he needed to be convinced himself? Convinced his son wasn't a murderer? I didn't ask. Instead, I steered the conversation back to the steady ground of facts, and out of this messy marsh of opinion. I filled Marcus in on who the judge was, something I'd only found out myself an hour earlier. I told him I'd worked with her on a few cases and that she was a reasonable woman. Janet Williamson was her name. Had kids around Oliver's age. I made sure he understood that the prosecution's standard of burden of proof would be much lower on Thursday than it would be at an actual jury trial. Marcus was a smart man. He understood everything I told him. When he got up to leave at the end of our meeting, I shook his hand. Hang in there, Marcus, I said. If anything happens before Thursday, you'll be the first to know. And again, if you remember something later that you wished you had asked me, instead of kicking yourself, just give me a call. I don't charge by the phone call. He thanked me and I saw gratitude in his eyes. But the pain was still there right alongside it. A pain that might never go away either, depending on how this all played out. As I watched the distraught father leave my office, I felt my own emotions about the case growing like tendrils, reaching out and pulling me closer and closer to what was supposed to be my job. Not my whole life. It was an experience I'd had before, and I knew if I wasn't careful, any distance that still remained between me and the case would soon disappear. But at the end of the day, I'd rather be an attorney who cares too much than not enough. Even if that meant my life was dominated by work, and that I didn't make time for friends. Or boyfriends. That reminded me of my coffee meeting with Aiden. Not that I associated him with the word boyfriend or anything. And I certainly wasn't approaching the meeting as a date. I wasn't interested in the detective, even if he was good looking. All I cared about was finding out what happened to Rosalind. Chapter 20. After my meeting with Marcus, I hung around the office for a couple hours. I chatted with Jasmine for a bit. Then I spoke briefly about Oliver's case with one of the partners who'd done a lot of murder trials. His advice contradicted the advice I'd gotten from another partner. Figures. When it comes to being a defense attorney, There are no foolproof formulas. Every trial is its own puzzle, and at the end of the day, you need to trust yourself. I got home around 10. I'd been working all day and hadn't eaten dinner, but strangely enough I wasn't tired or hungry. But I knew I should eat something, so I resisted the urge to take out my laptop and Oliver's case file for the 3 minutes it took to microwave a frozen meal. But then it was back to work. With one hand I shoveled Alfredo into my mouth, still cold in a few places, and with the other I marked up the opening argument I'd prepared for Thursday. An hour later I got a text from Catherine. I'd texted her before leaving the office, asking if she'd eaten, and I had been getting increasingly annoyed and worried about her lack of response. It was a relief to see her name pop up. The relief was short-lived. Her message read, "Key gonna be the lat E tonight. Lowe you." Jesus. She was hammered. I got a sick feeling. Underneath that sick feeling was a bubbling anger. I wanted to hug and yell at my sister, and I wasn't sure which one I wanted to do more. Fresh off a breakup, she was likely to, well, make perhaps not the best of decisions. My leg was bouncing as I sat and brooded. I almost picked up my phone to call her. To tell her, firmly, not to drink too much. But I knew it would likely backfire. Only cause her to drink more. So, clenching my teeth, I texted, "Okay, thanks for letting me know. I'll be up late with work. Call me for a ride, okay?" After sending the text I let myself pace around for 10 minutes. 10 minutes to worry about Catherine. Okay, technically 9. I spent 1 minute on Aiden. Then it was back to the case. I didn't want to be pacing around while the prosecution crafted the perfect opening argument. People were relying on me. I wasn't going to let them down. Aiden had grown a beard since I'd last seen him. It was short, well-trimmed, dark, and it looked good on him. He kept scratching at it. "Sorry. This thing itches." "It looks good," I said, sort of surprising myself. "Is that so?" "Totally. You look very hard-boiled." He gave me a genuine laugh and his eyes seemed to sparkle. I looked down at the legal pad I'd brought along, reminded myself why I was here. "So," I said, looking up, "you guys feeling confident about Thursday?" Aiden squinted one eye, wagged his head noncommittally. "Yes and no." "Yes and no, huh? Sounds more like a no to me." He smirked. "I didn't take you for a trash talker." I wasn't sure where that had come from. "Sorry," I said. I felt myself blush a little. He looked at me with a bemused smile. "No, it's okay. Okay, don't take this the wrong way, but when we've spoken you've always seemed super serious." "We've spoken, what? Like twice?" I said, raising an eyebrow. He laughed, a little embarrassed. "That is true. Now I feel dumb. I guess what I was trying to say was that it's nice to see another side of you." We locked eyes and there was a moment of awkward silence. I looked away first. Took a sip of my latte. "So," I said, getting the attention off of me. "Why, yes and no." Aiden inhaled. I could tell he was about to tell me something significant. I sat forward. All business. I realized I was holding my breath. "Okay," he began. "So the night before Rosalind was killed, she texted Oliver that she wanted to break up, or end, their arrangement, to use her words." "I see," I said. The butterflies I'd felt upon sitting down were gone now. Or if they weren't, they'd turned to stone, and sat heavily in the pit of my stomach. I was upset because Oliver had lied to me. By omission, but still. I really thought I'd convinced him to tell me everything that was relevant to the case. I said. "That's..." Aiden looked at me. "Not good for Oliver, no. But here's the thing. If Oliver killed Rosalind in a fit of emotion, it makes the whole serial killer angle irrelevant. Serial killers don't kill in a fit of emotion. They don't commit crimes of passion. They are methodical. Ritualistic. They scope out their victims ahead of time. But this is where things get tricky. Juries are likely to find all the serial killer stuff compelling. They eat it right up. And the brutal nature of the killing, Let's just say if Oliver did do this, the general public is going to be calling for the harshest sentence available. And the harshest sentence will come from the most serious charge. Right, Aiden said. First-degree murder. So, Kemp's tempted by first degree because he thinks the jurors will like it, and the public is likely to find it satisfyingly punitive. Kemp was Stephen Kemp, the prosecutor on Oliver's case. He was rumored to have his sights on the district attorney, an elected position that required bending to the public as well as to the demands of justice. I didn't like Stephen Kemp, but I respected his abilities as an attorney. And the man knew how to work a jury like nobody's business. Aiden nodded. Yes. That's the thought, at least. And he's hesitating because he knows the strongest evidence you guys have, the phone record, favors a lesser charge. Exactly. We're confident that we can get a second-degree murder charge to stick. And voluntary manslaughter, well, even with a talented attorney like you defending Oliver, that one would be a cinch. I took this all in. Aiden was right. It was tricky. After a few beats, I spoke. And you're really telling me that the day before the pretrial, Kemp still hasn't decided how he's going to spin things? I lifted my eyebrows with skepticism. I know, it's a little. Well, it's not how I would do things. But I guess leaving things to the last minute works for Kemp. His conviction record is kind of hard to argue with. It was. He'd earned his nickname, Killer Kemp. I looked at Aiden. Was he bullshitting me? He met my gaze. If he was bullshitting me, he had a remarkably good poker face. I believe you. But what do you think? I said. Do I think Oliver's a psychopath or just a jilted lover? Yeah. Or, an innocent 20-year-old with bad luck. Aiden thought about that for a moment. Then he said, I've only had one conversation with Oliver. And to be honest, he seemed like a nice kid. I mean, he was a wreck when I interviewed him, but I didn't get any serial killer vibes. But then again, this is my first homicide as a detective. And appearances can be deceiving. How original, I said, teasing, feeling myself loosen up a bit. Aiden laughed. Then he paused a beat. So I'm guessing you weren't able to stick with our other deal either. He lifted his eyebrows, inviting me to confess. That's not true, my mind's still totally open. He looked at me, smiling. I hope you're more convincing tomorrow. For your sake. Was my lie really so obvious, or was he just a really good detective? Now you're the one talking trash, I said. He laughed. Hey, I never said I wouldn't. Touché. Our eyes met and there was a little awkward silence. The detective broke it. So, you've seen our hand. Show me yours. I shared the theory that was taking shape in my mind. I spoke with conviction. I believed I was on the right track. I told him why I thought Oliver's presence at the scene of the crime only made sense if he was innocent. Aiden listened closely, nodding, occasionally scratching his beard. When I finished he said, that all makes sense. I mean, it's coherent. But what? I said, demandingly. I admit, I was disappointed by his reaction. I don't know what I'd been expecting. Maybe I'd expected him to jump up with amazement and cry out, "You've cracked the case." It's nothing, Aiden said. Actually, never mind. I think you're onto something. Seriously. He looked at me earnestly. But I wasn't convinced. What didn't he want to say? That he thought I was being emotional about the case? That I believed in Oliver's innocence too wholeheartedly? I was annoyed. I felt like he was patronizing me. He didn't think I could handle criticism? I stood up. Well, thanks for the feedback, but I've got to get going. He looked at me, an apologetic crease in his brow. Hey, Megan, I wasn't trying. No, I replied, to whatever he was trying to say. I really do have to go. I'm meeting with Oliver. Gotcha, he said. Well, thanks for agreeing to meet with me about the case. I've been wanting to talk to you about it, so. Of course, I said, curtly. Good luck tomorrow. You too, he said. I left the cafe feeling more feelings than I liked. Feelings were messy and mine were quickly multiplying. I needed to clear my head. I wanted to reflect on why my arguments seemed to have little effect on Aiden. I wanted to reflect on why Oliver hadn't told me about the texts between him and Rosalind. I'd lied to Aiden about needing to go. I did have a meeting with Oliver, but it wasn't for another hour and a half. I had some time to kill. I was going to the Overlook. Chapter 21. The Overlook was a peaceful place I liked coming to whenever I needed to get away from it all. I never got close to the edge of the cliff. Even 5 feet away I would start to sense the tremendous drop into the wooded area below, and vertigo would rear its ugly head. The day was lovely. A clear blue sky above me and the sweet, clean scent of redwoods wafting up at me from the forest below on a gentle breeze. I watched the waves, so regular and unceasing, their unhurried slap against the shore. I wished I was a little more like those waves. That I didn't care so damn much. I swallowed and felt a lump in my throat. I was ashamed about how much I'd let Aiden's opinion screw with my head. How some guy could make me doubt myself and question my instincts. I walked closer to the edge. Immediately I felt the first stabs of vertigo. I took a deep breath. I walked a step closer. The forest seemed to lurch up at me. My gut churned, and I felt a cold drop of sweat run down my ribs. I was letting the fear wash away all the noise in my head. I didn't want to get any closer to the edge of the cliff. I wanted to turn and run. But I didn't. I took a step closer. Now I was only 2 feet away. The dizzying open space out in front of me, it was horrifying. I took one more step. I felt like crying. Screaming. But I didn't. I took one more step. Forced myself to stand there for a moment. I let my fear fill me. It clanged in every one of my cells. When I got back to my car, it was strange. I still felt embarrassed about my meeting with Aiden, nervous about tomorrow's hearing, and upset with Oliver for not telling me about the texts, but for some reason, alongside all those other feelings, I felt an overarching calm. Don't get me wrong, I didn't feel like everything was going to be okay. I wasn't sure if it would be. Oliver might very well go to prison for Rosalind's murder and stay there for a very long time. But I did think that I was going to be okay. That being me, Megan Corver, wasn't a bad thing to be. Sure, I cared too much about my work, got too attached. And sure, sometimes I let handsome detectives make me doubt myself. It's true, I was nothing like the waves. And that was fine by me. Because I was something better. I was a storm. And for the first time in a while I believed what Jim had told me on that day years ago. There is nothing bad about you, Megan Corver. Westby's only courthouse was an unremarkable, stucco, 2-story building. There were no columns out front. As you approached the front door, you didn't have to look up at an 11-foot-tall Lady Justice, with her sword and scales. It looked more like a dentist's office than a courthouse. It was always strange to reflect on how the courses of people's lives could change forever in this mundane place. I entered the building and greeted the security personnel as I went through the metal detector. The courthouse was quiet. No media frenzy. No protesters. Only stray conversations and the occasional footsteps echoed around me. I was grateful for the lack of drama, since it made it easier to focus and gather my thoughts, but there was something disturbing about how normal everything seemed. Like a young man's future wasn't hanging in the balance. I found courtroom 6A and entered. It was only slightly noisier than the hall, and the sounds in here were equally mundane. People taking their seats, murmured conversations, papers rustling, the occasional cough or clearing of a throat. 15 or so people had already sat down in the public benches. Among them were Marcus, a woman next to him I presumed was his wife, a few people I recognized from town, a few people I didn't, and toward the back, Jim. The chief of police wasn't in uniform. He had on khakis and a flannel shirt. When I looked his way, he met my eyes and gave me a subtle look of encouragement, just a nod of his head. But it said loud and clear, "You've got this." He knew I wouldn't be in the mood for chit-chat, so he didn't try and speak to me. I was grateful. We understood each other, Jim and I, and just seeing him there, feeling his presence, helped dispel some of my nervous energy. The confidence followed me into my first interaction with Marcus and the woman who did turn out to be his wife. "Jane Hopkins," she said, offering her hand. "Megan Corver," I said. We shook hands. Hers was small and soft. Marcus's wife was a very well put-together woman. Her makeup was nice. Her jewelry was nice. Her clothes were nice. And the smile with which she greeted me was nice. But none of it could disguise her anguish. Her eyes, just like her husband's, made it clear. Here was a person in the middle of something more difficult than anything she'd experienced. By comparison, Marcus actually seemed quite subdued today. His eyes were no longer bloodshot. He'd shaved. He seemed quiet, withdrawn. You might even say he looked calm. Of course, it's possible that his worry had just burrowed so deeply into him that it no longer showed. "Good to see you again," I said to Marcus, and shook his hand too. I told them I was feeling good about today. I quickly went over what to expect and not expect out of the proceedings. I updated them on a few minor motions that the prosecution and I had managed to settle already, outside of court. I didn't linger. It was not time to be a reassuring presence, but a force to be reckoned with. I left the Hopkinses and had a brief chat at the plaintiff's table with Kemp. Kemp was, in his early 40s, already bald, and embraced it by shaving his head completely. He had dark eyebrows and his intelligent eyes had the habit of darting around mischievously when he talked to you. "This should be fun," he said, and flicked his dark eyebrows. "Oh yeah," I said with undisguised sarcasm. "A blast." I shook hands with Kemp's co-counsel, a serious younger lawyer, about my age, who introduced himself as Michael Garcia. The three of us chatted briefly. I don't even remember what about. Again, I didn't linger. I sat down at the defendant's table, laid out some key documents in front of me, and waited. The next 10 minutes felt like an eternity, so it was ironic that when the bailiff entered, escorting a handcuffed and bright orange jumpsuit-clad Oliver, I wished I could have had just one more minute to gather myself. But I quickly pushed the thought from my mind. It was time. I turned around. Why? I'm not sure. Maybe to get one more nod from Jim. But when I did, it wasn't Jim's face I saw, but another face I recognized. On it, there was a big, gleaming smile. Chapter 22. All rise. I rose. My legs were a little shaky. I was still thinking about the mayor, could still sense him standing right behind me. His smile like a dagger, poised to strike. The judge had made her rounds, saying her hellos and good mornings to the people in attendance, polite and efficient in both her words and movements. That was Justice Janet Williamson for you. Not one to waste time or draw attention to herself. As she got her things in order, some documents, her laptop, I couldn't help but admire her. Sitting at an elevation from the rest of us, in her stately robes, her face a stone. And the thing about stones is that you can't charm them. But apparently no one ever told Stephen Kemp that. After the court's clerk announced the case and case number, Justice Williamson prompted us, me and the prosecution, to identify ourselves for the record. "Good morning, Your Honor," I said. "Megan Corver, on behalf of Oliver Hopkins, who is in the courtroom, sitting in custody to my left." "Good morning, Your Honor," Garcia said. "Michael Garcia for the people." By the people, he meant the people of the state of California. I expect that's how it felt for Oliver, that an entire state of people were against him. Now it was Kemp's turn to identify himself for the record. We had a nice rhythm going, Garcia and I, and Kemp just had to ruin it and address the judge in his own special, wheedling way. "Good to see you again, Judge," he said. He was so pleased with himself, too. At least he was, until the venerable judge gave him a curt, "Hello," and that's it. I let myself inwardly gloat, and when I glanced over at the prosecutor, he looked like a little boy whose toy had just been taken from him. Justice Williamson was all business. She started by reviewing some of the issues we'd settled outside of court. Small evidentiary matters. Motions that weren't going to make or break the arguments of either side. She zipped right through these, her head bent down, her narrow, rectangle-framed glasses resting on her sharp cheekbones. When it came time to give her own overview of the nature of the case and the charges under consideration, she looked up and spoke extemporaneously. She didn't paint an overly detailed picture of the murder. She stuck to the facts. She did refer to the crime as heinous though, and when she said that word I perceived a subtle display of emotion. The justice's jaw seemed to tighten, and I got the distinct feeling that the word heinous had been a polite stand-in for some other words that you can't say in a courtroom. It was clear the crime filled the judge with disgust and horror. As it should have. I just needed her to see that Oliver couldn't have done something like that. Something so heinous. Oddly enough, now that things were happening, my nerves were starting to melt away. But that was often the case. In high school I ran the 300-meter hurdles. My nerves before races were terrible. But that all changed when the gun went off. I'd shoot out of the blocks like an uncoiling spring. Totally focused. Like something had taken control of my body and was spurring my limbs to carry me forward. Trials were a lot like that. Once the gun went off, everything faded away except for the task at hand. This time was no exception. I soon forgot all about the mayor. He could smile all he wanted. Till his cheeks split. But he'd have to do it from the sideline. He was a spectator here watching me play my game. The judge called Kemp first. The prosecutor walked casually out into the area between his table and the judge's bench, and began his opening argument. "I stand here today before you, Your Honor, before my colleagues, before the general public, and before our great nation's flag, without any pleasure whatsoever. This is a grave day, because after reviewing the facts of the case, the arrest report, the evidence gleaned during discovery, the witness testimonies, and other factors germane to this investigation, I have found that it is not only my professional, but ethical duty, to bring against the defendant a charge." He had, up to this point, been walking slowly back and forth, with his hands behind his back. But now he paused dramatically, looked out at the public benches, before turning to the judge and leveling his charge of murder in the first degree. I wanted to look at Oliver, but I didn't want him to know what I was thinking, which you could translate perfectly using just one word. Shit. I knew there was a chance they'd go after Oliver with a first-degree murder charge. But I figured the prospect of proving premeditation would, at the end of the day, tempt Kemp into issuing a lesser charge. But it looked like Kemp wanted to go for the jugular. First degree carried a minimum of 25 years. I tried to imagine Oliver in 25 years. He'd probably look a lot like his father, Marcus, by the time he got out. I heard a stifled sob behind me. It might have been from Jane. Kemp waited a moment before continuing. He really wanted the court to know that he only brought this charge with a heavy heart. I wasn't buying it. I bet he was having the time of his life up there. The hotshot prosecutor, bringing the heat. I watched him icily as he resumed his opening argument. Now, I do not need to be reminded of the severity of this charge. Nor do the people of the court, nor the defense, Your Honor. If the defendant is found guilty, it means he will likely spend most, if not all, of the remainder of his life in a prison cell. Let the record show that in pursuing a charge of first-degree murder, we are knowingly suggesting that the defendant does not deserve rehabilitation. Does not deserve a chance at a normal life. This is because he deprived Rosalind McKinney of that very thing. If he had done so in a fit of rage, that would be one thing. An egregious mistake is still a mistake, something to learn from and, ultimately, to be forgiven. But let me be perfectly clear. What the defendant is being accused of here today is no mistake. Mr. Hopkins did not have a lapse in judgment. He did not behave wildly, because of his youth, his relationship with the victim, or anything of that nature. No, on the contrary, the defendant killed Rosalind McKinney because he had a plan. A plan he'd been developing since before he met the victim, before he became her secret lover. The defendant's personal belongings point to a pronounced fascination with serial killers. But fascination is perhaps too mild a term, for Mr. Hopkins's interest in the psychopaths he read about in 7 different books, that were recovered from his bedroom during the investigation. The defendant wasn't just fascinated by Ted Bundy and Ed Gein. No, he wanted to be like these men. Nothing less than such a desire would compel him to purchase an array of supplies that he kept in a box under his bed. It would not be an exaggeration to describe these supplies as a murderer's toolkit. Now, although it's true that he didn't use those specific materials in Rosalind's murder, the fact that he purchased them, and decided to hide them, clearly suggests that the defendant wanted to kill. But it's much easier to fantasize about killing a person than it is to actually do it. So the defendant waited. He waited until he grew up a little. Graduated high school. Waited until a kind, trusting woman, 15 years his senior, showed an interest in him. A therapist who was adored and respected by her community. A woman who had a name. Rosalind McKinney. The defendant participated in theater as a high school student, and it's not a stretch to assume he drew on his skills as an actor to fool Rosalind into thinking he was a nice young man. Objection, speculation, I said, interrupting the prosecutor. Sustained, the judge said. Please focus on the facts, Mr. Kemp. Sorry, Your Honor. He paused. The victim ended up trusting Mr. Hopkins a good deal, so much so that she began leaving the window of her bedroom open so that the defendant could sneak in whenever he wanted. Mr. Hopkins played the waiting game for 14 months. He might have waited even longer, but the night before Rosalind McKinney's murder, the defendant received a text from the victim, informing him of her desire to end their romance. And so, he had no choice but to act fast, while he was still a part of her life. When Mr. Hopkins finally succumbed to his sick impulse to kill, an impulse he'd been resisting for not months, but years, he succumbed completely. The victim's body was found with no fewer than 37 stab wounds, as the medical examiner recorded in his official report. This was not just a murder. It was a brutal one. So again, the defendant did not make a mistake. He executed a plan. A cruel plan that only a human being with a severely distorted sense of morality could even conceive of. The fact that Mr. Hopkins went a step further and decided to act on his plan tells the people of the court everything they need to know. If this goes to a jury trial, as I believe strongly it should, the jurors in charge of deciding Oliver's fate will likely have trouble looking at the 20-year-old defendant, and believing that he could do such a thing. But I can assure you all, they will find it much more difficult to look at pictures of the crime scene. Kemp returned to the plaintiff's table, and although his expression was somber, I could tell he was simmering with pride. Chapter 23. We lawyers all have different styles. Kemp was a performer, someone who worked the entire room. That's what all the pacing was about. It was a one-man show. And don't get me wrong, I didn't hold any of that against the prosecutor. It worked, for him. I just had a different approach. When I started out a few years back, I tried the whole perform for the crowd thing, but it always felt unnatural. Then one day, it hit me. I was at my most persuasive and natural when I was having a regular conversation. Talking to someone as opposed to giving a speech. When I felt like too many eyes were on me, that's when my shyness really kicked in. Even something small, like ordering coffee with a line of people behind me, could make me nervous. But chatting one-on-one, I was good at that. This realization led to another. The key to succeeding in my job would be to start approaching my courtroom appearances as opportunities to have conversations with people. So that's what I did. Whether I was talking to a judge or a jury, I tried my best to speak honestly and directly, and not like I was some kind of lofty orator. And it worked. When prosecutors are giving their arguments, a lot of defense attorneys will watch them exclusively, and all but forget that the jury exists. But I found that you could learn a lot by observing the jury instead, studying their faces and the way their features moved. That sort of thing. I started making eye contact with particular jury members, after saying things I knew would resonate with them. Ms. Corver, you may proceed. I stood up and approached the bench. If this were a trial, I'd stand behind it and face the jury box, which was now empty. I always stood behind the lectern when addressing juries. Having it there in front of me, with its sturdy sides to grip, it anchored me. But since there was no jury to address, and since it would look silly to stand on the wrong side of the lectern to address the judge, I settled on standing next to the lectern. I placed my legal pad on it, where I'd hastily scrawled some notes on Kemp's argument. There wasn't a snowball's chance in hell I'd take so much as a glance at them though. I was going to look at the judge, right in her eye, and speak to her as one human being to another. May it please the court, I said. Good morning everyone, counsel. I nodded at the plaintiff's table. Then it was right back to the judge. Good morning, Your Honor. My voice came out strong and clear. Good morning, Ms. Corver. You may proceed with your opening argument. I cleared my throat. It was time. 37 times. My voice came strong and clear. That's how many times Rosalind McKinney was stabbed. Of course, 37 is only an estimate. According to the medical examiner's report, and I hear him quoting directly from that report, there were difficulties pertaining to the individuation of individual stab wounds. In plain English, what that means is that whoever killed Ms. McKinney stabbed her so many times they started running out of places to stab. I paused. Lowered my head. It might have seemed to an outside observer that it was a theatrical pause, that I was letting what I'd just said sink in. But in reality I was just taken aback by my own words. I hadn't planned on saying all that stuff about the medical report and running out of places to stab. It had just sort of come out, along with a surge of adrenaline and anger. That wasn't like me, not courtroom me, at least. I needed to regroup. Take a breath. Even though my gaze was lowered, I could see the judge watching me, waiting for me to continue. After a few beats, I did, determined not to let my emotions flare up again. The reason I call the court's attention to the absolutely horrendous nature of Ms. McKinney's murder is because I want to make it perfectly clear that I am in no way sympathetic to the person who is responsible. What we are dealing with is an atrocious act of violence. When something like this happens, something so vile and cruel, there is an almost overwhelming urge to find someone to blame. We want to point fingers. Get our revenge. We want to see the guilty party suffer. There is nothing wrong with this urge. In fact, it is inhuman not to feel it, but it must be kept in check. If it is not, we forget to look at the facts, and instead, rush into assigning blame just to make ourselves feel better. When we do that, we only end up heaping tragedy on top of tragedy. We put innocent people in prison, destroying not only their lives, but the lives of their family members. So, I invite the court to slow down and look at the facts. To begin, consider this. Someone found Ms. McKinney after she'd been stabbed. A man named Alex Sweeney. An acquaintance of the victim. Mr. Sweeney was, naturally, shocked when he discovered Ms. McKinney in her home, lying in a massive pool of blood. He did what many of us would do. He got the hell out of there and called the police. While Mr. Sweeney stumbled in shock all the way to the police station, a squad car sped straight to Ms. McKinney's residence. And that's where they found and arrested my client. Why did they arrest him? Did Oliver confess? No. On the contrary, when they brought him into the station, where I happened to be at the time, talking to my dear friend and chief of police, Jim Nixon, do you know what Oliver was screaming? Things like, "I'm innocent," and, "You've got the wrong guy. I've seen guilty people. That's not how they act when they're." Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. Kemp sounded bored when he made his objection. Like he shouldn't even have to say something so obvious. To be fair, he was right. Sustained. The judge said. Surely, Ms. Corver, you don't need me to remind you to stick to the case at hand. No, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor. I inwardly chastised myself as the judge did so outwardly. What was I doing? I was better than this. I took a beat to compose myself. Shit. Where was I? I'd lost my train of thought. I tried to focus, but my mind didn't seem to want to focus on the argument I'd been making. Suddenly I was too aware of the room. I heard someone cough. Sounded like it came from where Jim had been sitting. I heard a whisper from the plaintiff's table. Kemp must have been loving this. I didn't look his way, but I could still somehow see him sitting there, smug as a toad, thinking how easy it had been to rattle the chick lawyer. No. I had to forget about Kemp. This wasn't about him. This wasn't about me either. It was about a woman who was murdered, and finding out who was responsible. It was about the truth. Chapter 24. Why did they arrest my client? Well, quite simply, they arrested Oliver because he was there. He was physically present. Specifically, he was hugging his knees, sobbing, and staring in horror at Ms. McKinney's body. Oftentimes, when you catch someone at the scene of the crime, it counts as evidence of guilt. But when a young man's entire life rests on our judgment, we can't go off of oftentimes. We have to look at the details of the case. Let's do that now, because the prosecution has conveniently left out a few crucial facts. According to both the phone company as well as Westby Police Department's meticulously kept call logs, Mr. Sweeney placed his call to the station at 3:21 p.m. He told officers in an official interview that he made said call right after leaving the scene of the crime, as soon as he felt reasonably confident that the killer wasn't in earshot. Then, at 3:32 p.m. the police showed up at the victim's residence, where, again, they found my client. The prosecution didn't mention these facts because these facts don't fit neatly with the idea that Oliver is guilty. This is because of one other crucial fact. According to the medical examiner's report, Ms. McKinney's life was taken sometime between 11 a.m. and noon on the 9th of May, the day her body was found and my client arrested. This precise estimate was made possible by the quick discovery of the victim's body. When they find a murder victim within 24 hours, the forensics experts can use core body temperature to pinpoint the time of death with a narrow margin of error. Why is this important? It's important because the prosecution has provided us with no account of what Oliver did for the 3 or so hours between Rosalind's death and his arrest. Did Oliver stay at the scene of the crime to clean up? I won't speculate, but I will say this. When the police arrived, nothing had been cleaned up. No cleaning products were out. Nor did they find any such products in my client's backpack. What they did find were the following items: a zombie novel, a half-filled-out application for theater school, a pack of gum, a sketchpad filled with drawings, a pack of condoms, handcuffs, and a blindfold. There was a smattering of murmurs and a few gasps from the public benches. Order. Justice Williamson said, with no emotion but with plenty of authority. You may continue, Ms. Corver. Thank you, Your Honor. As the gallery's reaction indicates, the last two items I mentioned raise eyebrows. But consider this. A highly sophisticated physical examination of these pieces of evidence revealed two facts. 1. Neither the handcuffs nor the blindfold had a trace of the victim's DNA on them. Not a trace. 2. Neither the handcuffs nor the blindfold had been cleaned. The handcuffs still had a thin layer of protective gloss that would have been removed with even a hasty rinse under water. Similarly, the blindfold's thread pattern showed not a hint of the sort of disturbance that comes from the washing of fabrics. Microscopes are a powerful tool, ladies and gentlemen. They can tell us a lot. In this case, what they tell us that the suspicious items were brand new and unused. Neither item so much as touched the victim on the day of her death. Again, I won't say what Oliver was doing between noon and 3, because I don't know, but it certainly wasn't cleaning up a crime scene. But even if we let the prosecution off the hook, and leave those 3 or so hours unaccounted for, there's still the question of why Oliver wouldn't leave after Mr. Sweeney showed up. He had a good 10 minutes to do so, going off the time of Mr. Sweeney's phone call. Why would he hang around, knowing full well that police were likely en route to the... Objection, Judge. There's a speculation clearly implied by my colleague's question. Kemp was quick with this one and didn't quite sound so bored. Sustained, said the judge. I steadied myself with a deliberate breath and continued. If my client killed Ms. McCaney, as the prosecution would have you believe, and he was still at the scene of the crime when Mr. Sweeney showed up, I would expect the prosecution to be able to explain why he would hang around for another 10 whole minutes. Of course, it is possible that Oliver wasn't at the victim's house when Mr. Sweeney showed up. It is possible that Oliver arrived shortly after Mr. Sweeney, sometime between when Mr. Sweeney left at around 3:20 and when the police arrived at 3:31. But if we are to believe that Oliver killed Ms. McCaney and then fled the scene of the crime, we must ask ourselves, why would he go back, several hours later? To recover a murder weapon? Sure, that's a possibility. But consider this. They didn't find a weapon on the premises, nor on Oliver's person. Moreover, none of the knives in Ms. McCaney's house matched any single one of Rosalind's 37 stab wounds. What they did find was my client, not cleaning up, not disposing of evidence, just sitting and sobbing. But more importantly, and this is another fact that the prosecution conveniently failed to mention, Oliver knew Mr. Sweeney and Rosalind had a 4 o'clock appointment. Rosalind texted Oliver about it the night before, and Mr. Sweeney has generously confirmed the existence of the appointment in his testimony to the police. It is difficult to believe that a person guilty of murder would return to the scene of their crime, at a time when it was likely they would run into someone. Difficult to believe because it just doesn't make much sense. And when accusing someone of murder doesn't make much sense, you don't do it. When the pieces don't fit neatly together, you don't throw a 20-year-old kid in jail and make every one of his and his parents' waking hours a living hell. So, Your Honor, my sincere and considered recommendation to the court today is that the case against my client be dismissed, and all charges dropped. Thank you. Round 1 was over. I returned to my table, exhilarated and exhausted but by no means out of fight. I had my plenty of fight left in me, and something told me I was going to need it. Chapter 25. Mr. Kemp, do you wish to call your first witness? Yes, Judge. The people wish to call Detective Aidan Brown to the stand. Aidan, whom I hadn't noticed come in and take a seat at the plaintiff's table next to Kemp, stood up and approached the judge's bench. Mr. Brown, the judge said, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give here at this pre-trial hearing will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief, under penalty of perjury? I do, Aidan said, and took the stand. Kemp ambled over to him, his limbs loose and fluid. Mr. Brown, began Kemp, how long have you been employed by the Westby Police Department? Let's see. A little less than a year. And before that you were an officer in Los Angeles County, is that correct? Yes, that's right. So, it's safe to assume you've seen your fair share of homicides? Objection. Vagueness. My voice shot out of me like it had an intelligence of its own. Overruled. The judge said, without looking at me. For our current purposes, the question is sufficiently clear. You may answer Mr. Kemp's question, Mr. Brown. Aiden jutted out his lower lip, dimpling his chin. Yeah, I saw a good number of murders as a beat cop. But let me be clear for the record. This is my first homicide as a detective. Thank you, detective. And in your experience as both an officer and a detective, when a murder is committed, and there is physical evidence linking a suspect to the crime, does prosecution need to show that the suspect had a motive in order to move forward with a murder charge? No, it's not required. That said, if physical evidence is questionable or in some way. Of course, detective. Physical evidence alone doesn't always result in prosecutorial success. But, generally speaking, physical evidence, when strong enough, can be grounds for prosecution, and in some cases, grounds for convict. Objection. That was clearly a compound question, Your Honor. Sustained. There's no need to rush, Mr. Kemp. Yes, Your Honor. Of course. Detective, just answer me this. It is standard legal practice to proceed with murder charges when physical evidence is available, but no clear motive, is that correct? Yes. Thank you, detective. And in this case, there is physical evidence linking Mr. Hopkins to the murder of Ms. McKaney. Is that also correct? It is. And as one such piece of evidence the fact that Mr. Hopkins' blood was found at the scene of the crime, as well as on the victim's person? Do I have that right as well? You do. And as another such piece of evidence the presence of Mr. Hopkins' DNA beneath the fingernails of the victim? It is. Tell me, detective, a person's DNA can end up underneath the fingernails of another because the two people engaged in a physical altercation of some sort. Is this true or false? It's true. Thank you, detective. Now, to be clear, I'm not asking you to offer your own opinions about this case, but I want to know if you have seen other murder charges go all the way to trial, because a suspect's blood was found at the crime scene, and the suspect's DNA under the fingernails of the victim. Objection, Your Honor. The question is misleading, in that the word, because, can easily be interpreted to mean solely or only because. Sustained. Mr. Kemp, if you're going to ask that question, you need to do so more clearly. Yes, Your Honor. Let me rephrase. Detective, when investigators find a suspect's blood and DNA under the fingernails of a homicide victim, that, by itself, can be enough to convince them that the case against the suspect is strong enough to come before a jury. Is that correct? Yes. That's correct. Thank you, detective. Just one more question, Your Honor. Detective, is the case against Mr. Hopkins based purely on the physical evidence we have discussed? No. I see. The defendant's blood and the presence of his DNA under Ms. McKaney's fingernails, strong physical evidence as it is, isn't the only thing that prompted the Westby Police Department to arrest the defendant and bring charges against him for the murder of Ms. McKaney. Am I right? You are. And am I also right in saying that the case against Mr. Hopkins rests on a proven motive as well? Aiden didn't answer right away. He looked concerned. Troubled by something. Yes. There is clear motive attributable to Mr. Hopkins in this case. Clear, you say? Yes. And would you be so kind as to inform the court what this clear motive is? Sure. During discovery we acquired phone records, which contained a text message conversation carried out between Mr. Hopkins and Ms. McKaney the night prior to Ms. McKaney's murder. The conversation involved a disagreement about whether Mr. Hopkins and Mr. McKinney ought to continue to see each other in a romantic capacity. I think I can see where this is going, but just to be crystal clear, it was Ms. McKinney who argued the position that they ought not to continue their furtive affair, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. The victim suggested that they stop seeing each other. But that's not the words she used. She didn't say that. Nor did she say they had to put an end to their passionate romance, or affair, or fling. What she said is this: I think our arrangement isn't going in a good direction. I don't want to do this anymore. Can you confirm this, detective? Well, not without seeing the actual transcript, but... Kemp placed a copy of the transcript before Aiden, who read quietly from it. So, Kemp said, did I get the quote right? Yeah. Rosalind texted Oliver. I think our arrangement isn't going in a good direction. I don't want to do this anymore. Kemp smiled like a snake who'd just eaten. Thank you for trusting me, detective. I can assure the court that my quote is verbatim, and the phone records can be procured to corroborate that. But just in case I mumbled, let me repeat that. The victim said, the night before she was stabbed to death, to her secret lover, that she wanted their arrangement to end. Now, detective, would you say that the defendant, Mr. Hopkins, responded to Ms. McKinney's clearly stated wish in a positive fashion? Objection, Your Honor. That question is both vague and requires the witness to engage in narrative. Sustained. Mr. Kemp, again I insist that you focus on asking questions that do not distract us from the concrete facts at hand. Is that clear? Crystal clear, Judge. Fortunately, I can ask my question in a more concrete way. Detective, is it true that Mr. Hopkins, in direct response to Ms. McKinney's text about wanting to end their arrangement, sent her the following message? What? Fuck. No. You can't do that. Where the fuck is this even coming from? That's... Aiden lowered his head and read silently from the transcript. Yes, that's what it says here. And it's what it says here too. Kemp turned to the public benches and held a sheaf of paper in the air. His copy of the transcript. I clenched my jaw and resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Kemp turned back to Aiden. Thank you for your cooperation, detective. Then he turned to the judge. Your Honor, I have no further questions. As Kemp returned to the plaintiff's table, he shot me a quick look as if to say, I hope you're taking notes. I could almost taste my aversion to the man. Aiden looked at me too, from the stand, but his face was gentler, almost apologetic. It said something like, sorry, just doing my job. I understood. I was doing my job too. It was my turn again. Aiden answered Kemp's questions, and now he'd have to answer mine. Chapter 26. Detective Brown, when a suspect's blood is found at a murder scene, why does that generally strengthen investigators' suspicion of the suspect's guilt? Can you please repeat the question, Ms. Corver? Sorry. Let me be clearer. Whoever killed Ms. McKinney spilled a lot of her blood. That goes without saying. But why would investigators be interested in knowing the source of someone else's blood that was found at the scene of the crime? Because. Well, there's no single reason, but broadly speaking, it's because killing someone can be hard work. It often involves a struggle. Victims tend to fight back as best they can. In doing so, it's not uncommon for them to injure their attackers, and more specifically, it's not uncommon for victims to cause their attackers to bleed. So, when the blood of someone other than the victim is discovered at the scene of a murder, it immediately puts that person under suspicion. And by that person, you mean the person who is not the victim and whose blood was found. Right. Thank you. Just making sure I understand you correctly. Of course. Aiden smiled, rather coldly it seemed to me. But I didn't let it get to me. I moved on to my next question. And how do investigators follow up on the hypothesis that the suspect bled on account of a physical struggle with the victim? They examine the suspect's body for wounds, cuts, scrapes, that sort of thing. Was Oliver examined in that manner? Yes. When was that? I'm not sure exactly, but it was within 3 days of the murder. You're right. It was actually 46 hours after he was arrested, so let's say roughly 50 hours after Ms. McKinney was killed. Aidan made a gesture of deference to me on this point. Can you state your agreement with this time frame verbally, for the record? It would be my pleasure, Ms. Corver. I accept that Mr. Hopkins was examined for injury about 50 hours after he was brought into custody. Thank you, Detective Brown. Can you tell us what the results of my client's physical examination were? Not in detail. Without it in front of me, That's fine, Detective. Then just tell me this. Were any wounds found on my client's person, which were commensurate with the amount of his blood discovered at the scene of the crime? No. As far as I recall, he didn't have any noticeable cuts or abrasions, or any other injury which would account for the amount of blood that investigators found at the crime scene. Thank you, Detective. And I know you're not a doctor or a biologist, but is it possible that Oliver had had such an injury, but it healed before the examination took place? Objection, Judge. Her question is vague. Kemp sounded slightly less bored this time. Sustained. Ms. Corver, it's not clear whether you're asking about injuries sustained on the day of the victim's murder, or sustained at any time during the defendant's life. I winced. Yes, I see that now, Your Honor. Let me clarify my question for the court. Is it possible, Detective, that Oliver was wounded during an altercation with Ms. McKinney on the day of her murder, and subsequently healed to such an extent that his examiners were unable to detect any signs of the aforementioned wound or wounds? No, Ms. Corver, I don't believe such a thing is possible. But like you said, I'm no doctor. I gave the hint of a smile. Only a hint though. Thank you for that, Detective. I'm no doctor either, but what you're saying sounds true to me. Okay, moving forward. Detective Brown, my client volunteered his confidential medical records, did he not? He did. And he did so to verify what in particular? I don't know. That's fine, because I do. My client told me he gets nosebleeds fairly often, and that he went to see a doctor about it. He wished to make that information a part of the investigation, and submitted his records to that end. But I'd like to ask you about something I'm sure you do know. Can you confirm that one of the things my client's medical records verified was that he was telling the truth about the nosebleeds? Yes, Ms. Corver. I can, and do, confirm that. He smiled at me, but I didn't smile back. I appreciate that very much, Detective. And what about the DNA of Oliver's that the medical examiner found under the victim's fingernails? Is a physical altercation the only plausible explanation for how it ended up there? It's not. Can you enlighten us as to what else might result in my client's DNA getting owned? Objection. She's calling for a conclusion, Judge. Kemp again. This time definitely not bored. This time a little angry. Sustained. The judge looked at me to let me know I should proceed. She knew that I knew what was wrong with my question. The problem wasn't with my question per se, but the way I worded it. So, without skipping a beat, I asked my question, this time in such a way that there would be no objection. Detective Brown, when two people have sexual relations, that can result in both parties getting the other person's DNA under their fingernails, is that the case? It is, Ms. Corver. I thought I saw the detective smirk, as if some racy image had popped into his imagination. Maybe it had. Or maybe that was just my imagination. I looked down at the legal pad I was holding and pretended to consult it. Then I looked back up at the detective. So let me just make sure I have things straight. The prosecution's two primary pieces of physical evidence are 1. Blood that corresponds to no visible wound, and 2. DNA that can be explained by something we have good reason to believe happened between my client and the victim, a sexual encounter. Is that a fair statement? Aiden hesitated. He inhaled and opened his mouth like he was about to say something, but no words came. He stayed like that for a second, with his mouth open and his brow furrowed. Then he relaxed his features, closed his mouth, and exhaled through his nose. A sigh of capitulation. He looked at me blankly. Yes, Ms. Corver. I think what you said is a fair description of both pieces of evidence. Thank you, Detective. I have no further questions, Your Honor. When Aiden returned to his seat next to Kemp, the latter leaned over and whispered something into the detective's ear. Only the whisper sounded more like a hiss. The snake was unhappy. There was a brief recess. I had been standing in the hall, sipping black coffee from a paper cup, staring, thinking, and certainly not wanting anyone to come talk to me, let alone Stephen Kemp. But that's just what the lanky lawyer did. Maybe the shine of his hairless scalp caught my eye, but I turned toward the prosecutor just as he came strolling up to me. Garcia wasn't with him. "Hey you," he said. Like we were old pals. "Kemp," I said. "So you were. Wow. You had me convinced for a second there." "Just a second?" He smiled smarmily. Then his features got all earnest. Made me queasy the way he could shift his expression like that. A salesman with an elastic face. "Look," he said. "We don't have to be enemies on this. I know you're a fighter. I saw your stuff out there. You're good. But why don't we work together on this one? Let's talk numbers. I'm a reasonable guy. I'll start at second degree and 15 years. Then you can say 12. I'll say no. You can insist. I'll eventually give in and say 10. Done deal. And I'm sure we can get Williamson on board. She's getting old. She doesn't want a long, drawn-out jury trial. She wants to hang out with her grandkids. So, what do you say?" What I had to say was nothing. I looked at Kemp, who looked at me expectantly. He didn't want silence, so he started up again, getting a little more insistent now. "Megan, you don't have to fight every case to the bitter end. Clients don't want someone who swings for the fences and ends up striking out half the time. A solid plea deal will look good for you. If you get this kid an even decade, that's a win. That's the kind of result you want. Especially at this stage in your career." This guy sure did know a lot about what other people wanted. "Thanks," I said. "That's a generous offer. But I'll pass." "You don't even want to discuss this?" "Not particularly." Kemp looked at me now without his mask. His true self wasn't pretty. It hated things it couldn't control. "Megan, this isn't how things work. We don't make pretty speeches and then see whose is better. We negotiate. We cut deals. We remember favors. You're going to want to work with me on this one." "I don't think I am. But I'll discuss things with my client and get back to you. How does that sound?" Kemp threw up his palms. "Whatever. Do whatever you want to do. Save the day." Kemp turned and walked away. I resumed sipping my coffee. Thinking, and thinking some more. After maybe 10 minutes the bailiff let me know the judge was ready to see us. As I re-entered the courtroom, I felt a strange calm wash over me. I'd done what I needed to do. For now at least. Now it was time to find out what I'd have to do next. Chapter 27. Busted. I turned and saw Jim coming towards me. He wore a smile and was squinting into the sun, which sat high and bright in the sky. "I know," I said. "I'm terrible." I held a cigarette in my left hand. Jim and I were both former smokers. We occasionally caught each other sneaking one. He knew why I was smoking now, and let's just say it wasn't to celebrate. The judge had ruled in the prosecution's favor. In other words, there would be a trial. The charge would remain first degree. I would spend plenty of time over the next few months dissecting those words. Yes, months. The trial was set for the 18th of August. It looked like I'd just have to take my own advice, the advice I'd given Marcus, and try my best to approach the time between now and the trial as an opportunity to exonerate my client, as opposed to an interminable and tortuous wait. "Well," Jim said, "I'm not going to let you ruin your streak alone. Come on, spare a square for your old chief." I don't know. Last time your sister was in town, I promised not to let you smoke." Jim made a dramatic display of looking around. "Hey," he said, "what Rachel doesn't know can't hurt her." I sighed. I was in the shade of a tree on the other side of the street from the courthouse. Not exactly hidden. But, what the hell? I had bigger things to worry about than getting Jim in trouble with his sister. "Fine," I said. "But, just for the record, I refused and you insisted and then threatened to arrest me if I didn't comply." Jim cracked a wry smile. Then he lit his cigarette, cupping it against the mild breeze. He took a few puffs and when he spoke, the smoke curled briefly around his head before blowing away, lending his words a cinematic weight. "You were good in there today." "Was I?" "I wasn't stating an opinion. You were good." Jim took another drag. He was looking at the sky. Smoking made him contemplative. Philosophical. I almost spoke up to challenge him but didn't have the energy. "Thanks," I said, and my listless tone wasn't lost on my old friend. He turned to me quickly. "This is a tough case. Look, I don't want to speak on the case. I can't just go running my mouth about every case that comes across my desk. But I'll say this, there's a reason you feel so strongly about this case. You can sense something. You've got to trust that it's real. That's the only way to not go crazy in this world. Follow your instincts and do what you believe in." "You're starting to sound like a hippie," I teased, but I felt warmed inside by Jim's words. Jim scoffed. "Ah hell, must have been the self-help book Rachel made me read last year. Words like mindful are starting to trickle into my daily vocabulary." "Mindfully counting your daily steps," I mused. "You're a regular poster boy for the New Age policeman." Jim chuckled. The chuckle turned into a cough. The cough turned into a sputter. Feeling a twinge of concern, I leaned over and put my hand on Jim's shoulder. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just a little cough. No need to worry." Just then a white Mercedes, a new model, came sidling up the curb. A window rolled down with a barely audible whir. The rear window. The mayor, a self-described man of the people, had a driver. "Great job in there today," Donald said, teeth flashing. "I might have to hire you for my next divorce." I was done chuckling and apparently Jim was too. "Kidding, of course," the mayor said. "But I wasn't kidding about you, Megan. You were dynamite. Kemp better bring his A game to the trial." "You're damn right about that, Mr. Mayor," Jim said. "Megan's done things in the courtroom I've never seen before. Taken juries and changed their minds one by one." "Is that right?" Donald said, his smile shrinking, but only a smidgen. "As rain," Jim said. The mayor stared for a few seconds, his smile just a half smile now. His teeth no longer flashing. "Well," he said, "I've got to roll. I just wanted to let you know I'm on your side in this thing. Anything you need, come to me." "I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Calhan," I said. And I would. If I needed to talk to the mayor about something, I would. He didn't scare me. Well, maybe he did scare me. But I wasn't going to run away. Not this time. When I got home, Catherine's car was in the driveway. "Hello," I called, as I came in through the front door. I kicked off my shoes and my feet immediately thanked me. I really needed to look into getting myself some more comfortable footwear for court. Hello? I called out again. Catherine, you home? I dropped my stuff in the entryway and made my way to the hallway. Her bedroom was on the left, just before the bathroom. Cat? I said, now gently, like she was some frightened animal I needed to avoid spooking. I put my ear to my sister's bedroom door. Listened for her voice. For music. For some sign of life. Nothing. Cat? I said. My voice quavered. I told myself not to be silly. She was probably just at the store. They're a little corner store she liked and it was well within walking distance. Or maybe she was out with a friend who'd picked her up. Or a new guy. That wouldn't surprise me. Catherine didn't like to wallow in her own misery for too long after a failed romance. She got back out there. Maybe a little too quickly, I sometimes worried. I knocked on her door. Silence. I took a deep breath and opened the door to my sister's bedroom slowly. I swallowed. Poked my head in first. She was the first thing I saw. Chapter 28. There was Catherine, sitting on the floor with her back against the wall, totally motionless. Her eyes were closed. She was meditating. Maybe she'd been reading the same self-help book as Jim. I nudged her shoulder and her eyes popped open as she jerked her arms toward her chest in some kind of clumsy defensive reflex. Holy shit! She gasped, as she pulled off her bulky noise-canceling headphones. You scared the shit out of me. Sorry, No, don't be. That adrenaline rush was pretty amazing. Her smile struck me as a little manic. I looked at her. You good? I tried not to let my concern show too much. I'm amazing. Meditation might be my new thing. Have you tried it before? Catherine asked. Maybe once or twice. Ooh, let's have a meditation night. Catherine stood up from the excitement of this idea. She put her hands on my shoulders. Her pupils seemed off to me. Too big? I wasn't sure. But amazingly enough, I found myself not worrying too much. Me, not worrying, that's how exhausted I was. My sister kept talking, and she seemed to be feeling the opposite of exhausted. We can do one of those. What's it called? Oh yeah, a guided meditation. There's this guy online and he's like this peaceful guru dude. But every so often he'll just say some totally off-color shit. That's just like super sarcastic and, seriously, Meg, you would love this guy. Yeah, maybe, I said, with a feeble attempt at enthusiasm. So are you down? Catherine said. For what, like a whole meditation night? I don't know about whole meditation night, said Catherine, feeling a little hurt. But yeah, something along those lines. I don't know about tonight. I'm pretty swamped with work right now. Yeah, I know, and that's like the whole point. You work all the time and it's not healthy to be so attached. Can we save the psychoanalysis for later? I snapped. I'm pretty fucking tired right now. Okay. Sorry for, trying to do something fun that I thought would actually be good for us. Cat, don't do this. I didn't mean, look, I'm in a bad mood because the pretrial didn't go exactly as I'd been hoping. Oh shit. That was today. Catherine put her hand over her mouth. Meg, I totally forgot, It's okay. I said. I meant it too. My anger had evaporated, and besides, I knew my sister was terrible with dates. She might forget your birthday, but that didn't mean she didn't care about you. As different as we were, no one could accuse either one of us Corver girls of coming up short in the caring department. We just had our own ways of showing it. No, it's not okay, Catherine said. This was a super important day for you, and here I am just rambling on about meditation like an idiot. No, you're fine. It's not your job. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. Oh shush. I would have snapped at me too. Come here. We hugged. Catherine looked at me. Look, she said. I get that you don't feel like doing some stupid meditation thing with me. And I so don't blame you for that. But can you at least promise me you're not just going to spend all day obsessing over the pretrial, and all the things you could have done differently or better, and, like, beat the crap out of yourself for not being some invincible robot lawyer person? Okay, I said, with a false laugh. I promise. No, Megan, I'm serious. I know I'm, like, the last person you probably want to take advice from, but, to be honest, I worry about you. I know how much you put into your work, and let's be real, you're not exactly the sort of person to complain or ask for help. So I get it. Probably more than anyone. You're this superhuman who can do everything all on her own, but that doesn't mean you should. Like, people who care about you want to help. I'm not offering because I think you need my help. I love you and I just want to be a part of your life. Plus, not to brag, but I feel like I'd make a pretty good detective. She tossed her hair theatrically. I laughed. Then I took my sister's hands in mine. Of course you can help me, Kat. I'd be honored. I felt a lump in my throat. It might have been from all the talking I'd done at the pretrial. I was pretty hoarse. But it also might have been because, in that moment, I saw with startling clarity the woman Catherine had become, and I couldn't have been prouder. So, what are your thoughts on the case? I said to my sister. We were at Jean's Deli, where the best pasta salad in the world can be found. From the blackened bits of roasted broccolini to the zigzag of balsamic reduction on top, every aspect of this dish made complete and total sense. Nothing was missing. Everything fit. If only I could say the same for the case, in which something, or someone, was missing, and nothing fit. I had, while we waited for the food, brought Catherine up to speed on the case. My sister is like me in that she can't resist a good puzzle, and when I told her about the murder, a mixture of facts and my own opinions, she listened attentively, and I could see her turning the pieces over in her mind. Now, she considered her answer for a moment, holding her fork in the air. Then she put her fork down, forgetting about her bite, and looked at me squarely. I honestly don't know what to think, she said. Like you said, it's not clear what happened. But it definitely sounds like they're pinning it on Oliver because it's, like, the easy thing to do. I nodded. We both sat there for a moment, not eating. Thinking. Wait. Catherine said. What about that guy who found her? Couldn't he have done it, and then just, like, called the cops to make it seem like he's innocent? That's not a bad theory, I said. And it wasn't. But in this case Mr. Sweeney had the facts on his side. His cell phone ran several apps that tracked his location, which confirmed his account of where he was and what he'd been doing prior to finding Rosalind's body. Moreover, he had been on the phone with someone when he entered the McCaney residence. There is clear audio evidence of him discovering Rosalind's body, not stabbing it 37 times. I filled Catherine in on all of that. She said. I see. She resumed thinking. I consumed a few more 100 calories worth of pasta salad. Then another idea occurred to Catherine. You mentioned the mayor a lot, and how he and Rosalind were married, and, you know. I'd told Catherine in a quiet voice that Donald gave me bad vibes, and she was now being discreet in turn. Right, I said. So anyway, Catherine continued. I was thinking, maybe he, I don't know, said something, or did something small, or subtle, or, I don't know. I'm kind of just rambling here. Actually, I said, there was one thing he said that's sorta been stuck in my brain. Catherine tilted her head, inviting me to expand. Donald said that Rosalind didn't like receiving gifts, and then added how he was glad she didn't throw away the last gift he got her, even though she didn't like it. That's kind of weird. I thought so too, I said. but I never really thought about it much more after that. Catherine thought about that. Then a look of determination took hold of her features. That's settled then. We're finding it. Finding what? I said. Duh. The gift that Rosalind didn't like. Chapter 29. The thing about search warrants is that they can take a while to get. Long enough to give Donald, or more likely, his cronies, ample opportunity to come swooping in and remove the gift. Besides, I wasn't so confident I'd even be able to get one. What was I supposed to tell them? That I had a hunch I'd find something? Not that any of that justified what I'd decided to do. It was a chilly night. The moon was big and yellow. I was driving in the dead of night to a little playground a few blocks from where Rosalind was killed in her own home. Catherine was in the passenger seat next to me. This was our master plan. Park by the playground. Walk quietly to the focal point of an ongoing murder investigation. Meet the detective working for the prosecution. And proceed to commit a plethora of crimes. Trespassing, tampering with evidence, potentially theft, to name a few. All without a warrant. Because I had a hunch. Needless to say, I was definitely beginning to have my doubts. I turned to my sister, who seemed oddly calm. She was wearing dark clothes, and a baseball hat. Her hair was done up in a ponytail, which she'd stuffed through the back of her hat. Cat, I said. Yeah? I don't think we should do this. You're just getting cold feet. No, I'm not sure I can trust Aiden. Really? I thought about that. Did I trust the detective? Yes, I decided. I knew it was stupid to. Yeah, I think I do, it's just. I trailed off. I saw a car in my rear view, one of the few out at this hour. It turned quickly though. Good. Last thing I needed was a tail. Just what? Catherine turned in her seat and fixed her eyes on me. I don't know. I imagined the worst. Showing up and finding not only Aiden but other officers, ready to arrest us. I slowed as I approached a four-way stop. We were moving through quiet residential streets. What if Aiden sells us out? He is kind of on the other side of all this. Earlier you said there were no sides. Not technically. Yeah, I know, but I don't know. I've got a bad feeling. We sat in silence for a few moments. Not total silence. A pop song I didn't recognize played on the radio at a barely audible volume. Catherine hummed absently along with it. After a bit, my sister announced. I don't think he'd do that. What makes you so sure? You don't even know the guy. No, I don't. But you do. And I trust you. What she said had a certain logic. Trustworthiness did have a kind of transitivity to it. But still. How was she not more worried about this? Suddenly, I caught a dizzying glimpse of the situation for what it was, reckless and insane. I could be disbarred for pulling a stunt like this. But for some odd reason I didn't turn around. I just kept on driving. A few minutes later I pulled up to the curb across the street from the playground, which looked eerie at this time of night. I cut the engine. Sighed. This is so stupid, I said, more to myself than Catherine. Come on, is all Catherine said, as she got out of the car. Not an ounce of hesitation. I followed her, my cells screaming in unison. What are you doing? We walked in silence. I kept wondering what my sister was thinking about. I wasn't even sure what I was thinking about. Walking with Catherine, hearing only my own breathing and the soft pad of our feet against the sidewalk, reminded me of being at an overnight camp and sneaking out in the middle of the night with my cabin mates. The whole time I'd been terrified of getting caught. I guess some things never change. I kept walking. Soon we reached the house. It looked like ours, with its Spanish roof and light stucco exterior, only twice as big. There was a fountain out front, and that's where Aiden stood, waiting for us. He had his hands in his pockets and he looked alert. And cold. I guess the detective thought he was still in LA, with its warm summer nights. He wore a t-shirt, and had his hands shoved in his pockets and his arms tight against his sides. Police tape enclosed the property. 3 loose strips that Catherine and I could easily step over. We did so at Aiden's prompting. Could I trust this detective who was being suspiciously nice to me? In a way it didn't matter. There was no turning back now. Chapter 30. You came. So did you, I said. And without a coat apparently. Yeah, Aiden scratched the back of his head and looked down. Probably want to get inside? I offered. Yeah, said the detective. I held out my arm to indicate that he should lead the way. Catherine and I followed him to the front door, and I could see Catherine turn and look at me. I pretended not to see though. I was used to seeing guns. But I knew Catherine wasn't. The .45 on Aiden's hip probably scared her a little, but also made this feel even more like a movie. If only it was a movie. We entered the foyer. The house was dim. The only light on came from the kitchen vent, which hovered above the gas stovetop like the arm of an alien spacecraft. The kitchen looked like something out of a magazine. So did the living room, which was straight ahead and down a few steps. 2 of its walls were made entirely of glass. They looked out onto a Japanese garden and courtyard, the contours of which were faintly visible due to a combination of the kitchen light, the moon, and the many streetlights that kept this wealthy neighborhood basking in a safe glow from sundown to sunup. I stared at the spot just before the steps to the living room. Where it happened. There was still a faint stain on the tile from all the blood. Or maybe it was my imagination. Forensics had long since taken their samples. Cleaned up the horrific mess. But the specific spot was still sectioned off with tape. Aiden went into the kitchen, where he had a backpack on the counter. The kitchen was open concept and Aiden brought the backpack over to the counter behind which Catherine and I now stood. I figured it was my job to initiate introductions. Catherine, this is Detective Aiden Brown. Detective, this is my sister, Catherine. They shook hands. So, you're a detective, Catherine said. That's gotta be exciting. Not as exciting as you'd think, Aiden said. This isn't a typical night for me, and to be honest, I'm still not sure why I agreed to this. I'm pretty sure this is a terrible idea. He was kidding. Mostly. I could tell he was actually nervous about this. But nervous was good. It meant he really was here to help us. Even if that meant bending the rules. Don't say that, said Catherine. This is so not a terrible idea. You'll see. We're going to find the... What's it called? Oh yeah, the smoking gun. And we'll let you take all the credit, 'cause, you know, we're just nice like that. Aiden said. And 'cause, you know, you'd go to jail if anyone found out it was you. Well, yeah, that too. My sister mumbled. So, I said, feeling edgy, wanting to get down to brass tacks. We're looking for a gift of some sort. Something Donald gave Rosalind. Something she didn't like. It could be anything, Aiden said. Assuming it's still even here. I mean, why would she keep a gift she hated? I don't know, I said. Aiden exhaled and looked at me, wanting more. But I had nothing to give him. I was here on a hunch, and nothing more. Aiden unzipped the backpack and pulled out a couple of flashlights. Don't turn any lights on. It's too conspicuous. Use these instead. He set the flashlights on the counter in front of us, then pulled out a box of latex gloves. And wear these. We put on the gloves and picked up the flashlights. Catherine switched hers on and accidentally shone it right in Aiden's eyes. Jesus, he said. Are you trying to blind me? Sorry. Catherine giggled. I felt a flash of annoyance. I wished she'd take this more seriously. The flashlight wasn't a fun prop and this wasn't a movie. This was real. Too real. And we were in the middle of it now. Aiden put his hands flat on the counter and leaned forward. I noticed his taut arm muscles under the kitchen light. I think it's best if you guys take the second floor and I'll take a look around down here on the ground floor. That way if Officer Schenk comes back early, you can hide upstairs and, if that happens, I'll think of something. Point is. It's fine. I cut in. No need to explain. We're happy going upstairs. I was at least. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I had a distinct feeling it wasn't out in the open. We'd been looking for an hour when Catherine plopped down on the bed in what was once Rosalind's bedroom. I need caffeine, she said. Her energy had plummeted over the course of an hour. I hadn't really noticed, as I'd been so occupied with the task at hand. But now it was obvious. Whatever vitality my sister had possessed an hour ago, chemically induced or otherwise, was now no more. Her features drooped. She stared vacantly ahead. Just another half hour, I said. It was 5:30 in the morning. We'd agreed with Aiden to conduct our search until 6. Officer Schenk was supposed to return at 7. What are we even looking for? Catherine said, flopping down on her back. She closed her eyes. I don't know, I said, and my tone betrayed my annoyance. Now that it wasn't fun and exciting anymore, Catherine had lost her enthusiasm. Typical. But I was being too hard on her. Again. It was late, and looking for something is difficult when you don't know what it is you're looking for. I let myself give into my creeping feeling of futility and sat down against a wall, letting my head rest on my knees. A dull ache was starting to gather deep in my brain. I was too wired to feel sleepy, but my body was starting to let me know in other ways I should probably look into getting some shut-eye. I started to massage my temples. It felt nice. Now I was getting sleepy, suddenly and powerfully. A minute or two passed. I stopped massaging my temples and drifted with my thoughts. When Catherine spoke, I was in that weird state, not asleep but not fully awake. Her voice sounded underwater when it infiltrated my consciousness, snagging the edges of an incipient dream. I almost bought that. I looked up, bleary-eyed, confused. Huh? That statue thing. The Buddha one. I almost bought it. I looked where she was looking and saw, on top of a dresser, the statue in question. It wasn't a typical Buddha statue, not that I was an expert or anything. This Buddha wasn't sitting with his legs crossed, but lying down on his side, propped up on one elbow, resting his head against his hand. Oh yeah? I said. I still wasn't fully awake. Yeah. I saw it at that boutique by the church. What's it called? Dasher and Carol's, I said. I knew the place. Expensive, tasteful gifts. Candles for $30. That sort of thing. Yes. That's the place. Anyway, I'd just been reading about the different kinds of Buddha statues, and that one's called the reclining Buddha. Apparently it's supposed to show the real Buddha right before he died and, escape the cycle of karmic suffering forever. So it's kind of sad, but also really beautiful. So why didn't you buy it? 'Cause it was like a bajillion something dollars. No thanks. I got up, went over to the statue. I picked it up. It's super light, I said. I know, Catherine said. That's why when I saw the price, I was like, fuck that. Catherine finally got up from the bed. Joined me by the dresser. It looks less impressive than it did in the store, she said, taking the statue from me. That tends to happen, I said. Can I? She looked at me with moon eyes. Absolutely not, I said, knowing what she was going to ask. If we left today with anything, it'd be evidence. Put it back. I reached out but she pulled away. Seriously, Kat, put it back. We need to keep looking. Okay. Chill. I'll put it back in a second. I just want. God damn it, Kat, we're not here to. The reason I stopped talking was that I had, in frustration, reached out to yank the statue away from my sister. But instead, I merely succeeded in knocking it out of her hands. It hit the edge of the dresser and fell to the floor. It was in pieces. We stared at the fragments, but it wasn't the broken statue that had caught our eye. It was a small, black, spherical object that had been hidden inside of the statue and which now lay on the carpet. Chapter 31. I've seen one of these before, Aiden said. We were all back in the kitchen now. He held the small device up to the light. Then he identified its make and model. Catherine's face lit up with recognition. Ooh, I think my friend uses that camera to do her grocery shopping live stream. It's definitely possible, Aiden said. They're pretty common. He inspected the camera some more, holding it delicately between his thumb and index finger, before setting it down on the kitchen counter. I can take it into the station. Do the paperwork. Get it to the lab. Actually, Catherine said, can you not do that? Aiden and I turned to my sister at the same time and at the same pace. She said. It's just that I remember my friend, who's like this computer genius hacker person, telling me that these cameras can be set up so that they delete all footage as soon as someone tries to, access the footage or whatever. So basically, the person who set it up will be notified if we try to trace it back to the server it's connected to. Right, Aiden said. Which is why we aren't going to mess with it. We'll hand it over to the lab, and let them work their magic. Catherine looked like she wanted to argue. Her jaw was taut. Her eyes fiery. I knew this side of her. I wasn't the only stubborn Corver. But she didn't say anything. She folded her arms across her chest, tapped her foot. Then she went into the living room, started texting someone. Aiden and I were alone. Hey, I said. He looked up. He'd been putting the flashlights and a few other things back into his backpack. Hey, he said. Thanks again for agreeing to. I'm the one who should be thanking you, he said. You do realize that if this breaks the case wide open, I get to take credit for this monumental discovery, right? He held up the evidence bag in which the camera was now safely sealed up. I'm fine with that, I said. I think you're more suited than I am to play the role of hero. Aiden chuckled softly. He was looking at me, studying my face. I felt a little self-conscious and asked a question just to break the silence. Why did you agree to this? I said. He thought about it. I don't know, I guess your sister's just really persuasive. She made quite the pitch for you earlier today on the phone. It was true. I'd been embarrassed at the time. Catherine had rambled on about how smart I was and how when I had a hunch it was right, like 99.999% of the time. But to my amazement, Aiden's response had been to pause, consider the insane idea, and then say, I'm in. She is persuasive, I said. I just hope she doesn't get the crazy idea to go into law. As good of an attorney as I think she'd be. I paused and locked eyes with the detective. He seemed to be thinking about something other than what I was saying, but something that had to do with me. His eyes narrowed. What? I said, feeling self-conscious. I lied, he said. About? Why I agreed to help you breach a crime scene and conduct a wild goose chase for evidence. Oh? Yeah, he said, as he seemed to gather himself to tell me something more specific. But I didn't find out what that more specific thing was because at that moment the doorbell rang. We had company. Shit, Aiden said. Shit, I said. Aiden looked around. His face was intense and I could tell his wheels were turning, or, rather, spinning furiously. Catherine came into the kitchen. You heard that, right? She said. I answered her by asking Aiden a question. What should we do? My mind was blank. Or maybe the opposite. too many ideas competing for my attention. The end result was the same. I had no idea what to do. Aiden became decisive. Go upstairs, both of you. Hide in a closet. I'll do my best to deal with Shen. It's not him, Catherine said. I felt sick to my stomach. I heard Aiden say, "Who is it?" Catherine's next words made me feel even sicker. Donald Calhan. Chapter 32. We, Catherine and I, could hear them talking, but not what they were saying. We were some ways down a hallway, in the walk-in closet of the master bedroom. I chose to stand near the closet door. Catherine was somewhere behind me in the dark. It was nearly pitch black in here. Instinctively I must have wanted to place myself between her and him. The voices got a little louder. I leaned forward and turned my ear to the shut door. They were coming down the hallway. I held my breath but realized it was too soon to start doing that, so I released it as quietly as I could. Now Aiden and Donald were close enough to make out certain words. Our humble little city," I heard the mayor say. Then I heard some laughter. The voices were even closer now. I caught another phrase. "Wait here for you." It was Aiden. Then the door of the master bedroom opened with a slight creak and Donald said, loud and clear, "This should only take a second." I didn't move a muscle. I took several deliberate breaths through my nose, slow, silent breaths, and then started inhaling very slowly and carefully through my nostrils. I kept inhaling until my lungs were at capacity. Then I shut my eyes and tried not to exist. To disappear into the blackness and silence of my own making. Donald, or perhaps Aiden, turned the bedroom light on. I could sense the light through my eyelids. I resolved to hold my breath, keep my eyes shut, and not move a muscle until the mayor was gone. That seemed like a good system. Let's see here. It should be. That was Donald. There was a longish pause. I heard the mayor walk over to the dresser where, an hour earlier, a Buddha statue had rested. He said. A few more seconds passed. It's not there? I heard Aiden say. It sounded like he'd come a little closer, out of the hall and into the doorway or just past it. Donald didn't respond right away. I heard him open a drawer. "Ah, there it is," he said. "You found it?" Aiden sounded a little surprised. "I did indeed," said the mayor. "I knew they'd gotten stuffed in here with Rosalind's, things." I thought I heard the mayor start to say junk before catching himself and going with things. For a few moments neither man spoke. Then the mattress made a sound. Great, the mayor had decided to sit down and stay a while. "So," Donald said. "How's the investigation going, detective? Any new leads?" "Nothing major," replied Aiden. "But there's a lot of work to do still." "Kicking ass and taking names," said the mayor. "More like combing through spreadsheets and waiting on lab results. That's what cop shows get wrong. Too much chasing criminals through alleys and not enough staring at spreadsheets in cubicles." The mayor chuckled. "Well, whatever it takes to catch the bad guy, right?" "That's right," Aiden said. There was a pause. I wondered how the detective and the mayor were looking at each other. Aiden spoke next. He said, "So what are you doing up so early anyway?" "Karate. Class starts at 7. Sensei doesn't tolerate tardiness." Donald pronounced it karate. I would have rolled my eyes if they weren't shut, and if I wasn't terrified. "I didn't realize you were into martial arts." "I dabble." "Can I ask what belt you've achieved?" "You can. I'm a black belt." After a short pause, Aiden said, "Impressive." "No," said the mayor. "I'm just persistent." I remembered the scratch on the mayor's hand. Maybe it was from chopping boards. Maybe not. Donald spoke again. Well, I'll get out of your hair. Keep up the great work, detective. I think Westby boasts one of the finer police departments in the nation, and I'm ready to go toe-to-toe with the city council to make sure you guys aren't screwed over when it's budgeting time. We certainly appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. We don't expect any special treatment though. We're just doing our job like everyone else. Is that what they teach you to say in the LAPD? Asked the mayor. No, it's what I believe, Aiden said. Right, no, of course. I'm just teasing you. Aiden said nothing. There was an uncomfortable pause, uncomfortable for me at least. My lungs were starting to show some interest in breathing again. After a few seconds Aiden started to say something, but the mayor spoke at the same time and bulldozed the detective's words. Are you wearing perfume, detective? Is what he said. Sir? Excuse me? It smells like perfume in here, and not my wife's. Your ex-wife's, you mean? The mayor didn't respond right away, but I could almost hear him smile. The thought of that smile repulsed me, and the thought of him opening the door to the closet petrified me. Repulsion and terror, not a very nice combination, especially when you've been holding your breath for a minute. I told myself to relax, not to waste oxygen on emotions. Finally, Donald said, well, I wouldn't blame you if you did invite a lady friend over to pass the lonely hours. Must get pretty dull, here all by yourself. Aiden didn't say anything. But I heard him move. Shuffle his feet or something. I imagined him scratching his beard. Then again, said the mayor, I never did have any patience. Aiden still didn't speak, not at first. When he did, his words were like a soothing balm for my burning lungs. I should be getting back downstairs, Mr. Mayor. Yes, of course. The mattress sighed as the mayor stood. A bit of breath shot out from my mouth without my approval. My head felt fuzzy. There was pressure in my temples. Things were seconds away from being out of my hands. My body needed air. Just leave. The thought screamed in my head so loudly I almost expected Donald to hear it. To open the closet and flash me his carnivorous smile. But he didn't. He walked toward the door. Thanks again, detective, I heard him say. Happy to help. Say, detective, have you eaten? I could murder an omelet right now. You been to Moe's, over on 7th? I couldn't quite make out what Aiden said in reply. The men were heading back down the hall, their voices quickly fading. I heard a door shut firmly downstairs. They were leaving. Before I said anything. Before I turned around. I breathed. It came in huge, rushing gulps. I felt a hand on my back, then heard my sister's voice. Jesus, Megan, were you holding your breath that whole time? Chapter 33. Driving home, I didn't know what to feel. The fear and resentment that had coursed through my veins less than an hour earlier had drained me, leaving me in a state of numb shock. I drove with the windows down and the cool early morning air felt good on my face. But that was about the only thing that felt good. I was starting to feel like I might be in over my head. The mayor had eyes on me, maybe even cameras. I was sure of it. I was half expecting to find someone waiting for me and Catherine at our house, some bruiser with a baseball bat. Where's the camera, bitch? Even Catherine seemed to have absorbed the reality of the situation. She stared blankly out at the residential neighborhoods passing by. Her enthusiasm from before was totally gone now. There was nothing fun about this. You okay? I said. We'd been driving in silence for several minutes. She turned, her expression ashen. I don't know. That was weird. I do not like that Donald guy. Welcome to the club. Meg? Yeah? Are we in trouble? I sighed softly through my nose. I don't know. Catherine frowned and chewed on a fingernail. She wanted clearer answers. She wanted her big sister to tell her everything was fine. That we were safe. But I've never been any good at lying. She asked another question. One I wasn't expecting. Meg. Can you talk to me about Mom? I clenched up inside. This wasn't a topic we really discussed. We acknowledged it, sure, in countless ways. It was our shared burden, the context that gave our lives their unique shape. We were the poor Corver girls. That was our identity. The girls with a murdered mom and a disappearing dad. But we didn't talk about it. That is, we didn't talk about her. What do you want to know? I said. Just tell me about her. I mean, I remember her and everything. I wasn't that young when it happened. But I don't know. She's gotten kind of abstract, I guess. I feel terrible saying that, but well, it's true. I knew exactly what she meant. Sometimes I tried to picture my mother's face, only to find that I couldn't really see her clearly in my mind's eye. Time had weathered the image, softened the edges. I used to like sitting on the floor while she cooked, I said. Really? I don't remember that, said Catherine. That's 'cause you were running around doing your own thing. What kind of things? Catherine said. I shrugged. Catherine things. Getting into trouble. Making a mess. I stuck my tongue out at my sister and winked. She laughed. Why did you like sitting on the floor? I don't really know, I said. I liked doing my homework there. And drawing pictures. I'd sit there and draw and let my mind wander and ask Mom one question after another. You know how little kids are. Why do birds fly? Why is the sky blue? Do aliens get married? I wasn't like that at school. My teachers couldn't get me to make a peep. But it was different with Mom. With her I just felt so comfortable. So safe. I paused. Smiled. Felt a lump in my throat. She really loved us, huh? Catherine said, and she squeezed my hand. I glanced over and nodded. The lump grew. Oh yeah, I said, my voice breaking a little. She answered every question I ever asked her, I said. No matter how busy she was, or stressed out. She'd listen to me. Take my stupid questions seriously, you know? It sounds stupid, but it made me feel so important and special. I paused. That damn lump. I sighed. And when she didn't know the answer, she'd say, let's find out. A memory came to me in a vivid flash. This one time, I asked her if ants liked honey. She said she assumed so. But doesn't it make them walk funny? I asked. And she said, let's find out. Go squirt some honey on the sidewalk outside and we'll check it in an hour for funny walking ants with sticky legs. That was just how she was. She took everyone seriously, and made you feel like what you were doing was important. Catherine smiled. She was gazing wistfully at the horizon. Ribbons of cloud were suffused pink and orange by the rising sun. So, she said, still admiring the sky, Mom was the one who encouraged you to be so inquisitive. I guess she was, I said. Meg. Catherine said. Yeah? This might sound kind of weird, but do you think Mom had enough time with me to, I don't know, rub off on me? That doesn't sound weird, I said. And the answer's yes. You actually remind me of her quite a bit. You're just saying that, said Catherine. No, I said. I mean it. How do I remind you of her? She was like you, super responsible, and I'm, well, not. You're just finding your way, Cat. Mom would be proud of you. Catherine snorted. She wasn't convinced. Seriously, Cat, I said. I know I'm like this successful lawyer and everything, making lots of money, and blah blah, but Mom didn't really care about that stuff. I mean, she'd be proud of me for pursuing my goals, don't get me wrong. But really she just wanted us to be kind. To bring joy into the world. When you walk into a room, Kat, it instantly brightens. You just have that ability. It's why kids love you. Mom had that too. Ask Jim. Ah, Meg. You're gonna make me cry. Serves you right for almost making me cry a second ago, I said. After a short pause, Catherine said, I wish I knew Jim the way you do. I mean, he practically raised me. But he was always just someone I trusted. Not someone I felt close to. If that makes sense. Not a real dad. Catherine frowned, wrestling with a thought. Maybe that's why I have daddy issues. Ew. I chuckled softly. Several moments passed in silence, just the quiet morning holding us in its gentle grip. Then I turned to Catherine. You know, I'm really glad you're telling me about this stuff. I know we talk a lot, but sometimes it feels like you think you have to act all fun and cheerful around me to balance out my, I don't know, darkness. Catherine thought for a moment. For me, it's the opposite. I worry that you feel like you have to act mature and responsible around me, to set a good example. That's why I tease you about being too uptight. I'm not trying to be a bitch, I just genuinely worry that you put too much pressure on yourself. If trespassing on a crime scene is what it takes to get us to bond like this, maybe we should do it more often. I joked. Catherine blew out her cheeks with a quick exhale. I'll need at least a week before I do something like that again. That was intense. We sat in silence for a little bit, and I sensed that scenes from the night before were playing in my sister's head also. I turned onto our street. There were a few early birds out. A jogger. An older woman watering her plants. A young man in a suit striding purposefully out to his car. So, Catherine said, Detective Brown seems cool. Yeah, I said. He's pretty nice. Catherine said. I glanced at her. She had a mischievous little smile on her face. I pulled into our driveway. Shut off the engine. Are you hungry? I said. I wasn't going to let Catherine steer the conversation toward my love life, or total lack thereof. I had way more important things to think about at the moment. Like getting the footage from that camera. Even if I was afraid of what it would show me.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 34. After spending most of the day in bed, I got up around 3, groggy and parched. I went into the kitchen for some water and chugged an entire glass. Catherine was in her room, unless she'd slipped out while I was asleep. Nope. Her car was still in the driveway. I poured another glass of water and sat down at the dining room table. Thought about the case. That's all I did lately. Thought about the case. My phone chimed. It was a text from Jasmine. A link to some silly online article. I'd look at it later. I got up and had a long shower. It felt good to just stand under the piping hot water. I need my showers to be hot. After showering, I made a fruit smoothie, took it over to the couch. I decided to text Aiden. I'd texted him earlier asking him not to do anything with the camera. Just hang on to it until we can discuss our next move. His response had been curt. Fine. Now I texted him again. Would you be comfortable letting Catherine's friend take a look at it? Under your supervision, of course. His response came a minute later. Okay, but I have to be there. And we tell her no details about case. That was more than fair. I texted him that he didn't need to worry about Ellen. She was a discreet, practical person. We could rely on her not to pry, and not to gossip. One reason I trusted Ellen Chen so much was that she and Catherine had been good friends since the 3rd grade. They were both tough, smart girls, and Ellen's dry sense of humor and neutral demeanor balanced out Catherine's extroversion and bubbliness. They were a perfect pairing, although at times their teachers seemed to think of them as a devilish duo. The two of them got into their fair share of trouble. Ellen didn't say a whole lot, and she regarded most things with the same heavy-lidded, I could take it or leave it. Look. She wasn't shy, she just didn't feel the need to flap her gums. I'd always liked Ellen. I'd gotten Ellen's number from Catherine and decided to call her. She answered. I forced myself to make a little small talk. How are you? How's your mom? That sort of thing. Turns out she'd just been hired by MIT's robotics department for a tenure-track professorship. Ellen knew me well enough to know I wouldn't call out of the blue just to chat. So, she said, what's up? Relieved of my small talk duties, I asked her what I needed to ask her. Not mentioning the case. Just the essential facts. There was a camera. Connected to a server. We needed to get into that server. Access its contents. Can you help with that? She could. She was busy tonight, babysitting her brother's kid, but she could meet with us tomorrow afternoon. I gave her Aiden's address. So we had a plan. Now, time to figure out what to do with the next 24 hours. First, I needed to go into work for a few hours. I did have a few other cases to work on. As much as I wanted to devote all of my attention to Oliver's case, I had to do my job. When I got to work, Jasmine was on the phone. I smiled at her before going straight into my office. I felt a little guilty not waiting for her to finish her phone call so we could catch up. That reminded me. I still needed to check out that article she sent me, but I really wanted to get some work done. Plow through a bunch of busy work so I could go back to thinking about Oliver, Donald, Rosalind, and whatever the hell had been going on between them. If I was right that the mayor was the one who put the camera in Rosalind's house, then surely he would have noticed that it was missing. And in that case, he might have been, at that very moment, in the process of destroying the server and any incriminating evidence its hard drives contained. With that realization, I rushed out of my office. I'd only been there 10 minutes. Oh well. I'd catch up on busy work later. It was time to pay the peeping Tom a visit. If the server did belong to the mayor, maybe he would lead me to it. The mayor's house was larger than Rosalind's but less tasteful. He wanted you to know how rich he was. But I was there to find out what the mayor didn't want people to know. His dirty little secret. I sat in my car, parked across the street, scrunching down in my seat to be less visible. The mayor's house was fairly close to the street and I had a clear view into the living room. But what about all those rooms I couldn't see into? For all I knew, he was in one of them right now, pouring acid onto a hard drive. It wasn't long before Donald appeared, in silk pajamas, holding a glass of brown liquor in one hand and his cell phone in the other. Pajamas at 6 p.m. Huh? What a douche. He smiled and laughed and paced slowly around his living room as he chatted on the phone. Then he disappeared into another room for 10 minutes, before returning to the living room, where he sat down on his couch. I watched him watch TV for hours. The sun went down. At some point after midnight, I rested my eyes. Then 6 or so hours later I woke up just as the mayor turned to lock his front door. He was wearing his GI. I crouched down low and listened for the sound of the mayor's car pulling out of the driveway. Today he was driving a snazzy red convertible. A midlife crisis mobile. A car door clicked open, then slammed shut. The sound of his engine turning over. Then, the soft crunch of tire on pavement. I waited until I was sure he was a good 100 or so yards away, then hurriedly switched on my engine, and proceeded to make a quick 3-point turn. I'd seen him turn right, so I did too. A minute later I caught up to him. There were just a few cars between us. I followed him all the way to karate class. I circled around the block and parked. Got out. Lit a cigarette. Called Aiden. Hey, I said. So I've been watching Donald. Are you serious? Aiden said. Yes. I thought maybe I'd catch him doing something rash. Maybe even revealing the location of the server. There was a pause. I could hear Aiden breathing. I could almost hear him thinking. Finally, he said, "Find anything out?" "No," I said. "And my neck hurts from sleeping in my car." I'm going home for a quick shower and then I need to go into work for a few hours. And you want me to keep an eye on Donald? How did you know? I said. Another pause, then Aiden said, You really think that guy's been up to no good? You don't? I'm not sure. He hid a camera in his ex-wife's bedroom because he, I don't know, wanted to feel like he was still a part of her life. I'm not a psychologist. All I know is that Donald knew something very specific about Rosalind and Oliver's sex life. When I first talked to him about Rosalind, he mentioned that she and Oliver were into BDSM. And, get this, he knew the color of the whips they used. Then we find a camera in Rosalind's bedroom hidden inside a statue. I'm just connecting the dots here, detective. You're certainly painting a picture, said the detective. So does that mean you'll do it? Aiden sighed. Okay, I'll do it. Great, I said. Keep me posted. If Donald does something stupid today, I want to be there for it. Chapter 35. Donald didn't do anything stupid, not as far as Aiden could tell at least. After breaking boards at karate class, or trying to at least, Donald went to his office downtown. That's where Aiden left him. I could have taken over while he met with Ellen to see about the camera. But I wanted to be there. To find out as soon as possible if this camera would be the key to solving Rosalind's murder and exonerating Oliver. Or proving his guilt. Catherine insisted on coming. She said if it wasn't for her we wouldn't have access to Ellen and her mad skills. And that besides, she was already involved. No reason to keep her out of the loop at this point. I caved and the two of us showed up at Aiden's around 3:30. Ellen was supposed to show up then too, but she'd yet to arrive. Aiden's apartment was nice, one of the new condos that had recently sprung up near downtown. He had a balcony, a fancy stone shower, and stained concrete floors. But the furnishing left something to be desired. Or I should probably say the total lack of furnishing. His apartment, shall we say, lacked a woman's touch. Not that I was any wizard at interior design, but still. The guy hadn't even gotten himself a bed frame. And there was a furniture outlet just down Highway 1, only a short drive away. I'd have to tell him about it. Maybe I could even go with him, help him pick one out. If I ever spent the night, it would be nice to not have to sleep on the floor. That was all. I resisted taking a look at his medicine cabinet. Sure, I conducted an illegal search for evidence at the scene of a murder, but I still had my principles. While I was in the detective's bathroom, I heard Aiden laugh heartily at something Catherine had said. I felt a pang of envy. But that was all. Just a pang. It wasn't like I had a sudden urge to storm in and shout at my sister. Keep your hands off him. He's mine. Nothing like that. I returned to the living room. At least the detective had a couch. Catherine was sitting on it. I joined her. Aiden had shoved a cardboard box marked, books, over to the coffee table. Voila, a chair. Yeah, I definitely needed to take him to the furniture outlet. Catherine looked at her phone and said, Ellen said she's running late but will be here in 20 minutes later. Aiden's intercom system sounded. That was Ellen for you. When most people on this planet said they were 20 minutes away, it meant they were 30 minutes away, at least. Not Ellen. She didn't bend the truth. Not a bad person to have helping out on an investigation. Aiden buzzed Ellen in and a minute later she was standing in the doorway. Hi, she said. I'm Ellen. She stuck out her hand and Aiden shook it. Ellen's expression was characteristically deadpan. She was wearing glasses, as always, and her t-shirt displayed a rainbow. How's it going, Megan? Ellen said. Oh, you know. I said, rolling with the punches. Ellen nodded, efficient in her movements. Then, just as efficient with her words, she said, Okay, so where's this camera you guys want me to hack? Aiden hopped to. It's right over here. We followed him into his kitchen. The camera was on the counter. He had one stool for Ellen to sit on. Can you do your thing here? Aiden asked. There's an outlet and… This works, Ellen said. She took off her backpack and pulled out a laptop. Aiden explained what he wanted her to do, even though I had already filled her in over the phone. She nodded, looking slightly bored, like this was just an elementary task. Maybe, for her, it was. Catherine, Aiden, and I huddled around her and watched her work for 10 minutes, before she turned and said, I prefer to work without 3 people breathing down my neck. Aiden looked at me, wary of letting her work unattended. I understood his concern. I said, we kind of need to watch you, Ellen. Sorry. Whatevs, she said, blasé as can be. Can one of you at least make me some coffee or something? Unless you have Diet Coke? She swiveled and directed the question at Aiden. He made an apologetic face. Sadly, he said, the only potables in this place are tap water and cheap bourbon. Sad, said Catherine. Ellen said, never mind, then. A second later she added, although depending on how much of a pain in the ass this turns out to be, I might ask you to get that bourbon. Catherine fake cheered. Woo. Shots. I rolled my eyes. Aiden looked at Ellen like he was trying to figure her out. Good luck with that, detective. A half hour or so passed before Ellen made her first announcement. Welp, looks like whoever this camera belongs to really doesn't want us to find that server. What did you find? Aiden said, leaning over Ellen's shoulder. He seemed nervous, on high alert. His jaw was firm and his eyes burned with intense focus. Ellen explained to him that the IP address was being masked by a densely layered thicket of VPNs. He nodded, but I could tell what she said hadn't meant much to him. So, I said, does that mean we're running into a brick wall here? Not exactly, Ellen said. A better metaphor would be a jungle. I can get to the IP address, but in order to do that, I'm gonna need to slash my way through a jungle. Slash or hack, Catherine said, and did a little bow. No one laughed. Come on, guys. My sister protested. That was a good one. An hour passed and not much happened. Ellen's fingers would occasionally flutter over her keyboard. She never took her eyes off the screen. Aiden paced, then returned to his position behind Ellen, looking on intently. I went out on the balcony for air. When I came back, Catherine was rubbing her friend's shoulders. She looked up and said to me, Ellen is totally kicking ass over here. She says she's close to finding the… Got it, Ellen said. Aiden and I exchanged looks. We were getting good at communicating without words. I'm pretty sure this time what we telepathically conveyed was a pretty simple message. Here we go. Chapter 36. Ellen explained to us that she could, in theory, use the IP address to log directly onto the server. So we huddled up around her as she attempted to do just that. I was standing closer to Aiden than I'd ever stood before, but that wasn't the reason my heart was racing. It was because I was seconds away from seeing directly into the past, into Rosalind's bedroom. The day of the murder. In theory. Damn, Ellen said. What? Aiden said. Ellen didn't respond right away. She leaned forward and typed something. Her fingers were a flurry. Then she turned to us and said, Bummer. The server is offline. Aiden said. It's… So does that mean? Ellen finished his thought for him. It means there's no way to see what's on there, unless we track down the actual physical server. The computer it's on? I asked. Yep, said Ellen. Can we do that? I said. Sure, said my sister's friend, casual as can be. Give me 10 to 20 minutes. Great, Aiden said, rubbing his hands together. Can I get you anything? I think maybe it's time for some bourbon, Ellen said. Aiden couldn't tell if she was joking. That was Ellen's genius. You could never tell if she was joking. But before the detective could make up his mind, Catherine grabbed the bottle, which was just sitting out on the kitchen counter. I shot her a stern look. What? She said. I'm not driving. How about this? Said Aiden, turning to my sister. If Ellen can tell us where the server's located, the two of you can take that whole bottle with you. Ellen, Catherine said. Do the detective's terms sound reasonable to you? Very, Ellen said. 5 minutes passed. Then 6. Then 7. Ellen let out a sigh and tilted her head back. What is it? Aiden said. Is something wrong? Yeah, said Ellen. I don't have a bottle of bourbon in my hand. Ellen got us an address all right, but it wasn't the address of the mayor's house. Or anyone's house. It was a self-storage facility on the east side of town. I asked Ellen if she could pinpoint the exact location of the server, as in, the particular storage locker in which it was housed. She said she couldn't. That was okay, she'd helped us enough. She and Catherine left, leaving me and Aiden to make our next move. Aiden proposed a good old-fashioned stakeout. Sit in a car and watch the place, see who shows up. I told him I'd be happy to take a few shifts. I'm not sure you'd like it, Aiden said. Why not? I said, a little offended. Stakeouts are boring. Doesn't sound boring to me. I want in. All right. We'll tag team this. But starting tomorrow night. Tonight, you should. You know, maybe not sleep in your car again. Hey, I said. I slept all afternoon. I'm ready to go. I'm sure you are, Aiden said, looking at me with some blend of affection and amusement. But seriously, let me take tonight. I want to scope out the scene, see what we might be dealing with here. I almost protested. What, did he think I needed sleep more than he did? But I caught myself being defensive. Maybe he just wanted to do something nice for me. Not because he thought I was weak, but because he wanted to show that he cared about me. I remembered what Catherine had said about letting people who care about me help me because it's what they want. I got home a little after 7. Microwaved my dinner. Linguine. The sauce had the consistency of cheap glue. But it was food. I opened my laptop and started reading up on case law. One of my law school professors always said, when in doubt, study case law. Almost right away, I felt my eyelids getting heavy. I pressed on, but the words started making less and less sense. After an hour of valiant effort, I gave in to temptation, and rested my head on the counter. But I'd just do it for a couple of seconds. Okay, maybe a minute. When Catherine got home around 11:30, I was still asleep at the breakfast bar. My back and neck were not happy with my decision to take a nap with my body in the shape of the letter C. Right away I could tell that Catherine was drunk. Apparently, she and Ellen had really lived it up. I slept poorly that night and had strange dreams. I woke up at 7, drenched in sweat. Showered. Went into work. Hey Jasmine, I said, entering the firm's lobby. Jasmine looked up and blinked twice, like she couldn't believe her eyes. Hey you, she said. What's new? I said. My own voice sounded strange, like it was far away. I really needed a good night's sleep. You tell me, Jasmine said. You've been running around doing God knows what. Barely coming into work. You're up to something. I was here yesterday, I said. Well, I didn't see you, said Jasmine. I'm sorry for being Mia, I said. I've just been really busy with Oliver's case. I'm sure you have, Jasmine said. If I know you, that's all you've been doing. I sighed. Yeah. You sure you're okay, though? Yes, I said, suddenly annoyed. Why did people have to ask me that so much? I immediately regretted my tone. Sorry, I said. I've been sleeping like shit. Don't worry about it, said Jasmine. Just let me know if there's anything I can do for you. I will, I said. We should get a drink soon and catch up. Soon, so like after the trial? What's that supposed to mean? I said. Oh, nothing. It's just that sometimes it feels like I'm only your friend some of the time. Like, when you get deep into a case like this, everything that doesn't pertain to it becomes totally invisible to you. People included. Ouch. You're right, I said. I've been a shitty friend lately. I have trouble balancing work and life. I appreciate you calling me out on this. Like, seriously. I love you, Jas. Love you too, girl. I just worry about you sometimes. I just want you to be happy. You deserve it. I felt a lump in my throat and promptly did my best to ignore it. Well, I'm definitely gonna be happy if tonight goes well. What's happening tonight? Jasmine asked. I spoke quietly, wanting to be discreet. Detective Brown and I are staking out a place. That sounds exciting. Is he that new detective? The cute one? Yeah, he's pretty new to the department. Pretty new and pretty cute, Jasmine said, smirking at me. You're blushing, she said. You're hallucinating, I said. Chapter 37. Hi. Come on in, Aiden said. He stood in the doorway to his apartment. So, he said, are you ready? You know it, I said. What's that? Aiden pointed at my lunchbox. Snacks, I said. Specifically? Carrots. Celery. Some dried apricot. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Those are not stakeout foods. And what is a stakeout food? I said. Gas station tacos. Gas station tacos? I said. That sounds horrifying. You're gonna love 'em, said Aiden, sounding confident. We'll see, I said. Hey, can I use the bathroom really quick? You can use it however quickly you want, Aiden said, grinning at his own joke. I mean, standard stakeout procedure is to pee in a cup, but if you mew. Okay. I cut in. Fast food I can do. But I draw the line at urinating in a cup. I'm not even sure how that would work. Suit yourself, said Aiden. I wasn't expecting the mood to be so light. Maybe Aiden was just trying to help me relax. Or maybe we just had good chemistry. We took his car, a Mustang. I learned something new about Aiden Brown on the way to the storage facility. He liked to drive fast. Very fast. I gripped the sides of my seat as he whipped around a curve on Narrow Canyon Road, which curved around the edge of Westby. The route was longer than cutting straight through downtown, but as Aiden assured me, much faster. The way he drove, I didn't doubt it. We didn't talk much on the way there. He had his window down, and classic rock blared on the stereo. A mile or so from the facility, he pulled into a gas station on Old Adobe. Tacos? I inquired. Tacos, he confirmed. I waited for him in the car. Turns out the detective was right. Gas station tacos are a glorious thing. We ate parked on a street that overlooked the storage lockers, rows of small garages with red, roll-up doors. Toward the end of our first meal together, the detective asked me, "So, do you always take such a hands-on approach to your cases?" I sighed. I do have a tendency to get involved. But this is kind of a whole nother level, if I'm being honest. Well, here's to taking things to a new level, he said. We toasted, touching the tips of our tacos together. We stayed there all night. I got to know the detective quite a bit better. I learned he had an older brother who did 2 tours in Iraq. Since returning from the war, he'd started drinking more and had trouble holding down a steady job. Aiden worried about him. Aiden's dad was retired LAPD. Now he lived in New Mexico with his new wife, whom Aiden didn't seem to have much to say about. His first wife, Aiden's mom, cheated on him habitually, and they got divorced when Aiden was in high school. When he brought her up, it seemed to leave a sour taste in his mouth. At least he doesn't like cheaters, I thought. He asked me questions too, like what made me want to become a lawyer, what I did for fun, and what I would do for a living if money were no object. My answers: I believe that when someone goes to prison, it should be because they are guilty, and not because some slick prosecutor made them appear that way. I liked to go for runs, collect records. I'd inherited most of my dad's collection after he disappeared, and read trashy romance novels. If money were no object, I would still probably be a defense attorney. At one point, the topic of relationships came up. His last serious relationship ended 3 years ago. He'd been with her for 5 years before that. They even got engaged. When I asked him what happened, he inhaled deeply, paused, and said, "A long story for another time." When it was my turn, I got self-conscious, as always, and told him that I didn't really date much. Mumbling it. Hoping we could just move on. "What's not much?" he asked. I shrugged. He pushed. "Come on. When was your last serious relationship?" I closed my eyes, not wanting to tell the truth, but my desire not to lie was just a little stronger. "I've never had a serious boyfriend," I admitted. I avoided eye contact and waited for his response. I was expecting the usual, "What? You're kidding me? That's nuts. But you're so pretty?" Those kinds of responses always made me feel even worse. Like, there must be something really wrong with me, since it doesn't look like I'd be hopeless in the romance department. So I was more than pleasantly surprised when Aiden just said, "Huh, like it was interesting, but not really a big deal." I could tell he deliberately avoided asking about my parents. What happened to my mom wasn't exactly a secret. Everyone in the town knew me as the girl whose mom was murdered. As for my dad, he'd probably learned from Jim that he wasn't exactly my favorite topic of discussion. At a certain point, I fell asleep. I must have, because at around 6 a.m., I woke up, momentarily disoriented. "How long was I out for?" I said, rubbing my eyes. "A good 2 hours," he said, with an affectionate smile. Jesus. I realized I had drooled a bit and tried to wipe my cheek as furtively as possible. "You missed it," Aiden said. "What happened?" "A big shootout. You should have seen me. I took out an entire crew of gangsters." "Sounds messy." "Speaking of messy," he said, "I'm about ready for round 2 of tacos." "For breakfast?" I said, somewhat appalled. "How about some celery instead?" I offered him the Ziploc bag. He scrunched up his nose and took one with great reluctance. While he munched, I checked my phone. I had 8 new text messages. All of them from Catherine. With a surge of anxiety, I opened her texts. Her first text was just to say hi, check in. The second text was a little more urgent. "You okay?" By the fourth text, the question marks formed a long line. She was freaking out. Guilty. I called her right away. She scolded me for not responding to her texts. I apologized. I felt bad, but also, I was inwardly a little amused to be on the receiving end of her worry. Usually I was the one doing the urgent texting. Maybe this experience had been good for her, made her a little more responsible, a little more aware of the many dangers in this world. "She sounded upset," Aiden said, after I finished talking to my sister. "Yeah," I said. "She texted me a bunch while I was asleep." "I thought I heard your phone vibrate," Aiden said. "But I didn't want to wake you up. Or, like, reach into your pocket to see who was texting you." "Such a gentleman," I said, with slightly more than a hint of sarcasm. "So," Aiden said, after a longish pause, "I was thinking that maybe we're being too subtle about this. There's a lot both of us could be doing instead of sitting in a car eating tacos, as much fun as that is. Maybe we cut our losses and go to Jim about a warrant for the storage unit. No, I said. No? He said. We can't. It's one thing to tell him about the camera. You can always say you're the one who found it. Technically, Officer Schenk was supposed to be there, not you, but your presence wouldn't, in the eyes of a judge, be considered unlawful. And since this is a homicide investigation, the 1978 Mincy v. Arizona ruling applies. Police officers can conduct warrantless searches of a homicide scene as long as they're doing so in order to clarify the circumstances of death. You know your stuff, Aiden said. I wasn't sure if he was just teasing me, or if he was genuinely impressed. It's sort of my job, I said. Anyway, like I was saying, it's one thing to tell Jim about the camera, but telling him that we recruited Ellen, a civilian with no court-sanctioned involvement in the case, to hack into the camera. Well, that's not going to fly. Jim's a good guy, but he's as honest as they come. I don't see that playing out well. For either of us. Aiden thought for a moment, his mouth becoming a hard line. He took another bite of celery, and I watched him chew, his jaw muscles rippling. You're right, he said, finally. Guess we'll just have to keep talking and tacoing. I sighed at the lame joke. I sensed that he kind of liked that I wasn't the ditzy type who laughs at all your jokes. Jesus, I said. I really need to use the bathroom. Aiden offered me an empty water bottle. Not funny, I said. I felt pretty relaxed around the detective now. Amazing what spending the night in a car with someone can do. I'd stumbled upon a good alternative to awkward dinner dates, all-night stakeouts. Aiden told me I could drive his car to the gas station nearby. He wanted to check in with the guy working in the front office. It was a different guy than the day before, he explained, so he wanted to see what he knew. He told me to be careful with his car. That it was his baby. Careful? I said. This is coming from you. Yeah, he said. With precision and skill. Right, I said, rolling my eyes. Chapter 38. I got back from the gas station and joined Aiden in the facility's front office. The guy behind the counter was an interesting-looking character. White guy with dreadlocks and Coke bottle glasses which made his eyes appear to swim. He looked up with a goofy grin. What's up? His voice was gravelly. Trevor Munger. He stood up and leaned over the desk to offer me his hand. I took it. It was calloused. Megan Corver, I said. It was hard to tell how old Trevor was. 25 wouldn't have surprised me. But neither would 45. I noticed he was wearing a puka shell necklace. Apparently, he'd time-traveled here from 1996. Trevor here, Aiden said. Told me he wouldn't answer any questions without a lawyer present. At first, I thought he was joking, but it turns out he was serious. Not serious, Trevor corrected him. But sincere. He laughed at his own remark. It was the stereotypical stoner's laugh. A guttural ha ha ha. Anyway, Aiden said. I told Trevor it was his lucky day. That a lawyer would be walking through that door any second. And here you are. Here I am, I said. How long did you have to go to school for that? Trevor asked. In my case, 4 years. Most people do law school in 3 though. No shit, Trevor said, shaking his head. Then another grin spread across his stubbly cheeks. I bet that's longer than this guy had to go to school to be a cop. Ha ha ha. His laugh devolved into a cough. He coughed for a good 10 seconds. Huge, hacking coughs, all sorts of gunk rattling around in his lungs. Fuck, he said, eyes watering. He gave his chest a thump with the side of his fist. Gotta cut back on the darts. Ha ha ha. I wasn't sure we were going to get a whole lot out of Trevor. But he was kind of entertaining. I'd give him that. Aiden said. So now that you've got your lawyer, Can you tell me whether you know about anyone keeping a server here? Trevor thought about that for a second, jutting out his lower lip. Then he said, well, to answer that, I'd have to know what the fuck a server is. Ha ha ha. Aiden pinched the top of his nose. Wanna explain? He said, quietly, behind his hand. Sure. I said. A server, for all intents and purposes, is a computer, although it's a little more complicated than that. A server can actually exist on multiple computers. Its function is to send data to other computers when the people using those computers ask for it. So whenever you go to a website, what you're doing, in essence, is requesting a particular type of data. There has to be a program, somewhere, capable of showing you the website by sending you the data that composes it. In this sense, a server serves data to its users, or clients, as they're called. Are you with me? You lost me at computer, said Trevor. Ha ha ha. No, I'm just fucking with ya. I get it. A server's a fancy computer. You want me to look out for a fancy computer. In essence, I said. And Aiden cut in. If anyone comes by, looking nervous, or like they're in a hurry, like maybe they're up to no good, you let us know. As Aiden made his speech, he took out his card, handed it to Trevor. Right on, Trevor said. You want me to be on the lookout for some nefarious shit. Bingo, Aiden said. Then, adding some more warmth to his voice, the detective said, look, man, we'd really appreciate any help on this. If we can get to that server's hard drive, we think there's a good chance we can prove a man's innocence. So that's what Aiden thinks we're doing now, huh? Trying to prove Oliver's innocence. To be honest, I wasn't sure how I felt about that. On one level, I felt guilty, like I'd lured him into a false sense of conviction, certainty. That my tendency to believe too strongly had infected him. But on another level, well, it was nice to have someone on my side, on Oliver's. Trevor's eyebrows went up. He was looking at Aiden's card. That's some heavy shit, man. Aiden was looking at Trevor with a mild frown. Concerned about something. You know what? The detective said. Why don't you just shoot me a text whenever there's a customer? There's a customer, Trevor said. Right. Just let me know, okay? Aiden said. I am, right now. Some dude just parked in our lot. Rich cat. Got himself a Mercedes. For the second time this week I found myself hiding from Donald Callahan in a closet. This one filled with cleaning supplies. I stood behind Aiden, whose body was taut, ready for action. His hand gravitated toward the gun on his hip. I was close enough to smell his shampoo. We heard Donald address Trevor. How's it going, Chief? Living the dream, Trevor said. Looks like it, said the mayor. Footsteps. The mayor's voice, pitched low, saying something to Trevor. I couldn't make out the words. Trevor's laugh. Ha ha ha. The mayor saying, good man. Then a door opening and closing. Aiden and I exited the closet. Trevor grinned at us. I asked him, what did he say to you? Something about not telling anyone I was here. So, yeah. He wasn't here. But he did give me $100. Ha ha ha. Aiden went over to a window where he had a decent view of the mayor. I joined him there. Donald had just reached his unit, which was in the middle row. He looked around briefly, left and right, and Aiden and I leaned back. The mayor didn't seem to see us. Satisfied that he wasn't being observed, he crouched down to unlock the door to his unit. A moment later, he was inside. Aiden said, let's bust this asshole. I felt a tingle of excitement. Fear too. The detective rushed outside and ran over to Donald's unit. I followed close behind. Time was of the essence. If he planned on destroying the server, we needed to get to him before he did that. Show me both of your hands, Aiden shouted. The door to Donald's unit was rolled up only a third of the way. We saw his legs before his hands. His hands were empty. Aiden kept talking. "Okay, Mr. Calhan, you're doing a good job following instructions. Keep that up. Now I want you to exit the unit slowly, but let me see your hands the whole time. Got it?" Donald didn't say anything, but he did as the detective said. His head appeared as he stooped down to clear the door, and then he stood up straight and showed us those gleaming teeth of his. "Don't shoot," joked the mayor. He kept smiling, although I thought I detected a crack in the facade. A hairline fracture in his politician's smile. "We know about the camera," Aiden said. "And the server." "What are you even talking about?" said Donald, his smile diminishing a tad. "Let's see what I'm talking about," Aiden said, and made toward the unit. Donald's smile disappeared in an instant and his voice went icy. "I wouldn't set foot in there, detective. Not without a warrant." Aiden turned and looked at Donald with contempt. The mayor's features had settled into a stony mask. "Look, Mr. Calhan," Aiden said. "You can either let me see what's in that unit, or I arrest you right now for invasion of privacy and drag you into the station for the whole town to see." The mayor chuckled. "I don't know if she's got you feeling all mixed up, but you seem to have gotten the wrong end of the stick here, buddy. Do you have any idea what you're talking about, or are you just throwing around accusations to practice your big boy voice?" He didn't even look at me when he said she. I felt like I was on the sideline of a dick measuring contest. Aiden said. "We found a camera in Rosalind's bedroom. It connected to a server. The server is here. You're here. A few days after walking into the very room from which we procured the camera. Lots of connections there, Mr. Mayor. Where's the invasion of privacy?" Aiden crossed his arms, tilted his head back, regarded the mayor through slitted eyes. "You put the camera in Rosalind's bedroom without her consent. Also, that camera could have recorded Rosalind's murder. You're attempting to destroy evidence." "Could have?" the mayor balked. "That's ridiculous. You're spinning conjectures, detective. Arresting me without real evidence. Face it, you've got no case. I'll get out on bail and the charges will be dropped. And you, my friend, will be off the goddamn force." An edge snuck into the mayor's voice at the end, his temper getting away from him for a split second. Is that what happened with Rosalind? His temper just got away from him? "Guess we'll just have to find out then," Aiden said, reaching for his cuffs. "Okay, fine," the mayor said, putting up his palms. "You win. Take a look." He paused to sneer. "But you're not going to find anything." Aiden put his cuffs back. "See, I knew we could be reasonable about this." He grabbed the handle of the unit's roll-up door, eyed Donald. "Don't move a muscle." The door made harsh grating sounds as Aiden rolled it up all the way. Inside, there was a computer on a table. Chapter 39. But someone else had already gotten to it. And apparently it wasn't the mayor. "Where is it?" Aiden said, emerging from the unit. His forehead wrinkled with frustration and his eyes told the mayor he wasn't in the mood to play hide and seek. "Where's what?" said Donald. "The hard drive. It's missing. So again, I'll ask you, where the fuck is it?" Donald's eyebrows went up. He blinked. "I have no idea what you're talking about." An extra big smile this time. Aiden sighed. He pinched the bridge of his nose again, pressing his eyes like he was warding off a headache. He spoke without looking at the mayor. "So what's it gonna be, Donald? Are you gonna hand it over nice and easy, or do I have to search you?" "I suppose you'll have to search me, since I've got nothing to hand over." Aiden didn't look convinced. But Donald was telling the truth. Aiden found nothing on the mayor except his phone, wallet, and car keys. "Well, if I'm not under arrest, then, I think I'm going to take off," Donald said. Neither Aiden nor I wanted to let him go, but we didn't have much of a choice. Sure, Aiden could arrest him. But Donald was right. The charge was flimsy. It wouldn't stick. Especially now that we didn't even have the damn hard drive. "We'll be seeing you again soon," Aiden said. "This isn't over." "No?" said Donald. "Well, if you do end up arresting me for invasion of privacy, good luck proving that I put that camera in Rosalind's bedroom without her consent." "We're already halfway there," I said. "You just told us it was you who put the camera there. Now all we have to do is prove the part about not having consent." "I didn't admit to putting any camera anywhere," said the mayor. "I disagree," I said. "We never mentioned that the camera was found in her bedroom, and yet, you somehow knew that very thing. Interesting." The mayor looked at me with hatred. "That's a cute argument," he said. "But you two are in over your heads." He stormed off. I didn't think Donald was as smart as he thought he was. And, in fact, I was starting to think he might be as dumb as he was sleazy. After the mayor left, Aiden and I went back to the front office of the facility. Trevor was standing outside smoking a cigarette. "That shit was intense," he said. "I thought you were about to slap the cuffs on that jabroni." I got the impression that Trevor didn't have a clue who Donald Callahan was. If ignorance was bliss, then Trevor must have been happier than a clam at high tide, as Jim might say. "Trevor," Aiden said, "we're going to need to see footage of the facility going back. Let's see." I made some quick mental calculations. "Let's start with 4 days," I said. "We found the camera 4 nights ago." Aiden nodded. Trevor grinned and opened up a laptop. "Coming right up." A minute later, Trevor got up from the desk chair. "Going for a dart. Holler if you need me." He just opened up the security cam footage on a laptop, showed us how to fast forward, rewind, and so forth. Trevor pulled out a pack of Marlboro Reds and put one in his mouth. I let myself glance at the big beautiful cancer stick for a second. Not even a second. I didn't want Trevor to think I was checking him out. I sighed. "What's the matter?" Aiden said. "Nothing," I said. "Okay," Aiden said. "Let's see what we've got here." He started the tape at 50x speed, and every time there was some action, that is, every time a person showed up, he rewound and played the footage in real time. The first few people did nothing suspicious. One guy grabbed a boat motor and a few fishing rods from his unit. A college-age girl and a woman, her mom, presumably, retrieved some plastic boxes. 2 men opened up a unit and chatted in front of it for a few minutes, but didn't go inside the unit or otherwise do anything to arouse our suspicion. An entire family showed up in the early morning to get camping gear. And so on. Trevor came back inside. "You guys find anything, OU?" "Shish," Aiden said, holding out a finger, his eyes glued to the laptop screen. The footage had just gotten a lot more interesting. Aiden rewound and played the tape in real time. The time in the corner said 1:19 a.m. It was the night of Aiden's solo stakeout. Turns out he could have used me there after all, because someone snuck in right under his nose. This is what we saw on the tape. A figure in black clothes appears from the side of the frame and approaches the barbed wire fence that encloses the facility. The person, who could be a man or a woman, it's not clear from the footage, throws a thick blanket over the top of the fence, before climbing and vaulting over it as gracefully as a cat. The mystery person moves swiftly, capably, without hesitation, running over to the storage units and making their way along the first row, checking each unit. But for what? An open door apparently, because when they come to a unit whose door is partially open, they drop down and roll under the open door and into the unit. After several minutes, the person re-emerges, rolling out from under the partially open door. They move on to the next row and do the same thing, only this time, they disappear into a unit with a partially open door. They're gone for a lot longer. Some 20 minutes. It's the same row in which Donald's unit is located. When the figure in black reappears, they are holding a small circular object that catches the facility's lights. It's a hard drive platter, all right. The person runs back to the fence, a fluid, effortless stride. Body over the fence. And out of the frame. Aiden and I looked at each other. Who the hell was that? I said. I don't know, said Aiden. But this is getting big and messy. Too big and messy for us to keep going off the books like this. He paused to shake his head. He had his hands on his hips. His tie was loose. The detective looked tired. Chapter 40. A few days later, Jim got in touch with me at my office, asked me to swing by the station for a chat. He didn't sound upset on the phone, but I was nervous driving over. I knew he'd spoken with Aiden already, and I knew he would be upset that I'd put myself in such a compromising position, not to mention the fact that I'd let someone outside of law enforcement have access to a potentially crucial piece of evidence. I was surprised, then, when I walked into his office to find him smiling benignly behind his desk. I was also surprised by how thin he looked. It seemed like he'd lost 10 pounds since I'd last seen him, which hadn't been that long ago. "Hi, Jim," I said. "Good to see you," he said. "I poured you a cup. Black with 2 sugars." "Just how I like it," I said. I sat down and took a sip of coffee, waiting for him to reprimand me. "So I hear you and Detective Brown have been spending some time together," said Jim. "Yeah, a little bit," I said. "We've been working together on the case." "Playing detective?" he said. "Something like that," I murmured into my mug. "You enjoy spending time with Detective Brown?" he said. Not the question I was expecting. I cleared my throat. "Yeah, we get along pretty well. I think he's a good detective. He keeps an open mind." "Well, that's good. At the end of the day, that's all life is about. Finding people you appreciate and spending time with them." I narrowed my eyes at Jim, suspicious. He wasn't usually this sentimental. He chuckled. "You're wondering when I'm going to start lecturing you, aren't ya?" said the chief. "Yeah, actually. Kind of." I acted pretty recklessly. "That's one word for it," said Jim. I looked down, cowed. After a beat, I looked Jim in the eyes and said, "So I assume the judge isn't going to allow anything we found to be used at trial." "Usually, you'd be right, but I talked to Janet, and she happens to owe me a favor. I called it in. She'll allow the discovery of the camera and the subsequent discovery of the server it was linked up to. You can try and make the argument that the real killer stole the hard drive, knowing that it would exonerate Oliver if it came to light. But it's very circumstantial and I doubt it's gonna sway a jury." I nodded. Jim continued. "And you cannot, and this is the important part, Megan, so listen closely, you cannot mention Donald's name in relation to the server. It was questionable what Aiden did, storming in there like that. Like a hothead. Maybe he was trying to impress you or something. But here's the deal. You do not tell the jury that you encountered Donald at the storage facility or that the server was in his unit. But, clearly he. It's not negotiable, Megan." Jim spoke firmly, and held me with his gaze. Then he winced and coughed a few times. He pulled out a handkerchief and blotted his lips. "Technically," the chief continued, "the mayor's done nothing illegal. Is his having a server in his unit linked up to a hidden camera sketchy as hell? Well, yeah. Gives me the heebie-jeebies. But since he didn't commit any crimes, you can't go dragging his name through the mud. Donald stays out of this whole missing hard drive business. Are we clear on this, Megan?" This was frustrating. Donald had motive to kill Rosalind. There is testimony, from his own mouth, that they didn't get along. Not liking someone as motive, when the not liking part is strong enough. And now we had, in our laps, very strong circumstantial evidence that Donald intended on covering up footage of Rosalind's bedroom. As for physical evidence, we'd have that too if we could only find that damn hard drive. If he wasn't the mayor, you wouldn't be telling me this, I said. Jim looked at me like, let's not do this. I crossed my arms. Jim started to speak but lapsed quickly into a coughing fit. He coughed into his handkerchief, and when he finished I saw him quickly examine the cloth before putting it back into his pocket. Jim, I said. That didn't sound too good. No, I don't suppose it did, said the chief, with a pained smile. Are you okay? My voice faltered. I didn't like the way Jim was looking at me. It was like he was looking back fondly on all the times we'd had. It made me feel cold inside. I don't suppose I am okay, Jim mused. He smiled again, but his smile quickly faltered. I'm dying, Meg, he said. Jim Nixon's doctor had told him that the 5-year survival rate for people with stage 3 lung cancer is 36%. That meant there was a 64% chance he wouldn't live another 5 years. I couldn't help but view it that way. Guess I was a glass half empty kind of woman. When he told me, I didn't cry. I felt numb. And small. The room turned into a vast arena, and Jim became an abstract being, a voice in the distance. He reached across the desk and squeezed my hands. I stared at my hands in his with the strange sensation that they belonged to someone else. Maybe they did. Maybe this was a dream. It had to be. It couldn't be real. But it was. Eventually, I found my voice. Asked some basic questions. Like when he was diagnosed. If Linda knew. What the course of treatment would be. He'd known for several months now, but had waited to tell me because he knew how much I already had on my plate with Oliver's case. Linda did know. And he was going in for surgery in a week to remove the bulk of his tumors. After that, it was chemotherapy. I asked him if he was scared, and he said he was. Actually, what he said was, hell yeah. Terrified. He told me the cancer hadn't spread to both lungs yet. I asked him which lung it was in, as if that mattered. I think I just wanted to say something. To keep asking questions as a method of treading water. If I stopped, I would quickly drown in the reality of the situation. It's in my left lung, Jim said. I figure it's 'cause when I smoked, I always kept the cigarette in the left side of my mouth. I chuckled with some effort. I wanted to cry. But there was this huge lump in my chest and it wouldn't melt. Everything was all clogged up inside me. I went back to the office after meeting with Jim and, unsurprisingly, found myself unable to concentrate on work. I kept opening emails and just staring at them uncomprehendingly, my mind fixed on the image Jim had left in my mind. He had looked so frail. And his eyes, I saw real fear in them. The deep fear of the unknown. It had reduced the man I'd always seen as invincible. Made him look vulnerable and childlike. I couldn't get the image out of my head. Or the feeling it gave me out of my bones. Jim had always been such a steady and stable presence in my life. After my mom's death, there was a huge outpouring of sympathy from the community. Cards, flowers, candy. Catherine and I ate the candy. The flowers wilted. The cards stopped coming. But while everyone else faded into the background, Jim became a cornerstone of my and Kat's existence. A man we knew wouldn't disappear the way our biological father had. And now this? My thoughts grew darker and I felt like I was going to explode if I remained cooped up in my office. So I rushed out at 4. I wanted to stop thinking. I drove home, changed into my running gear, and went for my first run in months. After a mile or so into my run, I got to a steep hill and decided to really push myself. I could take a break when I got to the top. I accelerated into the foot of the hill, leaning forward slightly and lifting my knees. I slashed at the air with my hands. My breath came faster. My heart began to pound. Halfway up, my legs felt like they were moving through cement and there was a faint metallic taste of blood in my mouth. I really needed to get back in shape. 2/3 up. I could hear my heart beating in my ears. Just a little farther. Almost to the top. My heart sounded like it was behind me now, oddly enough. Wait. That wasn't my heart. It was another pair of footsteps. Half running, half stumbling, I turned around, sweat stinging my eyes. At that very moment, a lean woman rushed past me. I didn't see her face. Just her back, as she breezed right on by. Demoralized by how quickly she'd been able to pass me, I stopped and put my hands on my knees, watched the short-haired woman bounding off into the distance. She was really moving. Chapter 41. Red Creek Correctional Facility was an hour's drive from Westby. It was out in the middle of nowhere, in sagebrush country. A dry, desolate landscape. Only slightly more fertile than the surface of the moon. Off in the distance, to the east, were mountains. Majestic. Beautiful. Indifferent. I hadn't encountered another driver for a while when the police car zoomed by me, heading in the opposite direction. A minute later another police car went flying by. So I was close. My phone confirmed it a minute later. Remain on the highlighted route. Your exit is in 2.3 miles. Now it was real. I was visiting Oliver in a maximum security prison. I passed a sign. Red Creek Correctional Facility Exit 27. 10 minutes later I showed ID and a huge chain-link gate started to shake and open at a geologic pace, slowly enough for me to read the signs on it. No trespassing violators will be prosecuted. And danger shooting zone within. After the usual song and dance, metal detectors, a pat down, some boilerplate questions from a CO, putting my personal property in a plastic tub, etc. I joined some other visitors in a waiting area. We all sat on little plastic chairs. No magazines in this waiting room. With nothing else to do, I thought about what I was going to tell Oliver. Why I was here. It wasn't to get his hopes up. That was a dangerous thing to do to someone in Oliver's situation. I just wanted him to know. He deserved to. It was his life that was at stake here. The least I owed him was the truth. But that wasn't my only reason for coming here, to this soul-crushing place, where all sound was dispersed as echoes, when it wasn't cancelled out entirely by that damn buzzer, which seemed to go off at entirely random intervals, as if its sole purpose was to subject the prisoners to a kind of acoustic torture. No, I was also here for myself. I didn't just want Oliver to know the truth. I wanted to know the truth about Oliver. When I told him about the camera, how would he respond? Like a guy who just learned that a camera might have captured the murder he didn't commit but was charged with? Or, like a guy who just heard that a camera might have captured the murder he did commit? I wondered if I was prepared for the latter. I'd gotten so used to thinking of Oliver as innocent, it would be strange to suddenly learn that he wasn't, to see it directly in his face. But I had to know. So I would watch him. Closely. When I brought up the camera, I'd study his face. It would react before his mind could tell it how to. Our faces give away so much that our tongues then seek to hide. I was thinking about this, tongues and faces, when they called my name. I was led by a CO into the visiting room. The tables were white and bolted to the floor. Oliver was sitting at one of them. He didn't look up when I came in. He was staring vacantly at the table's blank surface. His head drooped toward his chest and his entire posture seemed to indicate a desire to melt into the ground. I breathed deep and approached the table. Oliver. Megan. He said, and smiled at me, his expression dazed. He looked weak and pale and his curly blonde hair stuck to his forehead in places, glued by sweat. I sat down and looked him in the eye. How are you coping? Oh. I don't know. I'm not sure how other people react when they're in prison for a murder they didn't commit, but all things considered I'd say I'm doing okay. I give myself a B+. I smiled, happy to see he still had a sense of humor, although I could tell his cheerfulness was a mask, and one that took quite some effort to put on. Have you settled into a rhythm? Made some friends? The question sounded silly in this context. Like I was making light of his situation. But luckily Oliver didn't seem to take it that way. My roommate's not a bad guy, Oliver said. He's awaiting trial too. What's he in here for? I said. Stealing cars. Did he do it? Yep. We both laughed. By the way, Oliver said, thanks for coming all the way out here to see me. I know this isn't the most fun place to visit. I waved it off. It's a part of the job, I said. I'm used to meeting with clients in prison. Besides, I have some important information to share with you and it's best I do it in person. Oliver sat up straighter and nervously cracked his knuckles. He looked at me intently. Did they find something new? Some new evidence? In a way, yes, I said. But the evidence is useless at the moment, because it's incomplete. We found a camera in Rosalind's bedroom. We don't know who put it there or what its purpose is, but we did manage to trace it to a server that was being kept in a self-storage unit. I paused briefly, evaluating Oliver's reaction. His mouth was open, stunned to hear about this development. It didn't appear as if he knew about any camera. If he was feeling hopeful now, I was about to deliver that feeling a crushing blow. The problem is, I said, when we finally found the specific unit in which the server was being housed, someone had already gotten to it and removed the hard drive disk. No hard drive. No footage. If we can't see what the camera saw, the camera's no more useful than a dead witness. Oliver shook his head, his face contorting with an unpleasant realization. He looked at me, and his eyes got big, flashing with desperation. But whoever took it could have easily destroyed the disk by now. Right? Or driven it 100 miles into the desert and buried it in the sand. Right? A CO glanced over at us, his face letting us know he didn't like the way Oliver had raised his voice. You're right, I said. But keep in mind, the sheer fact of the camera's disappearance complicates the overall picture. Complicated can be good. It's what makes juries doubt things. And where there is doubt, there is hope. Sure, Oliver said. But complicated isn't as good as a clear video showing Rosalind's killer in the house at the time of her murder. Which is why I'm going to do everything I can to track down that disc. Oliver nodded, looked down, a heavy thought weighing on him. When he looked up his expression was steely, and he spoke quietly, with an icy grimness. It was Donald, wasn't it? If you're asking about who planted the camera, we're not sure, but yes, Donald is a suspect. But if you're asking about who took the hard drive, the security footage shows someone much more agile than the mayor. And skinnier. And presumably, faster, although I can't say I've seen the mayor run. Oliver frowned. He was thinking, working through all of this in his mind. I let him think for a few moments, then I asked him, do you have any idea who that person on film might be? He shook his head, slowly, still thinking. No one's coming to mind, he said. What about Zoe? I said. Technically she's still a suspect. She had motive. Oliver frowned. What? The fact that Rosalind was always the good sister, and the fact that Zoe kind of felt like she existed in Rosalind's shadow? Yes, I said. He considered that, nodding to himself as he pondered the possibility. That his dead lover was murdered in cold blood by her own sister. But then something snagged. He grimaced and shook his head. No, it couldn't be Zoe. Why not? I said. He shook his head again. I don't think it was Zoe. Why not? I pressed. Oliver sighed. I don't know. But I'm sure of it. Chapter 42. Good news. Aiden's voice said on the other end of the line. He'd called me at my office. I could use some, I said, sitting forward and resting my elbows on my desk, cell phone pressed close to my ear. What's up? The forensics people decided to move up some of the tests we've been waiting on. How far up? We're at the front of the line now, said the detective, with a dash of triumph. That's great, I said. But who lit the fire under their ass? I don't know. Maybe they just got tired of me calling them every hour. I thought about that. Aiden going above and beyond. I liked it and wanted to let him know, but the right words didn't offer themselves. So I did what I did best. Asked more practical questions. Gathered more facts. How long till we find out something significant? I asked. Well, that's actually what I was calling about. There, a forensic podiatrist is ready to meet with us. He sounded pretty excited for us to stop by. You spoke with him on the phone? Yeah, earlier this morning. Guy's name is Jonathan Iskowitz. What's he want to talk about? I said. Based on the job title, something to do with feet, I'd assume. But they weren't able to recover any footprints at the crime scene, right? Not last time I checked, at least. Did he sound optimistic? I asked. Aiden took a second to answer. I don't know, he said. He didn't want to deliver his conclusions over the phone though. You know how those lab guys are. They want you to come in so they can show off their fancy instruments and spew a bunch of technobabble at you. Be nice, I said. Those lab guys might be the ones who help us get to the bottom of all this shit. Aiden inhaled deeply. Yeah, he said. If there even is a bottom to all this. Aiden offered to pick me up from my office, but I didn't need any extra adrenaline, so I insisted on driving. I picked him up from the station at 3:30. Our meeting with Jonathan Iskowitz was at 4. We got to the forensics lab right at 4. It was about 30 miles outside of town, a lone building amidst rugged, rocky shrubland. There was an intercom system and we had to wait for a security guard to come down and escort us into the building. While we waited, Aiden bounced on the balls of his feet. His hands were in his pockets and he had 2 days of stubble on his cheeks. Eyeing him discreetly, something occurred to me. Maybe the detective was just like me, unable to separate work from everything else. His bloodshot eyes, his restlessness, little signs that this thing had gotten its hooks in him too. The crime lab was newly constructed and pristine. Personnel shuffled about, performing their respective tasks with precision and care. I didn't come to the lab often, but I enjoyed myself whenever I did. Although enjoyed may not be the best word. Oftentimes visiting this place meant looking at grisly images of dead bodies, and in some cases, the dead bodies themselves. That wasn't my idea of a good time, per se, but I appreciated what went on here. I saw the crime lab as a bastion of objectivity, in a world where wild speculation and extremist opinions were becoming the norm. Compared to a courtroom, which was filled with emotions and egos, a place like this felt refreshingly calm. Maybe in another life I could have been a forensic scientist. Then again, I heard about the effects that constant exposure to horrific crime scenes had on people in this profession. PTSD wasn't uncommon. But Iskowitz didn't seem to be suffering any ill effects from his profession. He'd been rambling on about the various ways in which an intimate understanding of the lower extremities can help solve crimes. We'd asked about forensic podiatry just to be polite though, not to receive a lecture. So Aiden interrupted him after he'd been going for about a minute. Dr. Iskowitz, said Aiden. We're a little pressed for time. As interesting as all of this is, could we move on to the... Of course, Iskowitz said, with an embarrassed but thoroughly cheerful smile. Here I am talking your ear off and you just want to know who the bad guy is, right? Or girl, I said. Aha, said the foot expert, pointing a finger in the air. You're an astute one. You've actually anticipated my first point. You see. He pulled up the footage from the self-storage facility. Quote, "I've conducted a close examination of the suspect's gait. And the biomechanics of the stride indicates a Q angle that one would expect to see in a female. Right there. He paused the tape and pointed at the thief's pelvic areas. You can actually see it pretty clearly. And here. And when I play the tape at 1/60th speed, I observe what appears to be characteristically female peak hip abduction, hip internal rotation, and knee abduction angle commensurate with a female. So, we're looking for a lady, huh? Aiden said quietly, mostly to himself, as he narrowed his eyes at the footage. Yes, in a word. You are looking for an adult female. And extrapolating from spatial gait parameters, I came up with a body weight estimate that accords closely with the one produced by our video analyst. Somewhere between 110 and 140 pounds. That's a pretty big range, Aiden said. Eiskowitz put his palms up. It's all the science can tell us. I jumped in. And the suspect's height, 5'8", 5'9", correct? That's correct. What about shoe size? Aiden said. This question, apparently, caused Eiskowitz some mental pain. He shook his head ruefully. There was considerable difficulty isolating the suspect's prints. There shouldn't have been. But alas, the vital importance of securing a crime scene and protecting footprints is woefully overlooked by a disturbingly high proportion of law enforcement. They tend to go barreling into a crime scene without any regard. He cut off and cast a nervous glance at Aiden. Sorry, I didn't mean. Aiden put up a hand to reassure Eiskowitz that he wasn't offended. So, no, regrettably, I cannot tell you the suspect's shoe size. Isolating the prints would be too difficult, continued the forensic podiatrist. Difficult? I said. What about the hard drive? It could help us solve a murder. Eiskowitz smiled patiently, but not that patiently. Yes, but, Miss Corver, these things take time and resources, neither of which is something I have in abundance. Can't you use the video to figure out where the suspect's footprints should be, and then, well, find them? Eiskowitz laughed. Well, it was more of a condescending snort than a laugh. In theory, yes. But I must reiterate, time. Resources. I suddenly didn't like this Eiskowitz guy so much. He had plenty of time to ramble on about forensic podiatry, but he didn't have time to get us prints. It was bullshit. Aiden seemed less perturbed, calmly asking, anything else about the perp we should know? The scientist thought for a second. That's it as far as empirical data goes. But, if I may offer a slightly more subjective assessment. Shoot, Aiden said. Whoever this person is, you better hope you don't have to catch them on foot. Chapter 43. On the car ride back to the station, Aiden and I discussed what we'd learned at the lab. We'd met with a few other technicians besides Eiskowitz. This is what we found out. Some strands of hair had been collected at the crime scene. Various textile fibers. The server had been dusted for prints. There were none. Not even Donald's. But they did find a tiny circular stain on the computer's plastic surface. It turned out to be sweat. Hair and sweat. That meant DNA. But whose? They told us we'd have to wait a week on that. Of course, there was no guarantee that the DNA would be useful. In the state of California, DNA can be collected from anyone arrested under suspicion of committing a felony. So, if our mystery person hadn't been arrested on suspicion of a felony before, any DNA they left behind wasn't going to help us with an identification. I brought up Rosalind's sister, Zoe, as we pulled into the Westby Police Department's parking lot. She is female. Right, Aiden said. Along with half of the world's population. Slightly less than half, actually, I said. What? Aiden said. Never mind, I muttered. Now wasn't the time for fun facts. So, Aiden said, do you want to investigate Zoe? I shrugged. We don't have a lot of leads at the moment. I don't see many other options. Not until the lab can get us some more test results. More hard evidence. Aiden mulled that over. After a longish pause, he said, "It would be nice if could just go and ransack her apartment. Warrants are such a hassle." As a lawyer, I've gotta say I disagree. Unreasonable search and seizure would cause way more pain than warrants. I don't know, Aiden said. All that paperwork. Don't talk to me about paperwork, I said. Anyway, maybe we should try and get a warrant to search Zoe's place. Aiden shook his head without even having to think about it. No, he said. We'd never get one. Not unless more evidence comes out of the woodwork. Think about it. The only reason to search Zoe's place is a suspicion that she stole the hard drive. And why would we suspect her of that? Well, because we think she might have killed Rosalind and now wants to hide the evidence. But without the hard drive, we have no good reason to suspect her. Circular reasoning. No judge is going to like that. I nodded. I'd already arrived at the same conclusion thinking about it on my own, but I'd weakly hoped that maybe Aiden saw a different angle. Sadly, no. I took a deep breath. I think I'm just going to show up at Zoe's. Have a little chat. A chat? Aiden said, raising an eyebrow. His features really were quite expressive. Sharp, sensitive, intelligent. He didn't wear that smug, pugnacious expression I saw on a lot of detectives. There was compassion there. Tenderness. Yeah, I said. A chat. Okay. Aiden said slowly, concern starting to furrow his forehead. Want me to come with you? Actually, I said. I was thinking about going by myself. Zoe's a little skittish. Something tells me we shouldn't come at her too hard. I just get the feeling that she'll be a little less forthcoming with the both of us there. I didn't add that I thought Zoe and I were similar in a lot of respects. Both shy. A little socially awkward. Intense. The detective didn't seem entirely happy about letting me go by myself. He wanted in on the action. I couldn't really blame him. He was a detective after all. Technically, he was the one who should talk to Zoe, not me. But my instincts told me that it was better for me to go, even if I couldn't quite articulate why I thought that. Me and my instincts, always getting ourselves into interesting situations. You're sure you don't want me to go with you? Aiden said, turning in his seat, his face as serious as I'd ever seen it. Yes, I said. I'm positive. Aiden breathed in through his nose, slowly, and held his breath for a moment with his eyes closed. Fine, he said, exhaling. When are you gonna go? I was thinking right now actually, I said. Aiden nodded. He got out of the car, came around to my side. Leaned down. It was a windy day. The sun was out, but its light seemed diminished, anemic. A gust of wind took hold of the detective's tie. It flew up over his shoulder. He ignored it, focusing on me. I liked this feeling of being at the center of his attention. A girl could get used to it. Be careful, he said. I will, I said. I don't think Zoe's dangerous. But. Aiden finished my thoughts for me. But if she is, she's really dangerous. Right, I said, quietly, down into my own lap. I looked up at Aiden and said, do you believe Zoe could be involved in all of this? You've spoken with her. What kind of vibe did you get? Aiden twisted one side of his mouth. He did that a lot when he was thinking about something. It was a look of mild exasperation. And it was also really cute. She seems shy, he said. Kind of quirky, like. Now he was really thinking about it, about her. He stared into the middle distance, and I could tell he was picturing Rosalind's sister in his mind's eye. He continued. Either she sees the world differently or wants you to think she does. To be honest, she seemed a little affected to me. But hey, it was one conversation. I'd need a few more cracks at her before giving you my considered opinion. He paused, pursed his lips, looked down. But no, she doesn't seem dangerous. Not to other people at least. What do you mean? I said. Aiden sighed. She told me about her depression. And I noticed a couple of scars on her wrist. How had I missed those? I see, I said, suddenly not so gung-ho about showing up at Zoe's for an impromptu questioning. It felt less now like storming in on a suspect than harassing a depressed woman who'd lost her sister. It was a little harder to get pumped up for the latter. Any tips on how to interview a suspect? I asked. Aiden leaned down even closer, resting both of his forearms on the edge of my driver's side window. I'd never seen him so up close like this before. We always chatted at the customary professional distance of 3 or 4 feet apart. Now I could smell his aftershave. My pulse responded to his nearness, but I didn't let my excitement show. Hiding my feelings, sort of my specialty. Just ask questions, Aiden said. Brilliant, I said, my face falling flat. I'm serious, he said. Ask questions? Right. Keep them talking. You're just there to gather information. Don't try and sort it all out in your head while you're engaging a suspect. That's for later. 99% of what I do is just asking questions and writing down the answers. The Sherlock Holmes moments are few and far between. So, I said, ask her questions and write down what she says. Bingo. Your brain is going to want to analyze her answers. Form hypotheses. Tell it to shut up. Focus on her, and asking the next question. This detective back in LA, old school, hard-nosed guy, he once told me, you can't connect the dots if you don't have any dots. I sort of scoffed. But it was good advice, I had to admit. Especially for someone like me. I always want to find out the truth right away. Like when I took Oliver on as a client. My initial thoughts all circled around the big question: did he do it? Not all lawyers are like that. Some even ignore that question, as they believe it interferes with the job. But I could never turn my back on the truth. Chapter 44. Zoe's apartment was on the east side of town, directly above a little corner store. A lone unit in a residential neighborhood. Maybe the guy who owned the store was her landlord. I walked around the store and found the entrance to Zoe's place. I tried the door. It rattled loosely but didn't open. Locked. I cupped my hands to the sides of my face and peered in through a metal grate. A narrow staircase leading up to Zoe's front door. I rang the bell, waited, looking around warily. Zoe's neighborhood was pretty sketchy. Why would she choose to live here? I guess her dad really did screw her over on the inheritance front. Poor girl. I felt bad for her. To be overlooked by your own father. A feeling I knew all too well. Come on, Zoe. Be home. There was a man at the bus stop across the street. He seemed to have noticed me, and I didn't like how he was eyeing me. Please be home. She was. She appeared at the top of the stairs, wearing black leggings and a large t-shirt with holes in it. She'd cut her hair since the last time I saw her. It was short and spiky now. Very short. Hi, she said, opening the door at the bottom of the stairs. She regarded me with zero emotion, blinked, and for a second it seemed like she might not recognize me. But then she said, Megan, right? Yes. Oliver Hopkins, defense attorney. Would you like to come in? Zoe said, a little hesitant, but otherwise not too ruffled by my unannounced appearance at her doorstep. Please, if you're not too busy, I said, adding a polite smile for good measure. Not at all, said Zoe. She didn't smile back, but there was no hostility in her expression either. A blank canvas. I followed her up the stairs. Zoe's apartment was old. The wood floors were badly scratched and the steam radiator's paint had mostly chipped off. Not a luxury unit by any stretch of the imagination. But Zoe had made it nice, furnishing and decorating the space in an earthy, bohemian style. There was art on the walls. Lots of houseplants. Warm lighting that oozed from strategically placed lamps. She'd made tea. asked if I wanted some. I said, sure. I was sitting on her couch. There were Mexican yoga blankets draped over the back of it. The person in the footage used a blanket to clear the barbed wire fence. Should I grab some fibers from one of them? No. Stupid. Such a thing would never be admissible. I wasn't here to collect physical evidence. If we ended up pursuing this lead, a team of professionals would do that. I was here to talk. No, I was here to listen. I hope Black's okay, Zoe said, returning from the kitchenette. Oh, yeah, Black's fine. Thank you. I took a large mug from her. She sat down opposite from me in a wicker bowl chair, curled her feet beneath her. She lifted her tea to her face but didn't take a sip. Just breathed in the steam and aroma. She regarded me from behind her mug. You're probably wondering what I'm doing here, I said. Not really, Zoe said. She took a sip of tea, averted her gaze. Why not? I asked. I was a little taken aback by her response. I put my tea on the glass top of her rattan coffee table and sat forward, resting my elbows on my thighs. Zoe didn't answer right away. She stared into her tea. Shrugged. I guess I was expecting it. Expecting it, why? Her eyes flicked up, then back to her tea, her gaze like a frightened animal scurrying back into some bushes to hide. What was she hiding from? And was she hiding something herself? Maybe in this very apartment. I do what you would probably call tarot reading, Zoe said. What do you call it? I said. Still staring into her tea. I don't really call it anything. I just like to spend time with the cards. Sit with them. Do you believe they tell you about the future? I asked, with a certain probing hesitancy. The kind of probing hesitancy one employs when one isn't sure if the person one is talking to is batshit crazy. I might have been a little biased against things like tarot. Catherine's enduring fascination with astrology was an endless source of frustration for me. I didn't understand how anyone could believe in such things. Zoe smiled to herself, like what I'd said was a common misconception. Sorry, I said. If that was a stupid question. No, she said, still smiling, but not making eye contact. Not stupid, just telling. Telling. I said. How so? I was a little annoyed. Who did she think she was? Oh, it's just that the very idea of reading cards in order to be told about the future runs contrary to the spirit of the tarot. Which is? Zoe looked at me over the top of her mug. This time she didn't look away. The tarot, she said, is an ancient system by which one may enter into a more intimate relationship with one's own unconscious mind. If it reveals anything about the future, it is by virtue of clarifying one's awareness of the present. It doesn't tell you anything. You arrive at the answers yourself by engaging with the cards in an active, intuitive, and honest way. Yes, you must be open to what the cards say, but it is up to you to make sense of the information they convey. So it's a kind of relationship? I said. Zoe tilted her head and regarded me with a kind of incipient admiration, her mouth twitching toward a smile. That's right, she said, her large eyes drinking me in like one of her magical cards, trying to read my hidden meaning. It sort of gave me the creeps. This time it was me who broke eye contact. I took a sip of my tea. Just to do something while I gathered my wits, I looked around. I noticed some paintings on the wall near the mouth of the short hallway that led to the other rooms, a bathroom and a bedroom by the looks of it. The paintings, there were 4 of them, depicted the same woman making more or less the same face, mouth open, brow knitted. A look of extreme anguish. She had blonde hair and fair skin. Her upper chest and neck were flushed. She appeared to be naked, although the painting only showed just past her shoulders. The brush strokes were wild and rough, like the artist had slashed at the canvas, but the resulting effect was strikingly realistic. I knew nothing about art, but I could tell there was skill behind these works. And not just skill, but feeling. A whole lot of it too. Those are amazing, I said, nodding at the paintings. My Agony, Ecstasy series? Zoe sat up straighter. Her big eyes got bigger. The paintings. Of the woman. You like them? She stared into her mug, waiting nervously for my answer. I do, I said. Did you paint them? Zoe nodded. Flicked me a look. She was flattered, but that seemed to make her more bashful. Wow, I said. They're very striking. That woman seems to be in so much pain. Her face is incredibly expressive. Pain? Zoe said, swiftly looking up at me. Is that what you see? Yeah. Am I not supposed to? Zoe smirked. There's no supposed to. The paintings are an exploration of the way in which pain and pleasure seem to converge at their extremes. The face one makes at the moment of orgasm can be hard to distinguish from similar expressions of intense feeling, including those of severe pain. Interesting, I said, seeing the paintings now in a whole new light. So is this woman dying or getting off? Zoe laughed. A strange, abrupt bark. You're not supposed to know, she said. Chapter 45. Do you mind if I take a look around? I said, standing up. I was tempted to say more, to make up some lie about how I liked what she'd done with the place. But I resisted that urge. Leave her in the dark. See if she acts nervous. Like there might be something in here she doesn't want me to see. Sure, Zoe said. She got up too. I noticed just how skinny she was. It accentuated her height, which was what, 5'7"? 5'8"? I walked by her, mentally comparing our heights. I settled on 5'8". 2 inches taller than me. Do you want a tour? Zoe said, her tone ironic. No, I said. I just want to take a look around. Are you looking for something? Not ironic now, but not particularly worried sounding either. Like what? I said, pinning her with a quick stare. She averted her eyes. I don't know. You said, take a look around, so I figured. She trailed off. I remembered Aiden telling me to write things down. I brought a little notebook which was in my back pocket. Now that we were getting down to brass tacks, I took it out, along with a number 2 pencil. I felt a little silly doing so, like I was playing detective, as Jim had put it. But social awkwardness was a small price to pay for finding out what happened to that hard drive, and, in turn, to Rosalind. Zoe, I said, walking over to a bookcase. How much did you know about your sister's sex life? I kept my eyes on the books, scanning titles while waiting for an answer. I didn't have to wait long. Nothing, Zoe said. Flatly. Did I detect a note of anger? If so, anger at whom? At me, for asking the question? Or at someone else? Nothing? I said. Zilch, said Zoe. Rosalind did not like talking about sex. She was emphatic. I jotted that down in shorthand. I heard Zoe add, in a murmur, even if you wanted to. What do you mean? I stopped writing and turned away from the bookcase. Looked Zoe in the eye. What do you mean? What do I mean? She just didn't discuss such things. Period. She seemed a little annoyed. I said, planning my next move. I needed to keep her talking. Like Aiden said. This was good. There was rhythm to it. So anything sexual, that was an off-limits conversation topic for Rosalind? Zoe shrugged. Her expression was hard. Pretty much. And anything else that's not pure. Like what? I kept walking around, slowly, examining things, but really my attention was on the conversation. I detected something. What? I wasn't sure. But it seemed like there was something behind the words she was saying. Something she didn't want to come right out and mention though. Zoe shook her head, scowled. Anything. Rosalind just didn't like to confront the truly ugly parts of the world. But she was a therapist, I said. Wouldn't she have had trouble doing that job if she couldn't confront darkness? Zoe shrugged again. Or maybe that's exactly what made her a good therapist. She never actually had to look at anyone's pain. I could sense her tightening up. Closing off. Maybe I should back off. Ease up. But I wanted to press her a little more. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was talking about something very specific. Maybe an event, but in very general terms. But one thing seemed clearer than ever now. Rosalind hadn't told Donald about her and Oliver's bedroom behaviors, about the purple whip. The mayor knew about it because he was spying on his ex-wife, a woman who didn't even like to talk about sex, let alone perform sex acts for an audience. But those were things I already knew, strongly suspected at least. I was here to find out who took the hard drive. Could the person in front of me, sipping tea, really be the person from the CCTV footage? It was possible. But what would Zoe want with the hard drive? If it showed her killing Rosalind, it would definitely be in her best interest to procure it. That was one possibility. A tiny gray kitten emerged, trotting out of the hallway and right over to Zoe, who seemed a little surprised by its presence. "How'd you get out?" she said. She picked it up and kissed it on the nose. She held it up and its little legs dangled straight down. Adorable. It started to kick. Okay, Zoe said. "Down you go." And this was Rosalind's killer? A shy painter with a penchant for cats? I didn't think so. But I wasn't convinced that she wasn't the person in the security footage. After all, there were other reasons for Zoe to take the hard drive than covering up a murder. For all I knew, the camera hadn't even captured the murder, which had, after all, occurred on the first floor, not in Rosalind's bedroom. The cat batted at Zoe's leg. She reached down and held out a finger. The cat nipped at it. Maybe Zoe took the hard drive to spite Donald. Or blackmail him. She believed the mayor killed her sister. Stealing his dirty little secret was her way of avenging Rosalind's death. That was another possibility. "This is Parker," Zoe said. "Say hi to Megan, Parker." She cooed. The cat meowed. Now Zoe was crouching down to meet Parker on his level. She leaned her face forward. He swatted at it, then shot me a serious look, like I warned her that would happen. Parker was cute. But I was allergic. So I kept my distance. Another possibility occurred to me. Zoe snatched the disc simply to protect her sister's memory. She had, the first time we spoke, insisted on Rosalind's virtue, with a certain vehemence. She was perfect. Everyone loved her. It had been like she thought it was her job to make sure people knew that Rosalind was a good person. If that was the case, then it wasn't unthinkable that she would sneak into a storage facility for Donald's hard drive. Driven by an intense desire to prevent Rosalind's memory from being tarnished, she went to extreme lengths. Hopping over barbed wire fences, climbing through storage units. But how would Zoe know where the server was, or that it even existed? There I went again, trying to figure it all out on the spot. Aiden was right. The brain is obsessed with answers. I told myself I'd start doing a better job of following Aiden's advice. Just ask questions. I could put it all together later. Assuming the pieces fit. I walked over to a rectangular wall shelf containing Zoe's CD collection. I picked one up at random, shot her a glance to see how she felt about me digging around like this. She didn't seem to mind. I figured it was time to cut to the chase. 1 a.m. June 24th. Where do I find you? Here. You're positive about that? Yeah. Why? You didn't go out for a run? No. I don't go on runs. What were you doing at the storage facility over on Hewitt and Pierce? The what? Someone saw you there, I said. That was almost true. Oh well, I wasn't in court. A little lie wasn't going to hurt anybody. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Zoe's big eyes were filled with fear. Not the guilty kind of fear either. It was more of the there's a lawyer in my apartment asking me strange questions kind. I honestly felt bad for her. But I ignored that feeling as best I could. Okay, so if check with your neighbor across the street, who has a doorbell cam installed, we're not going to find out that you're lying to me, right? Because that would look very bad. If there's something I should know, it's better you tell me willingly. You don't want people to think you're hiding something, Zoe. She met my gaze and her eyes flashed with pain. I've been hiding something my whole life, she said. Chapter 46. The officer seemed apologetic. He avoided looking me in the eye. I'd seen him around the station but I didn't know his name. Patrick something. Sheeran. No, but something like that. Irish. Started with an shish. O'Shannon? No, that wasn't it either. He was a young guy, new to being a cop, and it showed. It wasn't that he seemed incompetent. It was more that the sincere effort of the beginner pervaded all of his actions. He made tentative eye contact, cleared his throat. Megan Corver? He said. Yes. My heart was already in my stomach. I had a good relationship with cops, but a cop was pretty much the last person you wanted to see at your door at 7 a.m. Good morning, Miss Corver. I'm sorry to bother you like this. I hope I didn't wake you. No, it's fine. I was up. Can I ask what's going on? Yes, may I come in? I have some unfortunate news. It would be best if. He trailed off, gave me an apologetic smile. I stepped aside and held out an arm. The officer ducked as he came inside, even though his head was nowhere near the top of the door. This guy was 5'8". 5'9" tops. But he worked out. Not that I was in any state to appreciate his muscles. Kind of hard to do that when your stomach is boiling soup and your heart's a frantic moth trapped in a lampshade. We lingered in the foyer. The officer shifted his weight nervously. Is your sister home, Miss Corver? Catherine? I don't know what made me ask that. I had only one sister. Maybe I was hoping he'd gotten the wrong house. It was someone else's sister whose life he needed to turn upside down before she'd even had breakfast. Not that Catherine ever got up early enough to eat breakfast. Yes, that is correct. Catherine Corver. She lives at this address. At least that is the information I have been given. The officer spoke with a forced formality, avoiding contractions and using the word correct instead of right or even just yep. He was nervous. Even more a rookie. Something bad had happened. Really bad by the way this guy was behaving. Is she home, Miss Corver? Yes, hold on, I said. My voice sounded like it didn't belong to me, like it was far away. My ears had started ringing. I walked toward my sister's bedroom. The officer, whose name I still hadn't gotten, waited in the entryway. I peeked into Catherine's room. She was out cold. Her face was pressed into her pillow and her mouth was open. Anxiety clutched at my insides as I watched her sleep. Oh, Catherine, what did you do this time? I watched her sleep for a few more seconds before waking her. Catherine, I said. She didn't hear me. Cat. Wake up. There's a cop at the door. Catherine groaned. Rolled over. Right back to sleep. Catherine. She jolted. Looked at me with that lack of comprehension that marks the initial moment of regaining consciousness. What the hell? She said, blinking a few times. What did you do? I said. What did I? What the fuck are you talking about, Meg? What time is it? There's a police officer at the door. Wait, what? What does he want? She rubbed her eyes. Yawned big. You don't know? I said. He wants to talk to you. No, Meg. Jesus. Stop talking to me like this as a fucking courtroom. Tell him I'll be out in a minute. I waited in the hallway, trying to figure out whether to be angry at Catherine or worried about her. What did she do? She emerged from her bedroom, looking grumpy, bleary-eyed. Trudged past me, refusing to make eye contact. My sister was not a morning person. I followed her out into the living room. The officer was still waiting in the entryway, nervously shuffling. "Catherine Corver?" he said. "The one and only," my sister said, still groggy. Would you like to sit down?" "What are you here for, dude?" my sister snapped. The cop blushed, his face turning only a few shades lighter than his hair. I really think we should sit down." "Fine," Catherine said. She went into the living room, plonked down on the couch. Hugged her knees. The officer sat on an armchair, leaning forward, his face filled with concern. Something was up. He wasn't acting like he was here to arrest Catherine. I lingered on the periphery, my insides a knot. The cop was talking. I tried to focus. My mind was spinning though. "Your friend, Ellen Chen, you were with her on the 23rd. "Is that a question?" Catherine said. No, but can you confirm it?" "I don't know if it was the 23rd, but it could have been. It was Saturday night of last week." "Why? What's going on?" The officer sighed and looked down. "At her apartment building, right?" "Right. What's this about? Is Ellen okay?" "I'm afraid not, Ms. Corver. She was found dead this morning." Chapter 47. My sister's face contorted in a way I'd never seen it do before. It was as if she was trying to make every expression all at once. I was frozen to the spot, standing off to the side just before the 3 stairs that led down into the living room. "But how could she?" Catherine struggled to cobble together a sentence. But she was one step ahead of me. I was still working on putting together a single, rational thought. "The cause of death has not been determined yet," said the officer. "But the manner of death has been tentatively ruled a homicide." "Someone killed her?" Catherine's eyes bulged. She spun toward me, turning to her big sister for answers. I had none. I rushed over to Ellen's apartment. Already the yellow tape was up. I tried to casually step over it. An officer noticed me. Big, tall, burly bald guy in a windbreaker, holding a 2-way radio. State police. Guess they'd been called in to assist with the investigation. A small town like Westby needed help with the big ones. Homicides as big as they come. "Hey. Lady. What, you don't see the yellow tape? This is an active crime scene. No civilians." He stood in front of me, scowling. I tried to look around his broad shoulders. For Aiden. Or Jim. There was hardly anyone around though. A couple other stadies. I saw a van that belonged to the CBI, the California Bureau of Investigation. So they were getting involved too. It was a party and everyone was invited. Everyone would be upstairs, swarming the apartment. Forensic photographers snapping pictures, their lenses like the jaws of hungry insects. Detectives coolly prowling, taking it all in, putting together pretty pictures in their minds. Uniformed officers trying to look busy. And macho. Everyone would be very straight-faced. Businesslike. For the most part, no one would gawk at the body. That would mark you out as a newbie. Someone who hadn't seen this thing dozens of times. Like it wasn't someone's daughter. "Lady, I'm going to have to ask you to back away from the..." "Did you see her body?" The officer was taken aback. He frowned. "Ma'am?" "Please," I said. "I'm a defense attorney here in Westby. I knew the victim. She was my sister's close friend. I'm not some reporter looking for a juicy story." The officer eyed me, trying to see if I was telling the truth. Cops and reporters don't have the most harmonious of relationships. Not that cops and lawyers get along much better though. "What do you want to hear?" said the officer. I guess I passed whatever test he was giving me with his eyes. What did I want to hear? The officer folded his arms. He was getting impatient. How bad is it? I blurted out, feeling kind of stupid. But really that's what I wanted to know. A simple truth. Just how horrible were Ellen Chen's last moments on this earth? The officer exhaled. His expression softened when he made eye contact with me. It's not pretty, he said. My heart plummeted into my stomach like a kamikaze pilot. She'd been dead a few days when we found her. Someone walking past her apartment noticed the smell. But it looked like it was over with pretty quickly. Her only 2 wounds are both candidates for cause of death. So regardless of which one was delivered first, your friend would have… well… He stopped, sensitive to the fact that hearing about one's friend dying can take some getting used to. But I understood him perfectly. Ellen's killer didn't take their time. It was an efficient, joyless kill. A kill done from necessity more than desire. My wheels began turning. Thinking was better than grieving. Grieving didn't help anyone. I could ignore the heavy pit in my stomach, right? I followed up with Aiden a little later on and got more details about Ellen's murder. The officer hadn't been lying. Not pretty. Ellen's head had been bashed with a granite mortar bowl, from behind, and her throat slit. He said it looked like it had happened in that order too. The coroner's report would later confirm all of this, as well as numerous other details about Ellen's final moments on this planet. Such as, her forehead had smacked off the counter when she fell forward due to the blow she received to the back of her skull. And also, she was almost certainly dead before she hit the floor. That second fact was important. It meant whoever killed Ellen slit her throat after she was dead. When she was lying there, still as stone. Why? To be thorough. To make doubly sure the deed was done. Or maybe it was something else. A ritualistic impulse. After all, Rosalind's throat had been cut too. And in the same way. Deeply and deliberately and long after she had stopped moving. The nature of the incision indicated that it was made on a lifeless body. You just can't cut someone's throat that cleanly and perfectly if they're struggling. It looked like we were dealing with one killer here. Someone who enjoyed cutting the throats of corpses. Carving into still flesh, right before it starts to turn cold. Gazing into the unresponsive face of their prey. Analyzing their final expression. Chapter 48. Several days had passed since the news of Ellen's death. I hadn't been getting along poorly with Catherine. But that was because we hadn't been getting along at all. We simply didn't interact. I'd tried a few times to initiate conversation. Nothing heavy. Just, do you want anything from the grocery store? Her monosyllabic grunts had made it clear she wasn't ready to talk. When she was at home, she would seal herself up in her bedroom. And, if I got home and she was out of her room, say, watching TV in the living room, or getting something to eat from the kitchen, she'd quickly make herself scarce. She'd stayed out extremely late 2 of the past 3 nights, stumbling in with the morning. I'd listened from my bedroom, trying to gauge how much she drank by the noises she made. I pressed my ear to her door once, in the middle of the afternoon, and heard her sobbing. Yesterday I'd eavesdropped in a similar fashion. Only that time she'd been in the bathroom, chanting, so quietly I could barely make out the words. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. I'd been going into the office more. Spending all day there and a good chunk of night. I didn't really know what else to do, so I tried to lose myself in work. Responding to emails. Catching up on paperwork. It was odd. In some ways I was at my most productive when I was at my lowest point personally. It's easy to do paperwork when you're feeling hopeless. Can't crush a spirit that has already been crushed. Aiden and I had spoken over the phone and decided we'd lay low for a few days. He wasn't assigned to Ellen's case. Jim might have had something to do with that. He didn't know the full extent of Aiden's connection to Ellen. But he knew Ellen was Catherine's friend. And he knew about the camera. He might have connected the dots. Some of them at least. He had his own problems to worry about. Although, knowing Jim, he was probably still spending lots of time at the station, acting as if nothing was wrong. Aiden said he'd keep an eye on things, see if Ellen's visit to his place was raising any eyebrows among the investigators assigned to her case. Today, I'd woken up to a text from him. All it said was, "Breakfast?" We'd been keeping our texts short and sweet. More short than sweet. We didn't want our phone records to be filled with details about the shit we'd been up to. Sure, I'd texted back. Gimme 30 minutes to get ready. Just enough time to get up, brush my teeth, shower, throw on some clothes. Jeans and an old t-shirt. No makeup, not that I ever wore much anyway. At the moment, it was kind of hard to give a shit about my appearance. Cat. I repeated. Aiden and I are getting breakfast if you wanna come. No response. I looked at Aiden, mouthed. Let's just go. We got into his Mustang. I found myself grabbing my knees before he'd even turned the key, conditioned by his driving to hold on tight. Or maybe just generally anxious. Where are we going? I said. Somewhere quiet enough to talk, said the detective. But not so quiet that people can hear what we're saying. We ended up going to a little Mexican joint on the edge of town. A place near the highway that was popular with construction workers, apparently. A group of guys in neon vests sat at a table nearby, talking very little, and only in Spanish. Aiden and I sat by a large fan in the corner in a rickety little booth. The place was a hole in the wall all right. Although their huevos rancheros, Aiden promised me, were to die for. I winced at his choice of phrase. A woman with a deeply creased face came over to take our orders. She addressed us in Spanish. Aiden responded with fluency. His accent sounded pretty good too. He looked at me and, in English, asked if I wanted huevos rancheros, which is what he ordered, I was pretty sure at least. Sure, I said, knowing whatever I got I would likely just pick at. My appetite had been weak lately. Food just didn't appeal to me. Same with TV and music. It all seemed flat. Everything a cardboard cut out of its original self. But, sitting across from Aiden, I found that I wasn't entirely dead to the world. Seeing the detective's face for the first time in several days gave me a little lift. The woman took our orders to the kitchen. Aiden and I locked eyes. I spoke first. This is all my fault. Chapter 49. Aiden scowled at me. Don't say that. But it's true. No, Megan. It's not. I'll tell you whose fault this is. It's whoever killed Ellen. That's whose fault this is. They deserve to rot in hell. And if hell doesn't exist, a lonely, dirty prison cell will have to do. But after that, there's no fault. There's just human beings doing their best. Is that what we were doing? I said. Our best? Aiden's expression hardened and he looked away. I kept my eyes on him. When he met my gaze his expression was stoic, but there was intense feeling just below the stony surface. You wanna talk about blame? He said. How about me giving them bourbon? Ellen's BAC was .16 at the time of death. .16. He repeated the number, emphasizing the last digit with a hissed whisper. He looked around again. Paranoid. I was glad I wasn't the only one. I started to say, Ellen was an adult, but Aiden cut me off. And how about the fact that Ellen's killer, after making quick work of her, went to the storage facility and grabbed that fucking hard drive right under my fucking nose? Hey, I said, placing a hand on the detective's forearm. I get it. We both have things we feel bad about. Yeah. He didn't respond to my touch, but he didn't pull away either. I removed my hand as whatever boldness had taken hold of me evaporated. I said, tentatively. What are we gonna do? Aiden sighed. I've been thinking a lot about that. And here's where my head's at. Ellen knew that the server was at the storage facility. Someone killed her. Then, someone showed up at the storage facility, nabbed the hard drive. Now, either the person who killed Ellen and the person who took the hard drive are in cahoots, or they're the same damn person. I'm leaning toward the latter. This doesn't feel like the work of a coordinated outfit to me. Just the desperate efforts of a single maniac trying to cover her tracks. Her? I said. So you're convinced we should be looking for a woman? Well, here's the thing. The head detective on Ellen's case finally got me a copy of the security footage from her apartment the night she was killed. This is going to be hard to hear. But, when Catherine left Ellen's, someone snuck in before the door closed behind her. The person's face isn't clearly visible on the tape. Although video analysts at the crime lab might be able to work some magic and put together a digital composite. But they look a hell of a lot like the person stealing Donald's hard drive. Dark clothes. Stocking cap. And get this, she even moves the same way. Or retrieving, I said. Aiden frowned. You said, stealing. But the person could have been working with, or for Donald. She, or he, might have been doing Donald's dirty work, right? Scratching his chin, the detective said. That would explain how the person knew where to find the server. The woman came over with our food. That was quick. Gracias, Aiden said. De nada, said the woman. Thanks, I said. Careful as hot, the woman said to me when I tried to reach out and take the plate. She was right. I pulled my hand away. Ouch. I saw Aiden smirk behind his hand. How is it? Aiden said, before I'd even finished swallowing my first bite. I finished swallowing, gave him a thumbs up. I said, without much enthusiasm. Aiden hungrily wolfed half of his down before he put down his fork, sat back, and sighed. He looked out at nothing in particular, narrowing his eyes. It's almost like they want to be caught, he said, turning his attention back to me. What do you mean? I said. I don't know. Waltzing into Ellen's like that. Killing her. Then going straight to the storage facility. Assuming it's the same person, I said to him. Aiden shot me with an intense look. If Ellen's murderer is our hard drive thief. Or retriever. Actually, no. Because if Donald hired someone to get his dirty little disk, he'd obviously just give them the address to the storage facility. And the location of the specific unit. There'd be no need to go through Ellen. I thought about that. It made sense. So, we think our culprit got to Ellen. Roughed her up. Got her to cough up the address of the storage facility. Went there. Recovered the disk. Aiden inhaled, giving it one more second's thought. Then, exhaling, he said, I do. But where's the motive, then? If our culprit isn't on Donald's payroll, what are they going around killing people and stealing hard drives? To blackmail Donald? I said. Maybe. Aiden said. He seemed unsatisfied, like he was looking for another answer. I gave him one. Maybe the person is looking out for Rosalind. You know, making sure some creep's covert sex tapes of her don't ever see the light of day. Zoe. Aiden said. I wasn't sure if he'd meant it as a question. Possibly. I said. Although, talking to her the other night, it didn't feel like I was talking to a murderer. It often doesn't, Aiden said coolly. I know. I said. I pushed around some of my barely touched breakfast with my fork, staring at the food without any particular feelings about it. I mean, there was that weird thing she said right before I left. About hiding something her whole life. I didn't ask her about that, since something told me it has something to do with her childhood. Nothing to do with her sister's murder. Or Ellen's. Aiden didn't say anything, but he was thinking hard. I added, after a beat. Oliver would have motive to get the camera's footage out of Donald's hands. Aiden frowned. Oliver? But he's in prison. Right. I said. But his parents aren't. And they make good money. Maybe Oliver got them to hire someone. Someone who knows how to clear a barbed wire fence with ease, for instance. The detective's frown deepened. You're saying that Oliver knew about the camera, and wanted to prevent his sex tapes from getting leaked. He squinted one eye. Twisted his mouth. I didn't find his thinking face quite as charming this morning for some reason. I don't know, he said. It sounds a little Hollywood. I expect the real explanation will be more mundane than that. Well, what do you think is going on then? I snapped. Aiden shot me a look that said, I'm not the bad guy here. You want to know what I think? He said. I think I don't know what the fuck is going on. But here's what I do know. We allowed a civilian to engage with highly sensitive evidence concerning an ongoing murder investigation. A couple hours later, that poor civilian, that poor girl, winds up dead. Why? Because she knew about a server that we had no real business knowing about in the first place. That's what I know. What are you talking about, had no business knowing? I said, my expression and tone both turning sour. That's such a cop-out. This footage could prove Oliver's innocence, and you regret finding it because… What? Bureaucratic consequences? No, Aiden said. But I regret letting you take control of this thing. He shook his head and scoffed. I don't know what I was thinking. So everything is my fault after all? I said, standing up. I hated how emotional I was being. It wasn't like me. But I was exhausted. Irritable. And scared. Chapter 50. Megan. Aiden reached out an arm and his fingertips made contact with my elbow. I let him keep his fingers there. It felt good even though I was pissed off. Maybe even because I was pissed off. My blood was flowing. My senses heightened. Anger is one hell of a drug. The detective's expression was conciliatory. I didn't mean that. I'm just really fucking stressed. Can you please sit down? I did. Avoided the detective's eyes. Megan. He spoke softly now, trying to reason with me. Although from my perspective I was being reasonable. You do realize, the detective continued, that they're going to talk to Jim. And you know Jim better than anyone. He's not a liar. He might give them a few Jim Nixon scowls, and he might not tell them anything except for what they ask for, but… Okay. I said. So he tells them about the camera. That we hired Ellen to hack into it for us. Sure, that's not by the book. But under the circumstances, given what we knew, any judge would understand. Megan, Jesus. Would you just face this with me for just 1 second? This isn't about who's right. It's not about the truth. It's only a matter of time before Internal Affairs gets a hold of this and comes knocking. Do you know what you're going to tell them when they do? We need to think about our answers very carefully. I'm not saying we lie, but… Well, we can't mention the mayor, for one. Are you serious? But everything revolves around him. Everything points to him. No. It doesn't. Is the cameras his? Well, yes, clearly. But he didn't remove the hard drive. Was Ellen killed because of what she knew? Again, yes, probably. But did Donald Callahan sneak into her apartment that night? No. Those are the facts, Megan. The mayor pulls a lot of strings in this town. We can't go dragging his name through the mud. Not on this at least. I can't believe you, I said. You're worried about the department's precious budget. Aiden glowered at me like never before. You really think that's what this is about? That I'm playing politics here? He shook his head. I thought you knew me better than that. Then why don't you want to tell them everything? Get it all out there. The truth. Oh wait, this isn't about the truth. Then what's it about, Aiden? The mayor's a part of this. You know it just as well as I do. Are you afraid of Donald Callahan? No. Aiden's eyes flashed with anger. I couldn't give two shits about that fake tan with a smile. Guy's an asshole. It's you I'm worried about, Megan. If you don't think Kemp is going to use all of this against you at the trial, you're nuts. And forget about the trial. You could be disbarred for this. He cut off to compose himself. He'd started to raise his voice. Not that the construction workers seemed too interested in our conversation. But not bringing up Donald makes me look like an idiot. He's the whole reason I went looking for the camera. I didn't know I was looking for a camera at the time, but subconsciously, I believe I did. That, on some level, I remembered Donald mentioning a purple whip AA and a gift, and I made some sort of connection. Megan, you don't need to convince me. I'm already on your side. I'm just telling you, if you try and drag Donald's name into this, it's more likely you'll lose your job than actually help your defense. And think about the department. Can it really afford to go to war with the mayor right now? Over one attorney's theory about what happened. If we had more evidence, it would be one thing. But we don't. That's the truth of it. The truth, I thought. It's a funny concept, which can mean very different things to different people. Aiden was right. Internal Affairs came knockin'. Actually, they emailed. The interview was scheduled for July 19th. I was advised to arrive 15 minutes prior to the scheduled appointment time. Like a trip to the dentist's. Megan Corver, the IA officer said, pronouncing each syllable carefully and saying my name in a kind of sing-song. He looked up from a file he was holding. Did I get that right? I nodded. His name was Pettigrew. A wiry, tired-looking black man in his 50s. He looked like he might have been a charmer once. There was a faded glint in his eye, buried underneath that damp, sad look that clings to a steady drinker's gaze. Pettigrew wore a rumpled yellow dress shirt with rolled-up sleeves and a hastily tied tie. Baggy brown cords. I imagined some of the more style-minded guys at the firm laughing at him. The tired cop stuck in the 90s both mentally and sartorially. Pettigrew flipped through the file, slowly, scanning it, dimpling his chin, glancing up occasionally. I decided he was trying to make me nervous. His partner, man named Tomlin, just sat there glumly with his arms crossed, a thermos of coffee in front of him. Tomlin had on a police polo shirt and khakis. He had the look of a man who used to spend a lot of time in the gym, but no longer did. His bulk still considerable, but softened around the edges. Okay, why don't we all identify ourselves for posterity? There it was, the aging Casanova's grin. Pettigrew's teeth were yellowed, like the whites of his eyes. Paul Pettigrew, Internal Affairs. His partner suppressed a yawn, said. Paul Cross, Internal Affairs. 2 Pauls, huh? What were the odds? Pettigrew's smile froze as he looked at me. It took me a second to realize he wanted me to identify myself too. I figured that's what I'd just done. I guess not officially though. Megan Corver, I said. Defense attorney. Good, 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 Pettigrew said. He took a sip of coffee from a small paper cup. Motioned to Cross for a refill. Cross complied, but sluggishly, taking his time to unscrew the cap of his thermos. Pettigrew took another sip, sighed with satisfaction. Then he wet his lips with his tongue. Sniffed. Made some random clicking noises with his tongue. I wanted to get this over and done with, but, apparently, he relished these sorts of interviews. He was taking his sweet time. As if reading my mind, Pettigrew gave me an extra broad smile. This won't take more than an hour, Ms. Corver. I'm sure you've got places to be. Me and Crossy here, we're nothing if not efficient. Ain't that right, Crossy? Cross grunted with what sounded vaguely like agreement. We are here today, Pettigrew said, donning his reading glasses and assuming a more dignified air, to interview Ms. Megan Corver. The time now, by my watch, is 4:17 in the p.m. Now, what we would ask of you, Ms. Corver, is to give us an accurate account of the events that occurred on the 23rd of June, at an apartment belonging to one Detective Aiden Brown of the Westby Police Department. To start, why don't you tell us what you were doing at the detective's apartment, and why Ellen Chen, a victim of a recent homicide, was also there? I got Aiden's voicemail too late. I just finished up my interview with Ia when I heard my phone buzz from inside my bag. I shook Pettigrew's calloused, bony claw, and then Cross's meaty paw. "We'll be in touch," Pettigrew said, his lips peeling back in an unctuous smile. I headed straight for the elevator, wanting to get the hell out of there. I pulled out my phone as I rode down to the first floor. A voicemail from Aiden. Let's see what the detective wanted. Probably to wish me luck. Actually, I bet he wanted to remind me not to mention Donald's name, or implicate the mayor in any way. Like I really would have needed any reminding. I opened up the voicemail and held my phone to my ear. This is what I heard. First, the detective sighed. Deeply. Like he wanted to get something off of his chest. Then, he said, "Hey Megan, I hope you're not already in the interview, because I just wanted to say. I think you should say whatever the hell you want to say in there. I shouldn't have asked you to, go along with what I think is best for the department. It was fucked up of me to expect that to be your first priority. Anyway, the more I think about it, the more I want to tell you to just tell the truth. Isn't that, like, the first thing they teach you to do in kindergarten? Huh. Well, anyway, I hope you get this in time. Talk to you later. Bye." The elevator door dinged and opened and I walked out and across the shiny lobby of the IA building, my heels clicking on the polished marble. So now Aiden wanted me to be the paragon of honesty. How convenient to call me in the middle of the damn interview. Which had, frankly, felt more like an interrogation. I exited through the revolving doors and out into the late afternoon sunshine. The sky was a searing blue today, cloudless. Nowhere to hide from the sun's rays. Good, I thought. I'm done hiding. As I made my way to my car, I saw someone leaning against it. Who the hell has the nerve to lean against someone else's car? I was in no mood for bullshit. Not after the heaping pile of shit that I had just been served by those IA assholes, whose names I'd already forgotten. "Hey," I said, with a dash of aggression. "Can you not lean on my—" The words caught when the guy turned toward me. It wasn't just some guy. It was Aiden. "What are you doing here?" I said, pressing the unlock button on my key fob. My car chirped. He ran a hand through his hair, a fluttery, nervous gesture. "Did you get my voicemail?" the detective said, shooting me an intense, pained look. "Yeah. Just listened to it on the elevator." "So you didn't get it before the interview?" "No." Aiden sighed, pursed his lips. "Damn." "Why, damn?" Aiden shook his head ruefully. I don't know, Megan. I feel like I put you in an unfair position. Asking you to put the department before, well, the case." "Don't worry about it," I said. "Too late for that," he said, clenching his jaw, staring out at the horizon. "Part of me wants to go and arrest Donald. It would be stupid. But seeing his expression might make it worth it." "Don't do that," I said. "Donald will get his. Trust me. No one is above the law." Aiden shot me a skeptical look. "What makes you so sure of that? The DA wouldn't want to touch any charge we bring against Donald. Not with a 10-foot pole." I smirked. "Well, I guess we'll find out." Aiden cocked his head, gave me a little frown. "You're acting weird. What happened in there?" "Oh, nothing," I said. "Just committed career suicide. That's all." Aiden looked confused. Then his eyes widened with the dawning realization. "Wait, you squealed on the mayor?" "Like a pig," I said. Chapter 51. Weeks passed. I waited for the call. The email. Telling me that I was being disbarred. I braced myself. I went into the office, shoulders hunched, like I was expecting a blow delivered from the heavens. Jasmine would eye me with concern. We'd ended up getting a drink, just a few days after my interview with Ia, and I'd done my best to smile and nod and act like a normal person, but it had felt like a hollow imitation. An act. And Jasmine was nothing if not perceptive. She knew something was up. Part of me had wanted to confess to her all that was on my mind. Unload my worries, which seemed to be spilling out of my ears, there were so many of them. But I didn't. I couldn't. I told myself it was because of professional discretion. That I wanted to keep a low profile, at least until Ia reached a decision. Besides, if they pursued my disbarment aggressively, which I fully expected, Jasmine would find out soon enough about all the shit I'd been up to. I wondered how she would view me then, knowing how reckless I'd been. Knowing someone was dead because of me. And that was it, really, the real reason I kept my mouth shut. I was ashamed. I was scared of what Jasmine would think of me. She already teased me for being a workaholic. For being too intense, obsessive. But it was always in good fun. But if I told her what had happened, told her about my role in what had happened, something told me those friendly barbs would take on more of an edge. I didn't need one of my few genuine friends to view me as some renegade lawyer whose rash actions resulted in women's heads getting bashed in. Even if that was the truth. The call didn't come. In fact, I heard nothing from Ia. Maybe they had lost my file. They did seem to have a fairly old-school approach over there. Maybe, like Jim, they eschewed digital copies of things. But realistically, it was just stuck in a backlog. These sorts of things, just like trials, always seem to move at a snail's pace. As anxious as I was to know what my fate would be, the fact that Ia were taking their dear, sweet time was a boon. It meant that unless there was a rapid push for my expulsion from the legal world, I would still be serving as Oliver's defense attorney come August 18, the day of the trial. That meant it was still my job to prove his innocence. One morning, for whatever reason, I awoke with a newfound feeling of determination. Time to stop moping around, waiting to be reprimanded for my actions. Time to stop letting my guilt paralyze me. Time to get off my ass, and do everything in my power to build up Oliver's defense. If my career was on the chopping block, all the more reason to go out with a bang. To do some serious lawyering while I was still allowed to practice law. I hadn't been sleeping well. Often it was well past midnight by the time I managed to trick my brain into shutting off, and when I did fall asleep, I didn't stay asleep very long. Like this morning. I woke up a little before 6, right as the sun began to peek over the horizon. My thoughts, upon waking, resumed their usual frantic pace. The anxiety I'd taken to bed had been waiting for me apparently. It was excited to spend another day together. To clear my head before heading into work, I decided to go for an early morning run. Moving quietly through the house, not wanting to wake Catherine, I pulled on my running shoes and slipped out into the cool dawn air. As my feet slapped cement, my thoughts first went to Catherine. We were talking again, although our conversations were pale imitations of what they had once been. The jokes forced. The smiles weak. Every word fringed by our shared grief over Ellen. I was happy though, to have that much at least. It was she who had crossed the gulf that had opened up between us. One night, while I was up late, as usual, sitting on the couch, tinkering with some work on my laptop while watching TV, Catherine came out from her room, sat beside me, and gave my hand a squeeze. No words were necessary. She didn't hate me. We did eventually talk that night though, staying up till the wee hours of the morning, and it turned out she had been reluctant to talk to me for the same reason I was afraid of talking to her: guilt. We both blamed ourselves for what happened to Ellen. I told her about my interview with Ia, how worried I was about the possibility of disbarment. "You did the right thing," was my sister's take. It meant something to hear her say it. The eastern sky glowed with the most majestic hues of pink and orange as I crested a hill. I'd gotten in better shape from all the running I was doing lately. I picked up the pace, settling into my stride. I felt alive. Strong. It was a new day. And I was determined not to waste it feeling sorry for myself. "You feel like taking a drive?" I said. I just called Aiden from work. I was wrapping up for the day, but didn't feel like going home. Besides, I had a very specific destination in mind. Aiden knew me well enough to know I didn't just want to take a drive. "What's up?" he said. "Zoe's alibi," I said. "I think we should look into it." "It's solid," Aiden said. "How solid?" "I mean, it relies on witness testimony, but unless there's some distinct reason to doubt that testimony, it's about as solid gets." "There's a reason," I said. It had occurred to me that Zoe's entire alibi rested on the words of one person. One James Campbell. An overweight guy who lived with his mother. Taught ceramics at the local junior college where Zoe had taken the community ed class. What if he had reason to lie? To say that Zoe was with him when Rosalind was killed? I explained my suspicions to Aiden, who took a few seconds to respond. I held my phone tight against the side of my head, realized I was gripping it. Finally, the detective spoke. "I don't know, Megan. All I'm hearing is what if. Of course, what you're saying is possible, but I've already spoken with James. Twice. Once in person. Once over the phone for a quick follow-up. I can't keep bugging him unless I've got a good reason. What if isn't exactly a good reason? And given how we're both kind of in hot water right now, I'm not sure it's a good idea to be harassing witnesses." I took a breath. He was right. There was no real reason to pay James a visit. It was a little aggressive. Borderline unprofessional. "Please," I said. "I just want to hear it for myself. I want to hear James tell me that Zoe was with him. I doubt it'll help me sleep any better at night, but..." I didn't know how to finish my sentence. But what? I needed to know for myself if James was telling the truth? But wouldn't that mean I didn't trust Aiden's intuition? That I didn't think he'd done his job well? Fortunately, Aiden didn't seem to take it that way. He sighed, oozing reluctance, but not resentment. "Fine," he said. "Let's do it. It's not like following through on one of your hunches has gotten us into trouble before." Chapter 52. We could hear a TV playing in the background when James Campbell's mother answered the door. She looked 70, but might have been 60. Something told me she didn't take great care of herself. A cigarette hung from her lips, her hair was in curlers, and as for her thoughts on me and Aiden, none at all, by the looks of it. Her face was drained of expression, the look of a woman whose life had been so hard, she'd found it more useful to dispense with certain emotions altogether. Maybe I could learn something from her. We asked if James was home. Mrs. Campbell didn't respond, not verbally. She turned around and shuffled over to a door that was about 10 feet behind her. There was a pathway to the door, a literal pathway through mountains of junk. Mrs. Campbell didn't seem too fond of throwing things out. Aiden and I exchanged a quick look. "Jamie." She had opened the door and was shouting down a staircase. "Your friends are here." "Friends? Ha. Fine. Let her believe that." She turned to us and kind of grunted and motioned with her head that we could come in. We did. Followed her around a precarious stack of boxes, past a dirty plate, makeshift ashtray perched atop a tower of magazines, and into her living room. It was funny, or maybe sad, but she had refused to let the jungle of her belongings encroach past a certain point. Her couch and coffee table were spotless and devoid of clutter. A tiny place to exist, surrounded by a mess of one's own making. Quite the metaphor for life in general, I reflected, as I took a seat on the floral print couch. Mrs. Campbell had disappeared into the kitchen. We heard a drawer bang, a grumble. A minute later she came back with a plate of cookies. I saw a fleck of ash fall from her cigarette onto the food. "Some cookies," she said, as she placed the plate down in front of us on the coffee table. "Thank you," Aiden said, taking one with some kind of jammy glaze. I hoped it was jam at least. He took a bite and chewed. Chewed a lot. He seemed to be having a little difficulty swallowing. He smiled at Mrs. Campbell and shook his head. "Tasty," he managed to say, once he choked down the bite. Mrs. Campbell stared at us for a second, her cigarette still dangling, then said, "You must be new friends of Jamie's. I don't think I've seen you before." She nodded toward me. I was about to open my mouth and respond, although I didn't exactly have any words planned, when her son appeared. He seemed slightly out of breath. He wore basketball shorts, a t-shirt, and white socks. "Mom, those cookies are so old." James looked at Aiden. "You don't have to eat that," he said. The detective didn't quite know what to say. He glanced at Mrs. Campbell, who sorts of rolled her eyes wearily and turned to go. She went down a hall, heading in the direction of the TV sounds. Aiden put the cookie back on the plate. James, who was still standing, shook his head. "Sorry about that," he said. "She forgets to throw things out." Clearly. "So what do you want?" James said to Aiden. "Who's she?" He spoke confidently, bluntly. He didn't seem particularly pleased to see us, but not exactly put off by our presence either. He was matter-of-fact. Brisk. Like we were on his turf, which I suppose we were. Or, rather, his mother's turf. I wondered if he paid any rent with the money he made teaching community ed classes. "This is my colleague, Megan Corver," said Aiden. "She's an attorney." "Wow," James said with undisguised sarcasm, and looked right at me. He didn't seem shy about eye contact at all. There was something odd about this guy, although I couldn't put my finger on what exactly. Maybe I was just prejudiced. Didn't think an overweight guy could be sure of himself. I'd seen enough juries to know how pervasive prejudice is. I'd be arrogant to rule out the possibility in myself. I returned James's stare, arranging my features into my best attempt at a completely neutral expression. He didn't seem interested in shaking hands, so we didn't. "So what do you want?" James said. He crossed his arms. There were small red bumps on the backs of his forearms. "Chicken skin, I think it's called." Aiden crossed his arms too. I guess it was some kind of male ritual for establishing dominance. I crossed my legs. Aiden said, "I just want to ask you some questions, James." "More questions," James said. Or maybe it was a question. I know, said Aiden. "Just a few more. Some of them will be repeats." James's expression hardened as he thought about this. His eyes flicked toward me and then right back to Aiden. "Why's she here?" "She's here because..." I jumped in. "I'm defending Oliver Hopkins, who, as I'm sure you know, is standing trial for the murder of Zoe's sister, Rosalind. I told Detective Brown I wanted to look into Zoe's alibi for the night of the murder. He assured me that it was solid. But I like to see things for myself. So could you please, one last time, cooperate with the detective and tell us your account of Zoe's whereabouts on the night Rosalind was murdered?" James narrowed his eyes. Weighed my words. My expression. Finally, he sighed through his nose. "Okay. But let's talk downstairs. I can't stand it up here." Big surprise, I thought. I wanted to ask him why he didn't try helping his mother clean up a little. But I checked the urge. These people's problems were not mine, nor the reason I was here. Chapter 53. The basement was much cleaner than the upstairs. It was carpeted and fully furnished. One main room, a little laundry area, and a bathroom. James's bed was the central feature of the living area. His bed was made. The tartan duvet cover perfectly smooth, the pillows neatly arranged. Next to his bed there was a desk. He had one of those computers with 2 monitors. Gamers used them. My eyes roamed the room. Remarkably tidy. Comic books and fantasy novels on shelves, organized by series. His toys on display in a glass case. The action figures poised in very particular postures. Not a dirty sock in sight. Maybe keeping his room clean was his subtle way of rebelling against a mother whose home he couldn't manage to escape. James took a seat in his ergonomic desk chair and placed his hands on his lap. It wasn't clear where we were supposed to sit. Aiden patted James's bed before sitting down on it, as if checking for a booby trap. I was cool with standing. "What do you want to know?" James said. He sat back in his chair, and let his knees fall apart. His expression gave nothing away. Aiden glanced in my direction before turning back to James. To start, just tell me one more time what you and Zoe Smith were up to the day Rosalind was murdered. That was. Aiden referred to his small notepad, then told James the exact date. Like I told you twice now, she came here. Drove, right? Aiden said. James's eyes narrowed, unamused. He paused before answering. No. I told you already. She ran here. And what time did she get here? The more precise you can be, the better. I don't know the exact time, but we got to the studio around noon, and we hung out here for a while before leaving for the studio. Last time you said. Aiden referred to his notepad again. I wasn't sure he needed it, and indeed, suspected that the notepad was more of a prop than a resource. He seemed to like looking from notepad to interview subject, and back again. Maybe he found that it made people nervous, chipped away at their poker faces. Around 11. Do you stand by that claim? James shrugged. Sure. Aiden paused and looked down at his notepad, his eyes narrow, holding his pencil against his lips. Then he fixed James with a firm, but still friendly look. You're sure you don't want to check your calendar, James? You know, just to double-check. It would be a shame if you accidentally lied to us about this. It might not look so good. Might even look like you were trying to help Zoe cover something up. James' eyes flashed with emotion, and for an instant I thought he was going to lose his cool, say something not so friendly to the detective. But he didn't. He said, I'm positive. She was with me. There's no proof though, right? I said. I knew that the ceramics studio had its own entrance, on the side of the school, away from any CCTV. How convenient. Suspiciously convenient. James looked at me for the first time since we'd come down to the basement. That depends on how you define proof. It's a subjective concept. She texted me that she was coming over that morning. Is that proof? James, Aiden said, wanting to preempt a lengthy debate. Is there anything besides the text, anything at all, which would help corroborate what you're telling us? James thought for a moment. Well, he said, I did run into a janitor on the way to the bathroom. Zoe wasn't with me. But he might remember seeing me. Doubt it though. It was, like, 2 months ago now? More than 2 months. It was amazing that so much time had passed since Rosalind's death. People had gone right back to their business, and the world kept on turning. It filled me with a kind of dull sadness to think about. Thanks, James, Aiden said. That's helpful. Do you happen to know his name? The janitor? James shook his head. That's fine, Aiden said, jotting something down in his notepad. We can follow up on that. What did you guys talk about? I asked. Something had pushed me to jump into the conversation. Some small twitch of instinct. James looked at me level, a touch hostile. Obviously I don't remember in detail. We hang out a lot. But, she told me about this band she's been listening to. What are they called? I said. James kind of scowled. I don't recall. The hypotenuse. Or maybe, the hypothesis. Or was it, the parentheses? Anyway, something like that. I couldn't tell if he was fucking with me. What did you guys make? Aiden said, jumping in. It felt like we were working together now, locked into some kind of collaborative rhythm. James didn't seem to understand Aiden's question, so the detective repeated himself. At the studio. You made something with clay, I assume. What'd you make? James knitted his brow. Spoke, a little slowly, hesitantly. I worked on a sword, and she, I think she was trimming some. Maybe these tablets she's been working on. But I can't really remember. That's not what she told us, I said. Call it a gamble, not a lie. James paused, swallowed. He didn't look nervous. But he didn't not look nervous either. Like I said, I don't really remember, so I wouldn't be surprised. We locked eyes for a moment. Are you and Zoe close? I said, deciding to switch focus. Keep the conversation moving. We're friends, James said, still looking me in the eye. Not more? I asked. Not that it's any of your business, but no. It's purely platonic. He looked away. Crossed one leg over the other, resting his ankle on his knee. He flexed the toes in his socked foot. If it was up to you, would it be more than platonic? I said. Aiden looked at me but said nothing. Then he turned his attention back on James. James kept his eyes, which had become slits, on me. I felt a stirring in my stomach. Had I gone too far? He spoke with a kind of suppressed, bubbling rage. I used to have feelings for Zoe, but not anymore. And if you're implying that I'm protecting her because I'm some pathetic dork who would do anything for a pretty girl, well, simply put, fuck you. Okay, Aiden said, raising his palms in conciliation. I don't think Ms. Corver's implying anything. But point taken, James. We won't pry into your personal life anymore. As the detective made this promise, he shot me a look that said, we better not. Look, James said. Unless there's something specific you want to ask me, something you haven't asked me before, I'd like to ask you both to leave. Did Zoe and Rosalind get along? I said, or blurted out, rather, as Aiden pushed himself up from the bed. Oh, of course, James said without any hesitation. Almost too quickly? Why, of course, I said. Aiden was now standing next to me. We faced James, who looked totally at ease at his desk, almost regal. He leaned back and placed his hands behind his head. His t-shirt crept up, but he didn't seem to mind if we could see his prodigious belly. Because, he said, a little cattily, Rosalind didn't like conflict. What about the fight they had shortly before Rosalind's death? Aiden said. Do you know what that was about? I know it had to do with their dad's will. That bastard. Bastard? I said. After a short pause, James said. Yeah. Another short pause. He wore a grim look of satisfaction. He fucked Zoe. Chapter 54. So, what do you think? I said. Is James a liar? Aiden was driving me back to my office. He had the driver's side window down and one hand on top of the steering wheel. He looked relaxed and tense all at once. He hadn't said much. Sometimes that happened, he seemed to disappear inside of himself. Like he had to figure something out for himself, by himself, and didn't want to re-emerge until he had. I didn't want him to do that though. I wanted to know what was on the detective's mind. Aiden cleared his throat. Maybe, he said. I don't know. I know you don't know, I said, a touch impatiently. But what do you think? I don't know what I think, that's what I think. It seemed to me like he was holding something back. Maybe he was, Aiden said. You think he was? I said. I don't know, said Aiden. That's more or less how the conversation proceeded before he dropped me back off at work, in painful circles. I asked him about the stuff James had said about Rosalind, how she didn't like to argue. I thought the way he said it had been a little weird. I also asked him about the vehemence with which James had condemned Zoe and Rosalind's late father. Didn't that seem to mean something? Aiden's replies had been the same. It might mean something. But we couldn't know for sure. No shit, Sherlock, I almost snapped at one point. I knew what he was doing, actively trying to discourage me from doing my theorizing. He knew at this point it was probably a waste of time. The trial was fast approaching. Instead of running around playing detective, I should be spending my time writing emails, reviewing my arguments, and yada yada. Lawyer stuff. He was right. But still. Annoying. We parted somewhat coolly. He wished me luck in my preparations for the trial. I'll see you there, I said. I couldn't say whether the weeks leading up to the trial went by in a blur, or at an excruciatingly slow pace. When you're nervous all the time, time takes on a strange, abstract quality. As the days until the trial hit single digits, all the anxious energy I'd been feeling about the IA investigation started shifting neatly over to the trial itself. I woke up anxious, went to bed anxious. That was my routine. Oh yeah, and I worked my ass off in between. I felt confident about my arguments. My job, after all, was to sow seeds of doubt in the minds of the jury. That was all. I didn't need to prove that Oliver was innocent, only that the prosecution hadn't proved he was guilty. A tricky distinction, and one that often got lost on jurors. That's where I came in. My job, a big part of it at least, was to remind the jurors that the little nips of doubt they felt were not to be ignored. That's not easy, telling someone to abandon the comfortable and powerful feeling of certainty for an unpleasant, slightly queasy sensation of uncertainty. But it had to be done. Justice demanded it. Oliver deserved it. Marcus and Jane Hopkins deserved it. And so did Rosalind, for that matter. Whatever the jury ended up deciding about Oliver, guilty or not, it had better be, because they're damn certain. "You gotta eat," Catherine said. "I never eat before trials," I replied. "Meg. Eat." We were in the kitchen. I had, in front of me, a bowl of yogurt and oats and various dried fruits, topped off with a generous and artful drizzling of honey. It was beautiful. And I'm sure it was appetizing too. I just wouldn't know. Like I said, I never eat before trials. I took one bite. "Seriously, Kat, I'm not hungry." "You should still eat." "Fine, 5 bites." I proceeded to shovel, quickly and joylessly, 5 bites into my mouth. It took a while to swallow. "I ate," I said. "Better," said Kat, giving me a squinty smile of self-satisfaction. She took a seat next to me, put her hand on mine. "Just do your best," she said. I looked at her with a little smirk. "I know," Catherine said. "It's dumb, or cliched, or whatever. But, seriously, it can help to just remind yourself that it's not up to you to make sure everything goes well. It's not entirely in your hands. Just do your best and let everything else take care of itself." I smiled, squeezed her hand. "That's actually good advice," I said. "Duh," Catherine said. "'Cause it came from me." I took one more bite to make my sister happy. "I should go," I said. "By the way," I said, "I thought about the kitten thing, and I decided I want you to get one." "But your allergies," she said. I shrugged. "I'll adapt. The other day I was around a cat and they didn't seem to flare up too bad." "Yeah? Whose?" "Zoe Smith. Rosalind's sister." "What kind of cat?" my sister asked. "I don't know. But it was tiny and gray. I honestly didn't realize how tiny baby cats are." Catherine raised her eyebrows. Yeah. Kittens are tiny. And cute. And amazing, but your allergies. So no. I don't want to do that to you." "We can talk about it," I said. "Anyway, I'll see you later. And again, honestly, if you decide you don't want to come to the..." "Meg, I'm gonna be there." Chapter 55. I couldn't see Catherine. I kept glancing around the courtroom, but my sister was nowhere to be found. Maybe she'd seen the crowd of reporters clamoring by the front doors of the courthouse and freaked out. Who could blame her if she had? Walking into the courthouse had been like entering a tunnel of noise. "Miss Corver. Miss Corver." My name being flung at me from all directions, from the mouths of total strangers. If the red carpet feels anything like that, I don't think I'd want to be famous. Jim was also absent. But that was understandable. I didn't want him to be there. I mean, I did, but I knew he had more important things to worry about. Also missing, Donald Calhan. That absence gave me a particular satisfaction. He undoubtedly knew I'd gone running my mouth to internal affairs about his camera. He was probably terrified that I'd do the same here. Didn't have the balls to show up. A black belt with no balls. And where was Zoe? Maybe she figured the trial would be too painful. I couldn't say I blamed her if she had. I could tell things would soon be underway. Judge Williamson had gotten settled behind the bench. The jury box, to my right, was still empty. They'd be brought in last. In between me and the jury box was the prosecution table. Kemp and I hadn't really made eye contact, let alone said hello. He'd been sitting at the table, looking cool as a cucumber, on purpose, I concluded. He wanted to give the impression of total confidence, with that faint smile on his thin lips, and the distant, dreamy gaze with which he would, every so often, turn and regard the people in the gallery. A few more people shuffled in, but the conversations were dying down. I made one more quick survey of the gallery. Still no sign of Catherine. Oh well. I didn't have the luxury to worry about her at the moment. I faced forward, closed my eyes, and gathered myself. My body was nervous, stomach fluttery, limbs heavy. But my head felt clear and keen, my senses heightened. Eyes still closed, I listened to the mundane sounds of the court. A few latecomers trickling in, taking their seats, some final murmurs before things got officially underway. A cough. In court, there always seems to be someone with a cough. Conversation from the gallery quickly subsided as two bailiffs brought in Oliver. He looked thin. Pale. He looked at me once, but only for a millisecond. Then it was back to looking at the floor. Not even enough time for me to give him a reassuring smile, or my best attempt at one at least. If Oliver was feeling hopeful, he was disguising it well. It must have been killing his parents to see their son looking so disconsolate. So lifeless. A shadow of his former self. The court will now come to order, said the bailiff, standing at the center of the courtroom. Good morning, Your Honor, he added, turning to Justice Williamson. Good morning, said the judge. Please be seated, everyone. All right, I think we're ready to get started. Are there any procedural matters we need to take up with the state? None, Judge, said Kemp, before glancing in my direction with a relaxed smile on his face. Then back to Williamson. We're good to go. And from the defense? Said the judge, turning to me. No, Your Honor, I said. Great. In that case, let's bring in the jurors. All rise for the jury, said the bailiff. Moments later, the 12 jurors entered the courtroom from a side door. They took their seats in the jury box. I cast some furtive glances in their direction, trying to get a preliminary feel for them as people. Sure, I'd gotten a chance to ask them a few preliminary questions during the jury selection process. But still, when it came down to it, I really had no idea what kind of people they were. Sure, I had my knee-jerk judgments. Certain stereotypes spring to mind whenever, as an attorney, you get to see a jury for the first time. And you can't help but pick out the jurors you think will be sympathetic to your case. The ones who will be on your side. Half the time you're right, which means the other half of the time you're wrong. I just have to wait and see how they reacted to Kemp's opener. That would give me a much more concrete idea of who I was dealing with here. The judge waited for the jurors to get situated, then said, "Does the state recognize the jury?" Kemp said he did. "How about the defense?" I said I did too. Williamson continued. "Good morning, jurors. Since our last encounter, I trust you've heeded my admonitions and avoided reading, watching, or listening to any media accounts of this case. Am I correct?" The jurors nodded in unison. Williamson let her stare linger, just to make sure. Satisfied, she resumed, stating the charges being brought against Oliver. She started with the big one, first-degree murder, before listing the others. That was standard. Prosecutors rarely brought a single charge against a defendant in the case of a murder trial. The general reasoning behind this strategy was simple. The more charges you throw at the wall, the more likely it is one of them will stick. Williamson paused, perhaps to give the jurors a moment to process what she had said. Then she looked at them with an expression of utmost seriousness, her gaze unflinching. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proven its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant. It is imperative that your verdict be based solely on the evidence or lack thereof, as well as the law. Are these instructions crystal clear? If not, do not hesitate to say so. It is better that we clarify your duties now, instead of in the middle of proceedings. Williamson waited a few seconds. Then a few more. She wanted to make sure the jury understood what they were here to do. I appreciated that. It would be a shame if the people in charge of deciding Oliver's fate were confused about the nature of a criminal trial. None of the jurors had any questions. But one of them, I noticed, a skinny, white guy in his early to mid-20s, with long hair like an alternative rocker from the 90s, kept looking in Oliver's direction. The judge addressed me. How does the defendant plea? Oliver Hopkins pleads not guilty, Your Honor. I glanced at the long-haired juror. His expression hadn't changed, nor had he taken his eyes off of Oliver. The look he wore was one of pure contempt, bordering on disgust. Chapter 56. Kemp strode up to the lectern. As the prosecutor, his opening statement came first. "Good morning, everyone," he said, addressing the jury in a casual, familiar tone, the cocky smile still on his face. "I'll make this quick, since I don't need to paint an elaborate picture of things to make it clear that the defendant, Mr. Hopkins, is guilty as sin. We will comb through the evidence carefully throughout the course of the trial. And yes, we will scrutinize the circumstances surrounding Rosalind McKinney's death. But I'd like to emphasize a few facts, here at the outset, before we get swamped in the details. These facts are simple to understand, and they have not been challenged since the inception of this case. I expect that Mr. Hopkins' defense attorney, who is a talented and capable lawyer I respect, will do an excellent job planting alternative possibilities in your mind. Alluring what-ifs. But the entire purpose of today is to focus on evidence. And what is evidence? Evidence is concrete. It is not hypothetical. It is actual, not possible. So allow me to present what I expect the crucial pieces of evidence in this case to be. First, there is motive. Now, generally speaking, motive is somewhat abstract. It's not something we can hold in our hands. Nor are there any tests for it at the crime lab. But we're lucky in this case, or in Mr. Hopkins' case, unlucky, because the defendant's motive is not something we have to infer. We have it in plain writing. What? Fuck. No. You can't do that. Where the fuck is this even coming from? That was a text sent by Mr. Hopkins to the victim the night before her murder. You can't do that. What was Mr. Hopkins referring to? I could read the preceding texts verbatim, but in the interest of keeping my opening statement brief, as I promised, I'll tell you the gist. Rosalind McKinney wanted to break up with Mr. Hopkins. They had been seeing each other romantically for close to a year, and she decided that she didn't want to keep seeing him. That can hurt. Especially when you're only 20 years old. Objection, I said. Overruled, said the judge, casting me with one firm look that said, "Don't test me." Not surprising. I didn't like how Kemp was portraying Oliver, trying to present him in a certain light to the jury. But during opening statements, it is not customary to raise objections. Williamson wasn't having it. Kemp looked down with a little smirk. Cleared his throat. I don't need to interpret the language in Oliver's text for you, members of the jury. It's clear as a bell that the defendant was upset. I'd venture to say extremely upset. Of course, that doesn't mean he'd want to kill Rosalind. Most of us in this courtroom have had our hearts broken, but you don't see any of us running around committing murder. Not as far as I know, at least. He smiled like he'd said something devastatingly witty. I could only hope the jurors found his smile as unpalatable as I did, but to my dismay, but not surprise. The long-haired juror smiled along with Kemp. He was charmed by the silky smooth attorney. I realized I was clenching my jaw and forced myself to unclench it. I remembered what Catherine had said. Focus on doing your best, and let everything else take care of itself. I couldn't control what the jurors thought about Kemp, so I wouldn't let myself worry about that. Easier said than done though, I had to admit. Kemp inhaled through his nose, a deep, cleansing breath. I wouldn't have been surprised if it had been rehearsed. That he'd done all of this in front of the mirror, ogling his own reflection. No, he said. For most people, getting dumped isn't a reason to commit murder. Maybe eat a pint of ice cream and cry into the empty bucket, but murder? No way. Mr. Kemp. Williamson cut in, severe in her tone. I need to remind you of your promise to keep it brief. We can do without your rhetorical flourishes. Now that was satisfying. Kemp chuckled and looked down, trying to play it cool, but his shiny head gave him away. It turned slightly pink. The prosecutor was embarrassed. That's what you get for showing off. Kemp cleared his throat. Apologies, Your Honor. But yes, my point is that Mr. Hopkins isn't most people. I won't interpret the facts for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just give them to you. Investigating officers found books on serial killers in Mr. Hopkins' bedroom. They were hidden under his bed, in a box, which also contained duct tape, nylon ropes, and latex gloves. Kemp paused and tilted his head back, closed his eyes, as if overcome with horror. Give him an Oscar, I thought. A middle-aged juror, an Asian woman with a serious face, was shaking her head slowly, appalled by Kemp's revelation. How I wished to shout at the jurors. None of those supplies were recovered at the scene of the crime. Duct tape. Kemp continued. Nylon ropes, and latex gloves. He sighed softly through his nose and pursed his lips. Mr. Hopkins wanted to kill, but he didn't know who he wanted to kill. Not until the night he got that text from his secret lover. Then it became crystal clear. It took every fiber of self-control I had not to object. Even for an opening statement, this degree of speculation was a bit much. I couldn't afford to get on the judge's bad side though, so begrudgingly I kept my mouth shut. Kemp continued. Now, these considerations are powerful. They certainly make any reasonable person suspect that the defendant killed his lover, or ex-lover, I should say. But we are not here to act on suspicion, but certainty. So I must, jurors, share one more thing with you, something that will transform your suspicion into certainty. When the police showed up at Rosalind McKinney's residence, several hours after she had been stabbed 37 times, who did they find? None other than the defendant, Mr. Hopkins. Kemp stopped there. He cast the judge a quick, uncertain glance before returning to his table, but she was busy arranging some papers. I checked out the jurors. Maybe it was my imagination, but a shift had occurred. Something in their expressions, the way one of them had his arms folded across his chest, the glint in another's eyes as she glanced over at Oliver. No, it wasn't my imagination. Kemp's opener had made an impact. Even if he had pissed off Williamson. If the jurors had entered the jury box with the belief that Oliver was innocent until proven guilty, they were now possessed of a subtly, but crucially different perspective. He was a murderer, and until someone made it obvious he wasn't, they were going to send this blonde-haired punk to prison. That someone would have to be me. Time to do my best. Chapter 57. May it please the court, I said, and the familiar words were like a spell, serving to banish all stray thoughts and lock my mind in on the task at hand. Good morning, Judge. Good morning to the gallery. My nerves were still there, but they had faded into the background, a low-level buzz. My voice rang loud and clear on the other hand. And finally, I said, turning to the jurors, good morning to all of you. I'll keep this short, because this trial is going to be lengthy as it is. I'm not going to get into the specific facts yet. It's not that I don't think they're important. It's the opposite. Facts are all that matter. The evidence is all that matters. Mr. Kemp, my colleague, is completely right about that. But here's the thing. He only mentioned 2 pieces of evidence. A text message, and the fact that Oliver was at the scene of the crime when police arrived. 2. I paused and bowed my head. I was holding the sides of the lectern and I realized I'd been gripping it pretty forcefully. I eased up a bit, but didn't let go. I took 1 second to gather myself before resuming. I lifted my gaze and met the eyes of one of the jurors, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with rosy cheeks and a kind, pleasant face. Her eyes widened a little when I looked at her. Speaking directly to her, I said, "Oliver's parents are here today. Marcus and Jane Hopkins. Lovely people. I'm sure they'd want us to look at more than 2 things before deciding their son's fate." I looked away from the woman, not wanting to single her out too much. I shifted my gaze to the long-haired guy. In fact, I bet they probably want us to look at all the evidence. Carefully too. The long-haired guy met my stare. It was hard to read his expression, but he was listening to me closely. Taking me seriously. That was all I asked. I shifted my gaze again, this time landing on a thin black woman with braids and bright lipstick. She looked a little bored. "Another thing I'm not going to do yet is paint you any pictures. I don't want to put one idea about what happened in your minds before you've had a chance to hear all the evidence. Not 2 pieces of it. All. And when you do, I bet you look back on the picture that the prosecution just painted for you, and see just how many facts it conveniently leaves out. More importantly, you're going to doubt the prosecution's story about what happened. You're going to doubt my client's guilt. That is why I will be asking you all to turn in a verdict of not guilty. I don't want you to take a son away from his parents, away from a chance at a normal life, when there are good reasons to doubt that he murdered Rosalind McKinney." "Thank you, Your Honor, that will be all." I returned to the defense table. But before I sat down I saw him. In the gallery. Just a few rows back. He must have slipped in during my opening statement. Mr. Black Belt himself. And he looked pissed. Chapter 58. "You are under oath, Mr. Sweeney. Do you understand?" Judge Williamson addressed the man who'd taken the stand, the man who'd found Rosalind's body, lying on the floor, drenched in her own blood. By then she had been dead for hours. "Yes," said Mr. Sweeney. He sat very erect. He'd combed his dark, thinning hair to the side and put on a button-up shirt. He looked scared, sad, his gaze fixed on some fixed point in the middle distance. Not so different than he looked the day he'd come running into the station, screaming, "They killed her." "Okay," said the judge. "Mr. Kemp, you may examine the witness." Kemp nodded. He stepped away from the lectern, approached the stand. He had his hands clasped behind his back. He stood with his back to the judge, half facing Sweeney, half facing the jury box. "Mr. Sweeney, you were Ms. McKinney's close friend, is that right?" "Yes." "How did you meet?" Sweeney cleared his throat and pursed his lips, glanced down for a brief moment. She was my therapist." "Was that difficult, having a personal and doctor-patient relationship at the same time?" "I wouldn't say so. I actually found that our friendship enhanced our sessions. She had more context to draw from when analyzing my issues." "It sounds like you knew her quite well. Is it fair to say you and Ms. McKinney were close?" "She was one of my dearest friends." "Did she tell you about her personal life?" "Yes, naturally. We were very close. And she trusted me, just as I trusted her. So, for instance, if Rosalind was engaged in a serious romantic relationship with someone, would she tell you about it?" "Objection," I said. "Speculation." Williamson paused for a split second, then said, crisply, "Overruled." "Mr. Sweeney," Kemp said, nodding to his witness to indicate that he may answer the question. I was starting to get a feeling I knew where this was going. Sweeney inhaled through his nose and pursed his lips and started to nod his head. He closed his eyes tight, like he was holding back tears. So that's why Kemp picked Sweeney to testify. He probably knew the man's grief would come spilling out. And even though it had nothing to do with Oliver, not technically, Kemp knew it would put the jury in a sympathetic state of mind. The more time they spent thinking about Rosalind, and what a terrible tragedy her death was, the less time they would spend thinking about whether Oliver was guilty. Kemp knew that helped him. He couldn't have the jurors thinking too carefully about the case, because in his heart he knew that matters were far from clear. This picture was not simple, by any means. Sweeney spoke, after gathering himself, but his voice clearly held back emotion. Yes, he stammered. Then he sniffed. She told me everything. I see. I can tell this is emotional for you, Mr. Sweeney. I also know how close you and Rosalind were from our conversations. I won't keep you here much longer. Just one more question. Did Rosalind ever mention her relationship with the defendant to you? Mr. Sweeney shook his head. Sniffed again. Mr. Sweeney, can you respond verbally for our lovely stenographer, Ms. Stevens? Kemp held out his arm to indicate the woman typing with machine gun efficiency. She looked up, somewhat surprised by her name being mentioned. Kemp gave her his best charming smile. She didn't smile back. Not everyone is as charmed by you as you are by yourself, Kemp. Yeah, sorry, Sweeney said. Rosalind never mentioned Ollie, Mr. Hopkins. Not by name? That's right. What about indirectly? Maybe she mentioned a younger lover? Something like that. Objection. That question is vague, I said. Overruled, said the judge, this time not taking even a split second to arrive at her decision. Mr. Sweeney, please answer Mr. Kemp's question. Damn. I can't be 100% sure, but during the past year, Rosalind didn't mention any romantic involvements. As far as I knew, she was single. And happy. Happier than I'd ever seen. A great welling of emotion made him choke up. He put a fist to his mouth. Oh God, he said. Sorry. No, Mr. Sweeney. I'm sorry. For your loss. No further questions, Your Honor. That snake. First, get the poor man to cry, tug at the juror's heartstrings. Then, get him to make it sound like Oliver was just a lay. A fling. That he meant nothing to Rosalind. That he wasn't worth mentioning. Now they're going to think Oliver was delusional. A confused 20-year-old who thought the beautiful, successful, professional woman in her 30s loved him. When he found out she didn't, he snapped. Well played, Kemp. It was a slick move, I had to admit. But I had some tricks up my sleeve too. I approached the stand. Sweeney swallowed. His eyes were a little red, but he looked more or less composed now. The judge had called a short recess to give him a chance to collect himself. Williamson could tell that talking about Rosalind caused this man great pain. A merciful judge. One thing to be grateful for, I suppose. Mr. Sweeney, I said. You went to Ms. McKaney's house the day she was murdered, yes? Yes, that's correct. After she was murdered? Yes. I found her. Lying there. It's okay, Mr. Sweeney. You don't need to give details. I know it's a painful memory. But could you tell the court the reason you went to Ms. McKaney's house that day? And let the record show that Mr. Sweeney previously agreed to share with the court his reason. Yes. I'm not ashamed. I was there for a session. So, just to be clear, you were there to see Ms. McKaney as her patient? I guess you could say that. Okay, but would you say that, Mr. Sweeney? Sure. I know that you know this now, Mr. Sweeney, as it came up in the pretrial, but at the time, that is, the day you found Ms. McKaney murdered in her own home, were you aware that she told other people that you were her patient? Sweeney stared at me with a glimmer of resentment. No. I wasn't. And yet she did, didn't she? She texted my client, the night before she was murdered. I have an appointment with someone at 4. To which my client responded, who? Is it the handsome guy? Rosalind's response, no, the old friend. Oliver then texted, Sweeney? Mr. Sweeney, do you agree that this exchange clearly shows that Ms. McKaney had told my client that you were her patient? It certainly seems that way, said Sweeney, his eyes narrowed at me with resentment. This time, more than a mere glimmer. No further questions, Your Honor. I hoped that had been enough. That the jury could see that Sweeney perhaps overestimated how close he and Rosalind had been. That perhaps they hadn't been the bosom buddies he thought they were. She mentioned Sweeney to Oliver but not the other way around. Surely that would register with the jurors, get them to reconsider the idea that Sweeney was Rosalind's best friend, and Oliver nothing but a good time. I wasn't confident they would make all of those connections. But I hoped they would. Hope was, at this point, really all I had. Chapter 59. Williamson decided to plow on. No recess. Would the state like to call its next witness? Yes, Your Honor, on behalf of the state, I would like to call Donald Calhan to the stand, Mayor of Westby. Proceed, said the judge. Donald took his time approaching the stand. He surveyed the gallery with a noble, narrow-eyed expression as he undid one of the buttons on his suit jacket. Nodded at someone. He looked very serious. Very mayoral. If only the people in the gallery knew the truth. Catherine knew the truth. Knew that Donald liked spying on his ex-wife. But she was still nowhere to be found. Mr. Mayor, good morning, or I suppose now it's good afternoon. Donald checked his watch. Right you are, sir. I'll cut right to the chase, Mr. Mayor. You and the victim, Ms. McKaney, were married, yes? We were. And is it true that you and Ms. McKaney, after your divorce, still would occasionally get dinner together? Yes, that's true. You were on fairly good terms then? Better than most divorced couples. I noticed Oliver stirring out the corner of my eye. I looked over at him. He was fuming. One of his hands made a fist and his jaw clenched. His eyes were locked on the mayor like he wanted to burn a hole through him with his gaze. And is it true, Kemp continued, that at one such dinner, not long before your ex-wife was brutally killed, she confessed to you that her relationship with the defendant, Mr. Hopkins, involved some elements of, I believe S&M is the common term. Is that a true statement? Unfortunately, said Donald. Yes. It's true. S&M stands for sadism and masochism, no? It does, although I'm not an expert, said Donald. His expression was grave. And in Ms. McKaney and Mr. Hopkins' case, who played the role of the sadist? The mayor looked over at Oliver and sort of snarled, his lip curling up on one side. That man over there did, he said, pointing directly at Oliver. Oliver met the mayor's hostile glare with his own hatred-filled eyes. The tension between the two men was thicker than sap. Mr. Mayor, I can see you're pointing at the defendant, but just to be clear, can you confirm that for the court? I'm pointing at the defendant, said the mayor. He used to hurt my ex-wife in the bedroom. That's total bullshit, Oliver cried and stood up. A bailiff immediately knocked him back down into his seat. There were gasps and a few strained whispers behind me in the gallery. Williamson's head snapped around and her eyes ignited with a fury I didn't know existed in the level-headed judge. Mr. Hopkins, she hissed, her voice like a precise blade cutting into Oliver's soul. If you so much as make a peep for the remainder of this trial, I will have you removed from this courtroom, and I will do so with utter pleasure. I would ask if you understand, but I don't want to hear a single word out of your mouth. Oliver's expression didn't soften, but he didn't say anything. Thank God, I knew the judge hadn't been kidding. The list of things that pisses judges off more than unruly defendants is a short one. Williamson turned back to Kemp and Calhan and said, her wrath still simmering, "Proceed." "Thank you, Your Honor," Kemp said, before turning his attention back to the mayor. "Mr. Mayor, I just have one more question for you. Did your ex-wife, the victim, ever tell you, and I'm paraphrasing here, that she was scared the defendant would take things too far in the bedroom and seriously injure her?" Oliver started shaking his head. That wasn't good. Even demonstrative body language could get him kicked out at this point. I noticed a few jurors watching him. They didn't seem too sympathetic, either. I stared daggers at Oliver, hoping he would make eye contact so I could let him know, without words, just a harsh look, to stop with the antics. Sit still and shut up. But he didn't look at me. He kept shaking his head as Donald answered the question, shaking it more emphatically the more the mayor said. She did, on one occasion, express that to me. We were at dinner, and I'll always remember the look in her eyes when she told me the following. He's been getting carried away, and when he does, it scares the hell out of me. It's like he becomes a totally different person. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Mayor. Your Honor, I have no further questions. I looked over at Oliver. He wasn't shaking his head anymore. He was looking at Donald with cold, unadulterated rage. Murderous rage. Chapter 60. It's good to see you, Mr. Calhan, I said, and looked the mayor right in the eye. I smiled, ever so slightly, but in a way that let the mayor know my disgust for him hadn't diminished. You too, Ms. Corver, said the mayor. His smile was just as fake as mine, only his involved a lot more teeth. Mr. Calhan, when I spoke with you a few months back, right after Ms. McCaney's murder, you told me that you and the victim, your ex-wife, didn't have much of a relationship these days. Do you remember saying that? I can't say that I do. Well, you said it, Mr. Calhan, but now you're saying your relationship with the victim was better than that of most divorced couples. Sounds like you've changed your mind about things, which is odd, considering your relationship with the victim couldn't possibly have changed in the past few months, unless you have the ability to commune with the dead. Objection, Your Honor. She's badgering my witness. Kemp spoke with more emotion than was customary for him. Sustained. Tone it down, Ms. Corver. Sorry, Your Honor. Allow me to. I'd actually like to address Ms. Corver's implication, the mayor said, saying, implication, like it was a dirty word. I stand by my claim that I didn't have much of a relationship with Rosalind in the years following our divorce. I still loved her, and I doubt I'll ever stop loving her. But we didn't remain close. But I also maintain that our relationship was better than that of most divorced couples. You see, Ms. Corver, the absence of a relationship is preferable to the presence of an extremely negative one. I hated his lecturing tone. I hated him. But he was right. He hadn't really contradicted himself, and now I looked sloppy in front of the jurors. Like I had a vendetta against Donald. Which I did. But still. Damn it, Megan, tighten up. I understand, Mr. Calhan, I said. There were various things I wanted to say next. Oliver told me how Rosalind would seem like her spirit had been crushed after talking on the phone with you. Rosalind's best friend, Jenny, told me you were a huge asshole. A huge, dangerous asshole. When you say you and Rosalind didn't have much of a relationship following the divorce, is that ignoring or taking into account the fact that you planted a hidden camera in her bedroom? But I couldn't say any of those things. They weren't solid testimony. It was all hearsay. And coming from me, Oliver's defense, it would look desperate, biased, and unprofessional. So what could I say? Nothing apparently. That's all, Your Honor, I said, turning to the judge. I returned to my table, feeling like my soul had left my body, along with all hope, confidence, and determination. Judge Williamson called a 45-minute lunch recess. I went to the bathroom, one on another floor to avoid other human beings, and splashed water on my face. All that work and now this. Disappointment didn't begin to capture what I was feeling. I was absolutely devastated. Certain we would lose. I stared into the mirror, maybe hoping to detect some glimmer of life in my eyes. But my reflection looked as dead as I felt. As hopeless. I sighed and dried my hands with a paper towel, and exited the bathroom. Walking down the hall, I no longer felt any nervous eagerness about the trial. It had been replaced entirely by a cold, dense dread, festering at the pit of my stomach. Megan. I was in such a daze I didn't recognize his voice. The detective. I turned around and there he was, trotting toward me. He was in a gray suit with a white button-up shirt and a navy blue, knit skinny tie. Clean shaven. And it looked like he'd gotten his hair cut. The man sure did clean up well. Not that it brought me any joy at that moment. "Hey," Aiden said, a little out of breath. "Hey," I said, feeling way too glum to hide the fact that I was. "It's not going well in there," Aiden said. "As you obviously know. But it's not going as badly as you think it is." I raised my eyebrows, unconvinced. "I mean it," Aiden pressed. "You worked Sweeney over like a pro." "Thanks," I said weakly. I appreciated Aiden's words, but it was hard to conjure much enthusiasm. "And Kemp," he looked pissed. I smiled. I wasn't sure if he was lying just to make me feel better. I didn't really care. It was nice either way. Kemp pissed or Aiden caring about me enough to say he was. "Keep fighting," Aiden said. "Don't dwell on the previous rounds." He placed his hands on my shoulders and gave them a squeeze. I liked his touch, firm but gentle. "Just keep fighting," he said, looking at me intently but tenderly. "I will," I said, feeling a little lump in my throat. I was thinking about my mom. Why? No idea. But I was. In a movie, this would be the moment I got a surge of inspiration thinking about my dead mother. A jolt of courage. But it wasn't a movie. It was life. And I felt no such surge. No such jolt. All I felt was a deep, heavy sadness, and it was threatening to swallow me whole. Chapter 61. The trial slogged on. I felt like all I could do was chip away at the prosecution's arguments. Kemp would smile at the jury, like everything he was saying was just so obvious, and to my horror, they would get swept right along. Nod. Smile. He even made them laugh a few times. Next to him, I was starting to feel humorless. The grouchy defense attorney who wants you to doubt everything and who always points out complications. The nagging schoolteacher. That's how it felt at least. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But usually I could read juries pretty well. I didn't think I was imagining it. They were getting more and more comfortable with the idea that Oliver was some kind of maniac. That his blonde, surfer boy image was a pretty facade, concealing something horrible underneath. It had all started when the mayor said that Rosalind was scared of Oliver. That he took the S&M thing too far at times. Got carried away. Downright malicious and violent. One lie from the mayor's mouth and months of effort down the drain. How's that for justice? But was it a lie? I had to admit that it was possible he hadn't painted the most accurate picture of his relationship with Rosalind. After all, he'd failed to mention that Rosalind tried to dump him over text the night before she was killed. Clearly, he wasn't always the most forthcoming. That thought gnawed at my guts as I watched Kemp's examination of Aiden. Maybe I'd gotten it all wrong. Oliver had fooled me. For once, my instincts had led me totally astray. Aiden had glanced at me briefly before Kemp got underway, and his expression was apologetic, like he knew I wasn't going to like what he said. And he probably did know. Prosecutors and their witnesses go over what they're going to say prior to the trial. Why wouldn't they? So even if Aiden's heart was on my side, He had a professional duty to answer Kemp's questions in a truthful manner. Where the artifice came in was in the questions Kemp chose to ask. Kemp had started with some basic questions, establishing Aidan's reputation, his integrity, and so forth. He wanted the jury to warm up to his witness before he got to the meat and potatoes of his line of inquiry, which he was now finally doing. Williamson, I noticed, with a frisson of happiness, looked a little bored. Like she was already, on the first day of the trial, sick of Kemp's antics. Kemp rested his arm on the edge of the stand, leaning languidly. Like he and Aidan were a couple of buddies, catching up at the bar. Detective, enlighten me. Did Ms. McCaney and the defendant, Mr. Hopkins, get into a fight the night before Ms. McCaney was stabbed 37 times? Yeah, I guess you could say that. I know I could, Kemp said. But would you say that? Aidan's jaw clenched. Yes, I would. Right. And in your experience as both a patrolman and an investigator, is romantic conflict generally taken to be a potential motive for a crime? Well, it depends on context, but, generally, yes. It is. A little louder, detective, if you wouldn't mind. I notice a juror craning his neck because he couldn't hear you. I said it is, Aidan said, this time quite loudly. And potential motive, well, that's just another way of saying motive, right? All motives are potential, right, in that they are hypothesized by law enforcement. You could say that, Aidan said. I could. And so could you. So do you, detective? Do you think that Mr. Hopkins had motive to kill Ms. McCaney? Aidan's eyes flicked over to me before he answered. He didn't look happy. I do, he said. It hurt me in a deep way to hear him say that, but I knew he didn't have much of a choice. Kemp was right. Oliver did have motive, since motive was just a technical term, a legal concept. The detective wasn't going to lie under oath and say there weren't grounds on which to attribute motive to Oliver. Kemp looked at the jury and smiled. The detective says there's motive. But what about physical evidence, detective? I mean, besides the glaring fact that the defendant was discovered at the scene of the crime by the first officers to arrive on the scene, was there anything else in terms of physical evidence that linked the Mr. Hopkins to the murder? There was. I'm sure the jurors would be curious to hear what sort of physical evidence. Maybe you could tell them, detective. Aidan cracked his knuckles and turned to the jury box. Some of Mr. Hopkins' blood was discovered at the crime scene, on the floor, near the victim's body, as well as on Mr. Hopkins' person. The jurors all reacted to this news in noticeable ways. Some eyes went wide. Some foreheads wrinkled. I even saw someone mouth the word, "Wow." I felt a headache coming on, a zap of sharp pain in my temple. I realized I hadn't been drinking any water for the whole day. That's why I needed Catherine here. She always made sure I stayed hydrated. When I worked at home, she'd gently set a glass of water on the table next to me, and maybe give my shoulder a squeeze, before tiptoeing away. It was strange, hearing her voice so loudly and clearly at the very moment I was thinking about her. I must be losing my mind, was my first thought. It was as if she just burst into the courtroom and shouted, "He didn't do it. He's innocent." But why had Kemp stopped talking? And why was the judge looking toward the back of the gallery, her eyes wide with fiery indignation? I turned around. Turns out I hadn't imagined Catherine busting in, because there she was. Jim was standing behind her. In my sister's hands was a USB drive. Chapter 62. Williamson's voice filled the courtroom. Young lady, unless what you're holding in your hands is exculpatory or inculpatory evidence of the highest degree, I am going to have you arrested where you stand. Catherine opened her mouth, then made a funny, self-deprecating face. I'm not sure what those words mean, she said. But this is a video of Rosalind's murder. Her sister killed her. The judge's eyes remained wide, but her emotion shifted. From anger to shock. There was, unsurprisingly, some commotion. It took the judge a few seconds to realize that her court was dissolving into chaos. But when she did, she snapped to and her face regained its firm lines of authority. She banged her gavel. The first time I'd ever seen a judge do that. Then again, this was the first time someone came bursting into the courtroom with the smoking gun, quite literally in her hands. "I will have order in this courtroom now, or I will throw out every single one of you," Williamson shouted. "Everyone shut up." "What's your name, young lady?" Williamson said to my sister. "Catherine Corver, ma'am, Your Honor." Catherine scrunched down. The judge seemed to soften. "You may approach the bench," Williamson said. "I come to you?" Catherine stammered. "That's right. I want to see what's on that thing you're holding." Williamson called a recess and invited only members of council back into her chambers to view the video footage on the hard drive Catherine had brought in. I didn't get a chance to ask my sister where the hell she found the thing, but she looked mighty proud of herself. And Jim too. What had his role been in all of this? He'd come in with Catherine after all. Was he with her when she found the USB drive? Lots of questions were swirling through my mind as the judge sat down at her desk and looked for the appropriate outlet on her laptop. Kemp offered his assistance. "I'm fine, Mr. Kemp. I'm not that old." Kemp chuckled and stammered something about how he didn't think she was. Once Williamson got it figured out, she motioned for us to join her behind the desk. Kemp and his co-counsel, Garcia, stood to one side of the judge, and I to the other. Within a minute, the entire landscape of the case transformed. The judge opened up a file labeled with the date of Rosalind's murder, did some fishing around with the fast-forward button. It wasn't long until we were watching Zoe and Rosalind in the latter's bedroom. Rosalind was bustling around, putting away laundry. Zoe was standing in the doorway with her arms behind her back. We watched Zoe tell Rosalind she wanted to talk. We watched Rosalind blow her off, emphasize how swamped she was. "But you're always swamped," was Zoe's reply. Rosalind asked, somewhat curtly, what Zoe wanted to talk about that was so urgent it couldn't wait. "What Dad did to me," was Zoe's chillingly concise reply. Rosalind made a sound expressing frustration, impatience. Like a sigh, only harsher. Then she said words I doubt I'll ever forget. "You don't even remember it clearly, and neither do I, so there's nothing really to talk about." At that point I felt a terrible sinking feeling and a hollowness in my heart. I knew what was going to happen. I knew we were witnessing a woman's last moments on this planet. "There's nothing to talk about?" Zoe said, righteous fury lifting her voice an octave. Now she was holding the long knife at her side. Rosalind was facing away from her, getting some things out the drawer of her bedside table. I expect I'll always remember what Zoe said next, too. So me getting raped multiple times before I even had the words to describe what was happening to me. That's nothing. Rosalind said nothing. Her mouth hardened into a thin line as she put away a few more items of laundry. She didn't look at her sister. And when she did, when she finished putting away the laundry and made toward her bedroom door, where Zoe stood, blocking her path, she stopped in her tracks. For a moment she remained motionless, and appeared to be staring at the knife in Zoe's hand. Then a flurry of movement. Shouting. Rosalind managing to push Zoe off of her and flee into the hallway. The shouting more distant now, happening downstairs, off camera. The shouting turning to screaming. Then silence. Chapter 63. The next few hours were something of a surreal blur. Due to the unique circumstances, the judge declared the trial null and dismissed the jury. The prosecution dropped all charges against Oliver. There were hugs and tears. Oliver was released from custody and had an emotional embrace with his parents. They didn't let go for a good minute. What did I feel? I wasn't sure. But I didn't feel the sense of triumph I was accustomed to feeling after a successful trial. I felt strange. And Zoe's words were echoing in my mind. Raped. Multiple times. Before I even had the words to describe. Megan. I turned. It was Marcus. Standing next to him were Jane and Oliver. Jane's mascara had run a bit, but she still looked elegant and classy, with her pearl necklace and silk scarf. Oliver looked. I wasn't sure. He gave me a weak smile, but he seemed troubled. His eyes kept darting around, and he seemed to be looking for something. Or someone. We just wanted to thank you, Marcus said. For everything. I know you didn't bring that video in today, but something tells me if it wasn't for you, it never would have seen the light of day. I'm just glad I listened to my friend's recommendation and hired you to defend Oliver. He's been telling me how helpful you were throughout the whole process. I'm glad it worked out, I said. It's nice to see Oliver out of handcuffs. It's long overdue. Jane grabbed her son's arm and pulled him close, resting her head against his shoulder. He's safe now. And back with his family. That's all that matters. I don't think I want to let him leave my sights for a while. Mom, Oliver said. You're not suggesting I skip out on college this fall because of what happened, are you? Marcus and Jane exchanged a quick look, wordlessly communicating something subtle with the telepathic skills married couples seem to develop over time. We'll talk about all that later, Marcus said. Right now, I say we focus on a much more important topic. Where we're taking this guy for his first meal as a newly free man. Marcus attempted to put his son in a headlock, but Oliver squirmed away. The 20-year-old's features darkened with the same rage I'd seen in his eyes when he glared at Donald a few hours earlier. How can you guys even think of celebrating right now? Zoe's still out there. I'm not going to rest until she's in custody. I want her to rot in a cell the rest of her miserable life. Miserable is right, I thought, feeling a little queasy. Zoe's words still circled in my mind. Before I even had words to describe. Well, maybe another time, Marcus said, giving me a tight-lipped, embarrassed smile. Jane might have noticed that I was a little uncomfortable, the way I always get when people want to show me appreciation, because she said, "We'll let you decompress in peace, sweetheart. We know you worked your butt off for this guy, so we just wanted to say thanks." Yeah, Oliver said. I didn't mean to sound like I wasn't happy and grateful for you, Megan. I just... No, I get it, I said. You cared a lot about Rosalind. It's only natural that you want to see her murderer behind bars. Oliver nodded. I felt a tap on my shoulder. Catherine. She looked serious, not her usual self. I turned to the Hopkinses. Let's chat soon. A celebratory dinner, a phone call, whatever suits you. Of course, Marcus said. He offered his hand and I shook it. Then Jane said, "Oh, let me hug you." And we embraced. She squeezed me with a surprising amount of force and whispered, "Thank you for saving my life." At the time, it seemed like an odd choice of words, but later on, I realized just how much sense it made. If Oliver, technically a man, but still her child, her baby boy, had been sent to prison for first-degree murder, it wouldn't simply have been the end of his life as he knew it, but the end of his parents' lives too. I turned my attention back to Catherine as Jim came walking up to us. He clapped my sister on the upper back. "Looks like cracking cases runs in the family," said the chief of police. "Apparently," I said. "So. What? How? When?" Catherine laughed, but without much joy, just a light puff of air from her nose. "You mentioned Zoe's cat this morning. You said it was small and gray, just a kitten. I'm surprised I didn't make the connection right away, but when I did, it was like, holy shit, that bitch killed my friend." I frowned, not quite following, and glanced at Jim, who just gave me a knowing smile. He looked very frail, and his hair had all but fallen out from the chemo. But there was still that light in his eyes, that spark of wry humor I would always associate with the man. Catherine continued. Ellen had just gotten a kitten. An adorable little gray kitten. So not only did Zoe kill her, she stole her cat too. So you, what? Went to Zoe's, beat her up, and demanded to know the location of the hard drive? Catherine and Jim exchanged looks. Catherine. Jim began, but speaking triggered a coughing attack. He took a handkerchief from his back pocket. I hated seeing him like this. It scared the hell out of me. That a man as strong as Jim could be reduced to a shadow of his former self in a matter of months. Catherine. Jim said again, this time managing not to cough. Came by the station, told me what she'd realized. So we took a little trip to Zoe's apartment. And when we got there, we saw that someone had broken in. Isn't that right, Catherine? Tell your sister. Yeah, Catherine said. That's totally what happened. She made no effort to disguise the fact that they were lying to me. They had broken in. But would Jim really be a part of something like that? He'd gone by the books his whole career. Would he really cover up an unlawful search just to help me win my case? I felt tears coming to my eyes. So, Jim continued. Catherine says, let's go inside to make sure she's okay. Yep, said my sister. Those were totally my words. So we did go inside, said Jim. And that's when you just found the USB, just sitting there on a table, right? I asked, with more than a pinch of sarcasm. Pretty much, Jim said. And winked at me. Chapter 64. Donald Calhan had, while everyone's eyes were on Catherine, the moment she stormed dramatically into court with the USB, snuck out. But he didn't skip town. He lawyered up, knowing he damn well needed to. They arrested him at his home on a Saturday morning. He was standing outside with a cigar, as if waiting for them. The list of charges was long, but that was only appropriate given everything they found on his hard drive. Thousands of videos of women in their most private moments. With minimal detective work, it became obvious that none of the women Donald filmed had given him their consent to be filmed. The mayor's sleaziness went even deeper than I'd realized. He'd set up hidden cameras all over Westby. It wasn't clear whether he used them for his own gratification, or sold them online. There were murmurs that the FBI was going to get involved in the ensuing investigation. I was thankful Donald hadn't set up any hidden cameras in my and Catherine's house, though that feeling was dwarfed by the towering contempt I felt for the man. No. Not contempt. That wasn't the right word. I think, skin-crawling, stomach-churning disgust probably describes my feelings toward the mayor more accurately. Around the same time Donald was arrested, so too was James Campbell. I knew they were hitting him with at least 2 charges: obstructing justice and misprision. He'd likely see jail time. Aidan interviewed James at the station, and the ceramics instructor opened up to him like a broken faucet. Without a lawyer present, he poured his heart out to Aidan about his feelings for Zoe. How she'd confided in him about the sexual abuse she suffered at the hands of her father. He told Aidan that Rosalind refused to help Zoe deal with her trauma, that she never wanted to talk about it, and how that ate Zoe up inside. Watching her sister live her perfect life, while her demon grew stronger and stronger, threatening to pull her into a state of permanent darkness. And then, when their father died, and left Rosalind all his money, Zoe decided enough was enough. James began to resent Rosalind the same way Zoe did, began to take on her perspective. So, when she came to him with her plan, and asked him to serve as her alibi, he was more than happy to. He was honored. But now, he blubbered to Aidan, he realized he'd been duped. Realized that Zoe had used him. Maybe a judge would pity him and give him a light sentence. As for Zoe, she was nowhere to be found. Police had her apartment under 24-hour surveillance. State authorities were chipping in on the search. Even the feds had contributed to the effort, lending some manpower, along with a couple of helicopters. Until they found her, I wasn't sure I'd get a good night's sleep. 3 days after the trial, I woke up to my phone buzzing. I checked to see who was calling me so early. Unknown caller. I felt a strange sensation, like there was another presence in the room. Instantly my pulse quickened, and my hands and feet began to sweat. I took a deep breath, scanned my room, as if the caller might be in there with me, and answered. Hello. I heard breathing. Who is this? I said, trying to sound angry but managing only to sound frightened. How could you do this to me? Said the voice on the other end of the line. A woman. Speaking softly. Her voice hoarse. Do what? Who is this? Is this Zoe? How could you? Zoe? It's over. You need to turn yourself in. You can't keep running like this. I tried to control my voice but it shook in spite of myself. Maybe so, Zoe said, still half whispering. But before that, I have one more thing I need to do. I swallowed, and before I could think of anything to say, she hung up. I sat up in bed, wide awake. Aiden slept on our couch 3 nights in a row. I called him to let him know about the phone call from Zoe. At least I was pretty sure it was from her. The detective took it seriously. Very seriously. In addition to making sure that there was a regular patrol in our neighborhood, he took it upon himself to act as my and Catherine's personal bodyguard. On the 3rd night of Aiden's stay, Catherine invited a friend over and the 4 of us played a drunken game of Jenga. Aiden and I were on a team. As the drinks flowed, and we got more comfortable with each other, the detective and I started to make occasional contact under the table. A knee brushing against a leg. Laughing. Leaning into each other. That night, before bed, I went to the bathroom and brushed my teeth, while my stomach fluttered with nerves. Would Aiden make a move? Sleep in my bed even? I stared at myself in the mirror, thinking I should give myself some sort of pep talk. But what to say? I sighed, rinsed out my mouth, and returned to the living room. I felt uneasy, excited, hopeful. Aiden? I said. He wasn't sitting at the table anymore. Catherine was outside with her friend. I hoped she wasn't smoking, but I wasn't going to worry about that right now. I looked around for the detective, but I heard him before I saw him. A gentle snore. He'd made his way to the couch, and was now fast asleep. So much for a night of romance. Chapter 65. Can I watch something? Catherine said. She was in the kitchen, rummaging for a snack, or 4th meal, as she liked to call it, and I was in the living room, on the couch, about to watch the start of the 10 o'clock local news. Hoping for the breaking news. Murderer apprehended after a multiple-day search. If you take out the garbage and recycling, I said, you can watch whatever you want. Fine, Catherine said. As she lugged a trash bag toward the front door, I trained my attention on the TV. The news was starting. Body cam footage of an arrest that ended in the suspect's death while in custody had been released. A man robbed a liquor store and was still at large. A 3rd-grade girl went above and beyond over the summer on her summer reading challenge. There would be a hot spell over the weekend. I sighed. So Zoe was still out there, doing God knows what. Those words she'd spoken on the phone had slithered into my brain, where they remained, like a parasite. I have one more thing I need to do. I didn't want her to get caught so I could see her suffer. I knew she was suffering enough. That her entire life was saturated with suffering. I just didn't want her to spread any more suffering than she already had. Catherine came back into the house. Without turning around, I said, "Are you hungry? I'm not that hungry tonight, but if you want to eat, I could be convinced." No response. I checked my phone quickly to see if Aiden called. He'd said he would around 10. Cat. I repeated. She was making a weird noise. Some kind of rapid breathing thing. I spun around. Cat, what are you? It felt like all the blood in my body drained into my feet. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. My sister was standing in the entryway, shaking, tears rolling down her cheeks. Behind her, appearing to be holding something to my sister's back, was a woman with nothing to lose. Chapter 66. I didn't know what I was thinking. What I was feeling. There were no thoughts. No emotions. Just the roar of my own adrenaline. Some primal understanding of what had to be done. I've seen my sister die, Zoe said, quite matter-of-factly, and it's an experience I highly recommend. In fact, I could make that happen for you right now. The blade I've got pressed against your sister's flesh is quite sharp. Catherine really started to shake now. Oh look, Zoe said, her eyes moving to Catherine's back. She's bleeding a little. What a lovely shade of red that is. I think I'd like to see a little more. Zoe looked at me with eerie placidity, before scrunching up her nose and jabbing the blade deeper into Catherine. My sister shrieked and cried my name. I sprang up from the couch. I couldn't imagine Catherine's pain. The feeling of cold metal working its way closer and closer to her beating heart. I crept a little closer. I had no plan. I was just moving. Don't get too close, Zoe said, or I plunge this all the way in. I stopped. What do you want? I asked. What do I want? What do I want? I don't know. I guess I don't really want to hurt Catherine, but I do want to hurt you, Megan. In fact, I want to ruin your life like you ruined mine. And I know the best way to do that is through your sister. She pushed the blade deeper still to emphasize that she meant through, quite literally. Catherine didn't scream this time. Which was worse. She sort of shuddered and burped. She wasn't crying anymore either. She was either in bad shock, or dying. And it could have easily been both. Rage washed everything else out. If you push that blade any deeper into my sister, I'm going to come over there and rip your fucking eyes out, I said. My voice didn't shake at all and I meant every fucking word. I started walking closer to them. Slowly. Keeping my eyes on Zoe mainly. I was scared of looking at my sister, scared of what I'd see. The life draining from her eyes. Zoe started shaking her head slowly back and forth, eyeing me with contempt. You just had to find that camera, didn't you? Donald would have turned the footage in even if I hadn't, I said, creeping just a few inches forward. Maybe, Zoe said. But maybe not. He did hate Oliver. Maybe enough to let him take the fall. But we'll never know now. And now I have no choice. You ruined my life, so now I'm going to ruin yours. Fine, I said. But leave Catherine out of this. But she's involved, isn't she? She and that other person I killed. What was her name? Helen? That did it. I charged her. I wasn't going to let her play with my sister's life like a cat with a toy. If she was going to kill, she had to make a decisive move, or else face a real fight. My gamble paid off. As I lunged at her, she pushed Catherine to the side, perhaps not wanting to sacrifice her blade by leaving it in my sister or plunging it into her even deeper. Disoriented and perhaps suffering from a significant loss of blood, Catherine crashed into a wall and slumped to the floor over by the fridge. Zoe turned to me at the very last moment, right before I was upon her, and slashed at my face with her knife. I knew she'd cut me. I felt the warmth of my own blood dripping down, onto my lips, making my entire face slick. And I felt a loose flap of skin on my nose. But I didn't feel any pain. I didn't feel anything. We crashed to the floor. I'd instinctively grabbed onto her wrist, the wrist of the hand holding the knife. I focused on not letting go as I absorbed the impact of the fall. But the jolt was too strong. I couldn't hold on. I hit the floor and rolled. And for a sickening moment I didn't know exactly where Zoe was. I sat up just in time. She was going to stab me in an overhand motion, and had her fist up by her ear, gripping the blade which she was preparing to plunge downward into my neck, my chest, wherever she could get purchase. I fought the instinct to put up my hands, helplessly. She had momentum on her side. So I rolled back and put my feet into the air, and as she brought her arm forward, knife in hand, I shot out both legs with all the force I could muster and felt them connect with Zoe's chest. She flew backwards and into Catherine. She'd gotten up. She grabbed Zoe from behind and put her in a chokehold. She was whispering something into Zoe's ear, and squeezing. Zoe's eyes went wide as plates, and she began clawing furiously at my sister's forearm, which was planted firmly under her neck. Zoe must have dropped her knife. But where was it? I needed to make sure she didn't get her hands on it again. I tried to stand, but when I did, a searing pain announced itself in my hip, sending waves of discomfort into my abdomen. I looked down and saw the handle of a knife, along with the 3 or so inches of blade that weren't embedded in my leg. And that's when I passed out. Chapter 67. I woke to Aidan's voice. He was talking to someone. There were other voices around. I opened my eyes. I was on a stretcher, getting wheeled to an ambulance waiting at the curb. Catherine. I tried to sit up and my hip sabotaged my efforts. I'd forgotten all about it. Had they removed the knife? I didn't dare look. I edged my hand toward the wound and... Yep. Still in there. Where's Catherine? I tried to say, but my voice failed me, and was easily drowned out by the clattering of the stretcher as the paramedics transferred me to the ambulance. I heard more voices, then I felt a hand on mine. It squeezed my fingers. You're gonna be okay? Aidan's voice. You're here, I said, without sitting up. I didn't need to see him. To feel his hand in mine and hear his voice, that was enough. Of course, Aidan said. I got worried when you didn't answer my call, since I told you I'd be calling around 10. So, I decided to stop by, and I showed up right before your sister finished choking Zoe Smith to death. Zoe was unconscious when I arrived. You were too. Quite the scene. Is Catherine okay? I asked, and this time, I did sit up. Partially at least. Many parts of me hurt when I did. Aidan lay a hand gently on my shoulder and eased me back down to a supine position. Catherine's fine. The detective reassured me. She has a pretty nasty gash across her ribs and a nice puncture wound in her back, but she's gonna be all right. And so are you. I remembered that my face had been sliced open. I reached my hand up and touched the gauze that was wrapped around my nose. So, I heard Aidan say, I hope you still want to hang out, even though we don't have a murderer to track down together. I sort of had a good time. I mean, except for all the really traumatic and awful parts. I laughed and it made my whole body hurt. But oddly enough, I felt pretty good. With my face sliced open and a knife in my hip, I was feeling about as good as I could remember feeling in quite some time.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.